Or don't mention the Wang release. Yeah, okay, cool.
All right. Okay. I guess let's just do a quick audio check and see if everyone's coming in loud, clear, and all that jazz. Does everyone's like shout, holler, scream, collapse?
Did Ryan just? Let me just Ryan. Testing. Can you hear me?
Cool.
Cobra Commander rhymes all day. Hope my connection's all right today.
Yo, my
Nice.
God. I'm trying to freestyle. Oh, God.
Bars.
Here he comes again. In bars.
Just waiting for that lay bar to drop. I know it's coming one of these days.
The late one. Oh, God.
Good.
Oh,
All right.
Boy.
All right. I guess by the way, I just want to double check. Is there any like delay in our between video and audio? Is that clear? Like clap, audio.
I think it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right. Clap your hands, shake your arms.
How much was that mic?
This one. This one.
Yeah.
I can't remember
That
now.
one.
It's it was a nice mic though. It was like I think like £300 or $300, which is about 250 quid, something like that. But like
Legit. Bare cash, you know. My pocket money off. No, that way.
I don't know, professional Twitch Toshinden streamer. I'm the biggest Toshinden streamer in the world.
Safe.
All right, so I guess I should do a formal introduction. So, welcome to Wavedash 19, which is the third and possibly, hopefully, final part of old men talking about Tekken. And
Old men
old.
talking.
And I'm joined by Dinosaur.
Hi, well-known Raven main Dinosaur.
Awesome. And Starscream.
Hey, the people's champion, Starscream here. Happy to be here.
Shut up, man.
And Cobra Commander.
Yeah, man. He ain't no people's champion. He's a chump, man. People's chump. Yeah, man. Yeah.
That's the very static looking guy to my right. And last but not least, Ryan Hart.
Hello, I'm the guy who won 89 matches on Tekken Tag, eating a bowl of Frosties on the arcade cabinet.
The legend.
Accolades.
The legend of the Frosties.
Hashtag life gold. It's not a win unless you had a bowl of cereal in front of
Put down on t-shirt. Where did we leave this last time? It was like Tekken. Somewhere we tried to get.
We were at the end of Tekken 5, I think.
Yeah.
So 5.0.
Yeah.
There were a couple things.
Yeah, go for it.
So there was there were a couple things. There was Ryan and the Group of Death, Evo. Then there was basically the last, for us, I think the last bridge tournament between 5 and DR, which was UT7, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Ryan, what, like, I guess it was that tournament at Evo where they put you, Rip, Naps, and Q, aka Jimmy J Tran, and Q-Dans all into the same pool.
That was I wasn't prepared for that pool. I mean, you know, it was just a really sticky situation where Naps had to play Q-Dans, and I think that everyone just expected Q-Dans to run over Naps. But Naps beat Q-Dans, knocked him into the really early. Like really, I think it was like second game in the group or something ridiculous. And I played against Rip, and I don't think I knew Rip at the time. I don't think I knew anything about him. It was just, you know, oh, it's another law player. And I watched his match before, and he looked pretty good, so I knew I would have to play properly. You know, it wasn't an easy ride or anything. But yeah, it was, you know, when you're playing a different style, I think I'd only ever played Cobra as Thor and Mashed. There were a few European, like top European laws that I'd played, but Rip had a very different style, and the way he played was actually really good in a short set because he just kind of went in, and I think that's good against you. Like, don't give him time to figure you out.
Yeah.
And he played it quite smart. And I think I switched I think after first game, I switched to Feng because Feng was doing all right? But in that environment, Evo in its best of 3, you need to pick who you're going to pick all the way. Because what I essentially did is I watered it down by picking half a Kazuya and half a Feng, and I lost both. So yeah, so I went down to lose and had to play Q-Dans. I just remember Fox Steve telling me 5.0 Steve. He's like, Ryan, you need to pick Steve. I can't do his accent. I can't do his South African accent. You're not going to get that out of me. But he was like, you got to pick Steve. Steve's really good. As I watch him perform countless back 1-2s on people in casuals, I was like, oh, okay. So I had secretly practiced a bit of Steve. I never got to a place where I thought my Steve was any good, but I just thought, let me just know a bit about him, and I just started playing him, basic combos, But this was a time where I'm in the losers bracket against Q-Dans, one of the best players in the world, and we had played casuals before the tournament. Q-Dans Devil Jin versus my Kazuya. And he was just up in games. I mean, he was getting me like 3-1, 2-1, 3-1, 2-1. And I was just always coming up short in the sets. And I just thought, you know what? He's just so experienced with Machima. I'm not going to pick you against him. And it was one of them things where, and you guys know me, I always have more. I'd always use so many characters. And I think in that period, I hadn't used Kazuya that frequently. So a little bit rusty with him too. Whereas he's just going gung-ho with Devil Jin, everything on lock, not missing anything. So I went Steve. And I managed to rob Q-Dans. I'm very proud of myself.
Not yet. So
I don't lose any sleep. He did a hell sweep, and if it connected, I would have died. But I blocked it, and I did while standing 1-2 in the chaps, and he died. That's what happened. Yeah, and it was really bad though. It was really bad. Like whoever won or lost that, it was horrible because, Q-Dans spent 2,000-3,000 I heard on the flight to be there, and he's out in the first pool. Q-Dans, right? You can fact check this with any of the US guys, but he went to the downstairs in that same venue. They had an arcade, and in the arcade they had one Tekken cabinet, right? And we didn't see Q-Dans for the rest of the tournament. We were like, "Where's he gone? Did he fly back already? What's going on?" He moved in to the arcade. He got his luggage. He didn't go back to the hotel. He basically stayed in the arcade and just money matched people. He just money matched people constantly. He made, I think, 4 or 5 grand back.
What?
Bad man.
I think he doubled the money he lost on the flight, or some nonsense like that. You can fact check that one. But yeah, he just disappeared, and no one knew where Q-Dans was. He was in the darkest, dingy dungeon of the arcade, mashing everybody up. People weren't even getting rounds. Like, it was ridiculous. He destroyed all the people he would have beaten in the actual tournament. Took their money as well. Q-Dans is a beast, man. Glad I went in that queue.
Wow.
This is also like why all these old school tournaments was so Wild West, because like someone might think like looking back at Evo, like, oh, it must have been run super well back in the day. Like they must have really been like you think that they're gonna be like modern tournaments, but they weren't, because people did stuff like this. Because in the Evos back then, Evos didn't have that many foreign players in them, right? You got to find yourself asking, what are you doing putting 2 of your only foreign players, and like Ryan literally the only representative from Europe, and I think Q-Dans literally the only representative from Korea. What are you putting them in the same group?
Yeah, maybe they wanted us to all kill it. I mean, it was called the Pool of Death. I think it was like a late registration thing, where you kind of just, you're warned ahead of time that if you register late, you're going to be put in the bracket of death, And I think this is one of the things they used to do. It used to happen on all the games. Doesn't make it right. I'm just saying, I think this is how they justified it. That you registered one day before it closed, so you're going to get stuck in
the price. Yeah. Good.
Sorry, guys. Quick question. Am I the only one that sees Starscream as frozen? Is he frozen to you guys?
No, he's moving.
I can see him.
Doing a little jiggle.
Flopping left and right.
Got my weave on. Weave on.
Yeah, left weave, right weave.
Yeah, man. So that was a bad. I mean, but yeah, Crow from the US, he stepped up that Evo, didn't he?
Yeah.
In fact, that was because he was the first one. I think the only one now. Still, correct me if I'm wrong. Is he the only one to have won 2 Evos in Tekken?
No, there are 8 people who have won 2 Evos. Me,
8.
Crow, Arslan Ash, Knee, JDCR, Saint, and I believe there's 1 or 2 more. But yeah, there's a lot of guys. Sorry to blow the bubble there.
Oh, my
Burst the
bad.
bubble, but yeah, there's a lot of guys.
When I say 2, I won 2. Okay. Whoa. What? So because Crow had was it the same Tekken? Crow had an accolade that only Crow managed to do. I'm not sure if it's managed to win back to back for the same Tekken or something like that. Or I mean,
if it's that, then
because even Arslan Ash, because you're saying Arslan Ash, yeah. Okay.
No, I mean, but for then that was 2005, right? So yeah, I mean, 2005, 2006, Crow probably had that because he won back-to-back Tekken 5 Evo, and no one did that. So yeah, that he definitely.
So he was the first to do it, not the only one.
And I think not now, but then he was the first, and he was the only one at the time. Yeah, but since then, I think JDCR's won 2, both on. Oh no, one was on TT2, I think. But yeah, JDCR has mixed Evo. Arslan Ash won 2, right, on 7, right? Yeah, He Evo Japan and
Evo Japan.
Yeah. Knee won Evo Japan and Knee won Tekken Tag 2. So yeah, it's a mixed bag really. But yeah, there's an interesting number of accolades up there between across the generations of Tekken players.
Which city is Crow from? Does anybody know?
Somewhere in Texas.
I was going to say Texas. It is Texas.
Okay.
I didn't want to be wrong.
Okay.
Texas is massive.
Okay.
So
that
you cover a lot of
explains it
people if
because-
you just say Texas generically.
Yeah, because that explains it. Because when I went to Texas, sorry, go on.
Sorry,
They have a statue of him.
When I went to Texas the first time, and then they must have told, like, the whole of Texas fucking knew that I was there, and like Crow wanted to
That sounds scary, man.
Yeah. Like the whole Texas scene knew that I was there, didn't they? And like Crow wanted to fly down, didn't he? He wanted to fly down to Dallas and play. I mean, stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. He never came, but like he was going, like he was gonna and stuff.
Oh, cool. That would have been a nice.
Sounds like one of your kung fu movies, Ryan.
Shut up.
Crow versus Snake.
I would like to try your snake style. Let's begin then.
and then Crow started claw. Oh my god, funny. Yeah.
Crow was like a Soul Calibur champion too, right? Am I misremembering?
That feels familiar.
I think he was. Yeah, I think he actually was.
Whatever happened to him? Like, when did he stop playing? He was like crazy talented.
I remember he used to use Ganryu.
Didn't he use?
Yeah, he stopped playing. I think he played some in Tekken 6.
Yeah, I played him at Evo top 8.
I think he's
still he's using Bob. Tekken 6 Bob. Yeah.
You know who I couldn't stand in that scene though? Kane. That dude Kane.
The Lily player.
The Lily player. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
the
Devil
Lily
Jin
player.
and Lily. Yeah.
Oh, fuck that guy, man. Yeah. Fuck that guy. I'm serious.
Why? He might be listening right now.
What did he do?
The reason why was I remember in like this was the first fucking bone of contention, right? He in Tekken Zaibatsu, I remember him saying that there shouldn't be anything like Magic Fours like that like Magic Fours don't make any sense, and his reasoning behind it like was so dumb. And then he played Lily, and I hate Lily, and I just like he's just an embodiment of everything that I hate in like Tekken. Just that, yeah. I'm just gonna play Lily. Yeah.
Oh man! All right.
Fuck.
Before we get onto my UT story with Dinosaur, I want to tell my Kane story. I got a little Kane story as well. So it was Evo 2003. After winning the long set against Kim Bong-min, we met in the grand finals, right? And then Kim Bong-min beat me. It was only on 2 rounds though. I'm still salty about that. They did it on 2 rounds, Tekken Tag. It's not right. Travesty.
No.
But after Kim Bong-min beat me, when the screen went KO, and it was a really depressing KO. It wasn't like, I lost both characters. Heihachi didn't get to tag in. It was like the saddest end. I tried to tag out, and he got like the down 4 on the character running out, and then I died, and that was the Evo over, When the screen went KO and it was over, even though I won the challenge, having lost those 3 games in the finals, I was a broken. And Kane is the one who came over and helped me. He put me in the car, and he really consoled me. He put his hand on my shoulder, and he was a real friend to me. I mean, I think he only met me for the first time that trip. We'd spent a few days together before. We'd been to Disney and stuff as a group before that with Jiangsu on like the trip before, I think, actually. Yes, but it wasn't the first time. Yeah, and he put me in the car, and he's just like pumping music. I remember he had Linkin Park Faint on in the car. So it's funny how you just have these vivid memories and stuff. But yeah,
memories, yeah.
I was so screwed up. But Kane, he looked after me, man. He was a really good guy for me, and I will never forget that because I really needed a friend that time, and Kane was there. So yeah, shout out to Kane. Yeah,
yeah. Like I've only met the guy once. Very briefly. This was. I used to frequent Joybox in Shinjuku, like
that small place downstairs. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the smoky, dingy cavern, and yeah, rest in peace now. But yeah, like him and a bunch of other players from the States were there. I think one summer, it must have been 2009 or 2010, maybe. I'm not sure, but he seemed like a really cool, chill guy. I mean,
Yeah, same. I saw him at and played him at Strong Style. So and he was cool. He was. It's just you, Martin.
Yeah. I love the way Martin was just like,
oh,
fucking guy, and everyone was like, well, actually, I met him, and he was quite delightful. Seems like a perfectly wonderful. He's like a perfectly wonderful
gentleman.
And then Martin's just like, no, Chick 4's the fucking best.
Listen, I don't mind. I've never met him. Fine, fair enough. But from those 2 fucking crimes, fuck that guy.
All right, so let's keep it a little bit on topic. Yeah. So
yeah.
I want to go back to Crow won the Evo's really sick stuff. Actually, that was history making when he won. Anyway, so then when we come back to Europe, I think that around about a similar time we had UT6. Right? It was still Tekken 5. It was on the brink of DR, wasn't it? It was like the end of the lifeline of regular Tekken 5 on console, right? And I had just won UT4 and UT5, so there was a huge spotlight on me at the time. We got all the Europeans coming. They saw my name on the sign-up page. Right, gotta beat Ryan Hart. He's gonna be there. Blah blah blah. And although in the UK there were people that were on my level that I used to go toe to toe with, I'd sometimes win, sometimes lose. I feel like when it comes to European competition, as a traveler, people were only really looking at beating me. If UK was in attendance, let's beat Ryan. It wasn't so much about beating Cobra or Starscream or Dinosaur, even though it probably should have been. They learned the hard way. So we went there, and I can't remember who put me in the loser ticket, but I think eventually I lost. Oh no, I do remember. How can I'll never forget. I got dried to death by Nina Williams, 5.0 Nina Williams, down forward 1-2, down forward 1, down forward 1, down forward 1-2, delay 3. Oh, got hit by the multi-foot part, got a guess. Okay, down forward 1, down forward. And he just dried me. I got to hand it to him. That was drier than toast with no butter. I got to hand it to him. That was ridiculous. Like he dried. That was desert sand dry. Okay.
Who was it? Who was it?
It was Devil
Kazuya. Now wait a minute. Let me bring this back.
Go ahead.
Back to the beginning, because this was my Nina tournament. Right? Because when the French guys first came to the UK, is there a bit of an echo on my mic? I'm not sure what's going on here.
That's a 10.
But when the French guys first came to the UK, I could beat them, but like they're top players like Timer and Frenchie and so on. But I couldn't beat Jin Yang, Nina player.
Ezzy murked them. Ezzy murked them. Looked, you know what Ezzy did? He murked them before we went shop. We were at Martin's house and we were all going to go shop, but he murked off Jin Yang, turned to the side, and just as Jin Yang was getting off, he went, "Tell your friends about me." Like, who does that? Who does that? He murked him off. The guy was broken. He was just like, he was moist in the chair. He just looked like he wanted to leave immediately. Man turned to him. I thought he was going to say GG's. Man said, "Tell your friends about me."
Ask about me, better ask about me.
Evil man. Evil man.
Fun times.
So Ezzy murked them that time. Yeah, definitely.
So Ezzy had just rinsed these guys when they turned up, and Ryan had like he'd beaten Jin Yang, I think, in one of the UT finals before. So like these guys were beating Nina, but I hadn't beaten this guy at all, and I just didn't feel like I had a grip on the style. And remember, I think last time, like Ryan, you were saying that thing where you play someone and they're not that, and they like you don't feel like they're that good, but you're really good anyway. I had that happen in the pools of UT, where I was like playing someone, and everyone was like, "Oh, this guy's like Jin Yang. He's like Jin Yang's student. He's just not as good as him." Like the proper like anime thing, where you're like, "This is the guy second in command." I was scrabbling to beat this guy. I'm just and like you know, and sometimes after you win, we're just like, I wasn't good enough. Like I won, but it can't be like that. So I played Jin Yang later on in the tournament, and he banged me up just like always. And I just went into losers, and I kind of like clawed my way back through losers. I was playing like Leok and I think Genius and like a few other people, and then I saw Ryan playing Jin Yang, and Ryan fucked him up so bad. Like, it was one of those things where you see like you see like you guys as well. Like you see your friends, your sparring partners. You're like, these guys are all right, these guys are pretty good. Because like Ryan was doing like counter hit down forward 2 God Fist, and it was just he made it look easy. And with Kazuya, who was crap in that game, like he was proper mid tier in that game, and Nina was one of the, and he just destroyed him. And I sort of and eventually I had to play Jin Yang again, and I just said like this isn't happening. Like I was just like, this isn't happening again. And like just remember like clawing my way through that fight, and I was just like, no, I'm getting the hang of this. I'm getting the hang of this. And at one point there was this point where I think he'd won a game and I'd won a game, and then we had a double KO in like the third match
in the tournament.
Like, on the last round of the match as well.
Oh my God.
So it was a draw match, and like there was a shot, like they did a trailer of the tournament afterwards, and there was a shot of what happened like after the double KO, and you can see the two of us, and I'm just laughing, and he looks incredibly stressed out, because I was just thinking like, we're doing this now, like we're learning. It was the moment where like the two fists combine, and finally they're like bouncing back with like equal power, and I was like, okay, we're on to double KOs now. And
moved up in life.
Yeah, so I ended up. But then after that, I was watching Double Kazuya playing in the tournament, and just like anyone who has like the name of a character in their as like their character as their like handle, was playing Nina. I mean, obviously. He was, and I saw him playing like Ryan and Ezzy, and he robbed both of them. And then I had to play Ryan and Ezzy because I was coming up through the tournament kind of after them. And like, oh yeah, I remember like he played you when he played Ryan. He played him in the Kazuya. He tried to play the Kazuya mirror against Ryan, and Ryan banged him up, and he switched to Nina. And so like I managed to like beat Ryan and Ezzy, like because Ryan was like presumably like tired and tilted from playing Devil Kazuya, and Ezzy was still battling the character select screen, so I think he was playing like Law or something.
Infinite battle, man. Infinite battle.
Going. I had my own personal battles going on. Don't worry about that.
But like then I was just thinking before like grand finals against Devil Kazuya, I was just sitting there thinking, like, going through like, okay, you went through the crap Nina player, and then you fought the good Nina player. Like, this guy beat Ryan and Ezzy, and Ryan and Ezzy just like beat Jin Yang effortlessly. Like, and you really struggled Jin Yang. I was like, this guy's much better than Jin Yang, because you could tell he was actually like a more fundamental player than Jin Yang.
Yes.
But I was just like, I was just like, I'm just gonna rush this guy down. Like I'm just gonna I just decided I'm just gonna go for it. It was one of the most weirdly anticlimactic grand finals I've ever had, because I just sort of ran him over. Like it was one of those things where like you don't like it's suddenly like it's the player as well as the character. And whilst he knew how to play against Raven, he knew what to do against Raven. Like he punished -14 with forward and 3. He punished Sweet with Divine Cannon. He knew what to do, but the rhythm of the character, it was just wrong for him. He was just like you could tell like he was sort of scattered. He tried to pick, and he was switching characters. I think he tried picking Jin at one point, and it was some weirdly like totally anticlimactic. I was like, how am I going to beat this Nina player? And it was just like 5-1, 5-1, and I was like,
you battered him. You battered him from winners. He was in winners. And you murked him.
I remember.
Because I started the set after losing, and I was out. Like I was the two-time in a row champion. I'm out now, innit? So that's a heavy blow. I'm in the chair like that. And every time I look up, man's getting spinner, Rooney, like everything's working while standing one launch, kings to the wall, beams at the wall. Man, every time I got him with some loops of the infinite. Yeah. and as Dino started to get more wins, I started getting more happy. I said, "Oh, this is alright," you know.
It was also like that was the first tournament where I really genuinely learned how to break throws. Like for whatever reason, like I was just getting more and more keyed in as the tournament went on, and by the end, I was just like, 1, 2, 1, 2, and I started like ducking Nina's forward and 3 on the second hit every time. Just like, going on here? I'm not.
You went into the zone, man. You went into the zone.
Yeah, you know it was that tournament where the phrase how come Dino's good, or was it when did Dino get good? It was that tournament where that tournament. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because out of nowhere, final form, and I was like, I've never seen this form before, and that was it. It was final form from then onwards.
European Championship, bro. That was sick. Dino stepped up. So annoyingly for everyone else, it was like we beat Ryan, but UK still won the tournament.
You know what smacked it? Someone came up to me after the tournament, and they were just like to play some casuals or whatever, and they were like, no, so do you know who won the tournament? You know, I stopped watching after Starscream and Ryan got knocked out because I didn't want to see the Nina win, and I was just like, I won. I won. But this was like the proper bridge tournament as well, because we'd been playing DR at this point as well. Like DR was out, but only in arcade. And we were basically the last arcade in Europe at this point. And so yeah, we'd been pretty much rinsing, and weirdly enough, that actually helped me because Raven got really badly nerfed in DR, so I had to start using other moves like down back 3 and stuff. I had to start like exploring the move list, and this is often like a way that nerfs help you reconfigure how you look at a character. And I was like, I need to start using other stuff other than just doing Spinneroonie and 4-3. But it actually helped me. I was like, all right, I'm just gonna use DR stuff, and it was good. And I like these were also back in Tekken 5. You had your own memory sticks as well, like which had your own custom and your name on it, and it was great. It worked really well. Like I remember that was the last. So that was basically the last hurrah for my Raven, which was like all red, the blindfold, and the dreadlocks.
I remember.
You know it's deep when man remembers the costume. You know it's a thing, man.
Yeah.
Of course, because that's what makes you.
Costume was sick.
That's personal, isn't it? It's like
they need to bring that back
to you. They need to bring that, but they need to make the customs in Tekken better again, man. All this generic stuff has got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, the balloons and the penguins and the cakes.
I ain't trying to give Leroy Smith bangs. Like, why would I give Leroy bangs? Come on.
Exactly.
What kind of hair is this?
Exactly.
Have you seen the generic hairstyles for Leroy Smith? It's just like that generic template they have for every character. So
but it's true. It's. I don't know what they were thinking, man. Compared to Tekken 6, especially the customs in Tekken 6 was savage.
Got a bit lazy.
Yeah, they just got generic, didn't they? In from Tag 2. Terrible.
Yeah. It's a cool idea.
Law in his pink shorts.
Yeah, you gotta have more bespoke costumes for the characters. It's like
Mm-hmm.
nobody wants to see Kazuya with a shortcake on his head. I mean,
In it.
Yeah.
In it. I remember in Tekken 6, right? Just to cover that quickly, just about customs. Remember, Law had his Game of Death tracksuit thing, but you could still have the Enter the Dragon gloves on.
oh,
Why did they take it out? I don't understand. Why was it such a sin to have the gloves on as well? I was pissed, man. Like it's just stupid. It's just dumb.
You know, the
small little touches that mean a lot, right?
The thing that bothers me is that I think that costume you mentioned, Martin, is that in Tekken 6 it gave Law like a unique throw where he kind of like chops your neck. You know the one, right?
Yes.
It was taken directly from one
Fury
of the
throw.
Yeah. The Fist of Fury throw, and it's like that's a really cool looking throw. Why don't you just put it in his moveset? You know, maybe make it his throw from DSS, make it his one throw from DSS, but nah.
Exactly.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Exactly. But what it was in Tekken 6, you needed to have the Enter the Dragon claw scratches on his chest.
Yeah.
To do it. Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Like you have to have all these little things to get.
I mean, they've done the animation.
All right.
Anyway, let's keep on topic. Let's keep on topic.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. It just upsets me, man. Exactly. I'm with Arya completely. I've always thought of that. Like, why do you need, and why didn't you just put the move back in the game? I don't understand the logic behind it. Anyway.
So moving on swiftly, Dinosaur was at the top of Europe, champion, the king of the hill. And then what happened after that? What happened after Dino won UT?
So basically, we just carried on playing DR for a bit, right? We were mostly just playing DR in the arcade, and we had local tournaments, mostly in the arcade because it wasn't out for PS3. And then I think pretty much around the time it came out on PS3, Tissuemon came to the UK.
Oh man, that was an experience. Yeah, we didn't know who he was, right? Because I didn't. I just got a call. There's this Japanese guy here who knows your name. Why don't you come down? Oh, okay. And I went there, and I feel like he was just playing with us at first. Like, I mean, obviously playing the game, but I think he was toying with us a little bit because he definitely got way more difficult as the evening progressed. Like, I'll getting the hell sweeps on him, like things were working, but it just seemed like his defense just tightened up more and more and more. Obviously, he was adapting. You know, he was getting used to the styles we were offering, and but yeah, I just remember this point where nothing worked anymore. Like nothing worked. Every high got ducked. Everything that could be stepped got stepped. Every throw got broken. Every hell sweep blocked was like max damage punch. Like he was always ready, and I'd never seen the individual assets. I've seen a lot of players have those, but the entire package in one player, I'm not sure I'd seen that yet.
So I came down that day as well. I got banged up. He was just like doing stuff like sidestepping into Marduk's 10 string in my back. Just like, because Tissuemon wasn't like, he's sort of a bit of a different player than he is now. Because he was just relentless rushdown as well. And none of us had played a good Marduk like that before. None of us had played anything like that. And he just like, because A, he was relentless rushdown, but B, he had, and I think still has, the fastest reflexes I've ever seen. Like of anyone I've ever played against. Like the ability that he was the speed that Tissuemon was reacting to things back when he was in his prime. Not like old Tissuemon nowadays. The guy we see in tournaments like sort of limping his way through tournaments. No, the Tissuemon his reflexes were so quick, like faster than Knee, faster than Nin, faster than JDCR. I played all these guys. Like, I'm not saying he was a better player than them, but it was the combination between, like, it's someone who's just battering away at you, right? And then you try and respond, and he just immediately bats it out the way and hits you again. Like, it was very intimidating to play against.
And also, one thing that I found unique to him, obviously I've spent quite a bit of time in Japan at this point, and I'm back now, and it's like, wow, he doesn't play like a standard strong East Asian player. He doesn't, because he also had that sort of kind of like that insulting element, which is good in his style, where he kind of makes you feel small. He'll do the 10 string in your back. He had these flamboyant little quaint things that were just unique to him. Like, that wasn't a Japanese thing. That was a Tissuemon thing. Where he would make you feel it. It was weird. It was almost like it was like some supreme confidence. He would bang you up and make you know you got murked. Yeah. Like you felt beaten when he beat you.
and he was doing it with such a big character. He made Marduk the speed of law. Like, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous, and as you said, we didn't have any Marduks at the time, so or what we had was quite slow paced Marduks, and his speed and his reactions was something that just shocked us all.
What do you remember? What do you remember about Marduk, Martin? What do you remember about Tissuemon? Sorry.
Well, basically, on that day, I remember this guy that we used to call Black Chris. Black Chris called me up, and then he was like, "Yo, Martin, the Japanese champion is here. His name is Tissuemon." So I didn't know who this guy was, but I just went down there. So I went to casino. I was the first one there, apart from Black Chris. I was actually the first one there because I only lived remember,
you were close by.
I lived like 20 minutes away by a bus. So I went there, and then I basically just got a feel for him because I put in my Dragunov card. He battered me in there. He battered me, man. Like, it wasn't even close. Like you said, he had to, he made Marduk like the speed of law and the evasion of like Ling. Like, just craziness. Like,
that says everything right there.
Yeah, so anyway, as soon as I had that match, I was like, okay, time to get fucking serious. I put in the law card and I beat him. I beat him. Yeah, I beat him. That's what I was telling you. Like, I actually beat him. Like, and then he played again and I beat him again. And that's when the others came down. And I think when I beat him again, then I think he beat me. And then I came off. But then everybody came down. Adamski was there. Dino was there. Everybody that you can think of apart from Ezzy was there. But even Tissuemon said it's on film somewhere. He was like, yeah, man, this guy's law is good. Yada, yada, yada. But yeah. But I remember there's even a match on YouTube somewhere where I'm playing him with Law, where actually it's Kai. It's Kai's credit. And the only round that Kai wins is the round where I take over with like Law. Like, so yeah, but no, but he was good, man. He's, like I said, I used to play Marduk, didn't I? Because I just like playing Marduk.
Right.
From even Tekken 4. And I remember I used to always dabble in him in Tekken 4, in Tekken 5 as well. But the way I had no idea that Marduk could be played in such a way that I had seen, like with the down back 3+4, how he used to do it and stuff. Like, it was crazy, man. It was crazy.
I remember those weird things, like, he'd get you on the floor, like face down, head towards, and you try and get up and he'd do like a down one and reset you and then turn that into like, he used to have these weird conversions. It was mad.
Yeah, he was.
You think you can get up, down forward 3-1, scooped back up again into the team? Like, it was mad.
Yeah, he was a bad man player. Like, and his Marduk was so fast. Like, I can't get over it because I'm someone who likes to play fast, But his Marduk was. I did not know that Marduk could be played like that. Seriously, it was.
Didn't you beat him with Bruce?
To us.
The Bruce game, I remember. I remember the Bruce game. I remember
It's
the
on
Bruce.
YouTube.
Bruce is trashing that game.
Nah,
Bruce
Martin
is garbage.
murked him with
DR.
Bruce. That one game with Bruce, like, he murked him. Nah, man got flank kick. Man got flank kick in the wisdom teeth, boy. Nah.
Yeah, because people forgot that I used to play Bruce. Like I really used to play a Bruce, even though he was trash. But from Tekken 2, I always played a Bruce. So
well done! You played Tekken 2 Bruce, Martin. Oh, what a hero!
Yeah, man. But at least like, Tekken.
I'm 2 down 4-3 a natural combo. Yeah.
Look, Dino, that character in Tekken 2 was ridiculous, man.
I mean, when you get bored, you can mix it up with just 2 down 4-3. You know, their variations.
2 down 4-3 or 1-2 down 4-3. Speaking of Bruce, very quickly, right? Have you guys seen that glitch that they had in? I saw the computer do it in Tekken 2. I saw the computer do it in Tekken Tag 1, where Bruce is 1-4-3, right? The computer would do 1-2-4-3. It was a glitch. It was a glitch that only I saw the computer do. It was like 1-2 jabs into 4-3, like the 1-4-3, but instead of just 1-4-3, 1-2-4-3.
Right, extra bean, yeah, right.
Extra bean, man. Extra bean. Yeah. It was weird stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then Tissuemon, he stuck around for a bit, and Tissuemon proceeded after banging us all up to level us up. Actually, we all improved. I remember we had this tournament called Summer Showdown, and it was held. I think the twins did it. Anyway, so it was held in Yates's in Harrow, right? We were all there. It was basically our Tekken 5 DR UK championship. Like the DR, we'd never had a proper championship at DR, right? Because it didn't quite have that same arcade release that the generic 5 did. So for us, this was quite big because we were all going to be there. Dino's there, I was there, Ezzy was there, Martin was there. And Tissuemon was there. And Tissuemon we all had the crosshairs on Tissuemon because he was the man to beat.
Yep.
But the first time we weren't just looking at each other anymore. There's this new contender, And the day before the tournament, Tissuemon, so basically Tissuemon had nowhere to live when he first came to the UK. So I let him come and live with me. We lived together for about 6 months or something. He just, while he was getting his feet on the ground, I said he could come. So I housed him. So, people would ring me up and come around to play Tissuemon. Sometimes they'd ring me at like 3 a.m. and say, just 1 1st to 10. And I'd be like, okay. I'd open the door and then go back to bed, just let them go at it. And that was kind of how I lived for a while. I didn't get much sleep, I'll tell you that. But so the day before this Summer Showdown tournament, Ezzy came around. And Ezzy was like a celebrity. We never get to see any of Ezzy. He lives on the other side of town. He comes down off of his cloud for every, when he feels like it. And he embraces us, he graces us with his presence, right? So Ezzy comes down, and I can't remember who else was there. Zakuta, Kane, there's a bunch of guys at my place, right? And they play casuals. It's like best of 3, goes around in a circle. But at a certain point, it was just Ezzy and Tissuemon. It just got super competitive, right? And then at a certain point of the night, it was like, nah, man, 1st to 10. You lose 1 too many times in casuals, you're not having it anymore. It's time to settle the score. So they played a serious 1st to 10, and everyone was happy to watch. That's how you know it was beef, when man's are happy to clock that, right? Ezzy, did you start with Horang, or did you go all the way with King?
100% King. 100% King.
Go on, you can continue for this bit then.
Yeah, so it's strange because, just going back a bit, I think at that time, we all wanted to, everyone wanted to beat Tissuemon. As you say, Tissuemon had the crosshairs. And Tissuemon's gravity at Tekken just leveled up the whole of UK. The whole of UK just started, when Goku does his and all the gravel starts just floating. It happened to me. The whole thing happened to UK. And I remember because of that, we all had a pocket Marduk now. I'd learned King. Like, you learn other characters and your speed that you'd learn while training with Tissuemon, you'd apply that to other characters as well. So I had my King was getting stronger, and I noticed Tissuemon was very good in the Howling matchup, very good. But I was feeling more confident with King. So at that time when I came to yours, I was during these casuals, I was playing, going around, and he seemed to be struggling with King. So I thought, let's put all on, 31 black. Let's do a 1st to 10 now. Your Marduk versus my King. And as you said, everyone was happy to watch. Morpheus is fighting Neo business. So we went at it, and it was toe to toe, all the way up to I think it was final round.
9-9.
9-9, last round, everything, and Tissuemon took it. And in my head, I mean, if you look at that, someone has to win that. That's more or less quite even. But in my head, I lost. But at the same time, Tissuemon has a problem with King. I can beat this guy with King. So at this time, I mean, Dino always talks about my battle with the character select screen, because this was significant, because I'm supposed to be a Howling main. I've got more confidence in my King against his Marduk. So I go home now and I'm thinking, okay, then if I go and play Tissuemon in this tournament, I'm picking King, because I've obviously just proven that I can go toe to toe with him with King. So get to the tournament the next day now, and I can't remember how the tournament progresses. I can't remember how it progresses.
I lost to Dinosaur. Tweesk.
I lost
to Tissuemon. Yeah.
I lost to Tissuemon as well.
So I think it was me and Tissuemon in the final. So actually, sorry, before this, there'd been some tournaments in Italy where Tissuemon had been the champion. I can't remember.
What?
Yeah, Tissuemon was the champion of a tournament in Italy. And I can't remember what the name of the tournament was. And Tissuemon was meant to go back for, they were doing like a second round of this tournament. And because he had won, they were meant to invite him back to defend his championship. And I remember Tissuemon saying to me, "Oh yeah, he's going to Italy. Am I coming to this tournament in Italy?" And I had no interest. I had no interest. I was like, "Yeah, knock yourself out. I've got no interest. I've got problems in UK trying to beat people here. What am I going over there for?" Like, I just had zero interest. And Tissuemon was like, "Oh yeah, come. It'll be sick." You know, Tissuemon thought it was blatant. So anyway, just that's in the backdrop. So we have the finals now, and it's first to three. I think it's first to three. And I'm hyped. I'm ready. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, let's do this, Tissuemon. And I pick King, and he picks Marduk. And first round, the first game, not even first game, battered me, absolutely destroyed me, rapid, quickly. And I'm thinking, oh, okay. And I haven't been using King throughout the tournament, so that's a risk that you take, where my King's not warm, and I'm thinking, oof, I need to warm up my King while I'm facing Tissuemon. That is me the first game. I'm like, I've sacrificed one game. Let me go again. Pick King again. Battered, absolutely destroyed the second game. So Tissuemon's on Tissuemon. Like, if he wins this game, he's.
It was first to four. It's first to four.
You sure it's first to four?
Yeah. It's on YouTube. Okay.
So I pick. So then I think I pick Howling. Then at that point, I think, you know what? He's obviously. I've been playing Howling in the tournament. I'm a Howling player. Howling's warmer. Let me stick with Howling. So I pick Howling, and I think I beat him. So my Howling starts coming back, and then he beats me. He beats that Howling, and then he beats me again, and Tissuemon wins the tournament. And at that point in time, in my head, I was like, you know what? I should have always picked Howling. I shouldn't have gone with King. I need to stop this war with the character select screen. From now on, I'm only ever picking Howling in tournaments. And that is when that stopped. That's gone.
But this is
so after that.
This is.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Phil.
There was something that happened before this, though. I'm sure, because I swear that tournament was after UT8.
Was it?
I think it might have been before.
I swear it is, because I swear that was the tournament, because I know I started struggling with the character select screen. Like, I became the thing I despised the most. Because
I think you played Tissue. Because after that, we did the first to 10 with Tissue, where you picked Jack, I picked Howling, and Ryan picked Kazuya, I think.
Yeah. Because I started picking, and I swear that only happened after UT8, because I played, and because I remember after that tournament that you were so pissed at Tissuemon that you chased him to Italy, right?
It was that tournament.
Yeah. Because I swear all that was after UT8.
He went to sleep.
Yeah.
So
we're gonna get to that in a sec. All right. So basically, Tissuemon won that tournament, and when he won that tournament, he got up and just went to sleep on the bench next to the tournament, as if the tournament meant nothing. It didn't even mean anything. Like, Ezzy was there with beads of sweat on his forehead. You know what I'm saying? Like, dripping down, and this guy is just chilling on the bench. Like, he literally went to sleep proper. Like, dribble everything. Man was asleep, bruv, with the trophy.
Funny. because I think you see what you want to see, and at that point in time, I'm vibrating from the adrenaline that's going through my body from that match. Tissuemon just went to sleep as if it was nothing. Like there's so many reasons why he could have went to sleep. You know, he's been up all night. Like there's so many reasons. But in my head, the way I saw it is, this guy is nothing, and I'm just gonna, I'm going to sleep. This wasn't anything off the, I didn't struggle with this match at all, and that did something to me. In my head, that did something to me. Right then and there, I saw, you know what, I'm going to make sure I beat this guy in tournament. When's the next tournament? Like, how can I beat this guy? When is the next tournament?
And the next tournament the next tournament was in Italy, and it was like, a couple of months away. It wasn't like soon. It wasn't straight like afterwards, right? So what happened was, the question was then, who's booking what flights, where you staying and all that stuff, right? And what happened here is Tissuemon, at some point, I don't know, like 2 weeks before the tournament, he just says, you know what, I'm not going to go now. And we were like, why? And he's like, yeah, I don't feel like it, and I'm just going to stay in the UK. It's just, you guys go, you have fun, have a blast. I'm going to be here. And Ezzy was like, nah, man, I'm not having it. And Tissuemon didn't want to go because, I think he was running low on funds or something, And Ezzy said, I want you to go so bad. I'm going to pay for your flight so that you're there. Ezzy paid for this guy's flight to make sure that he would be present at this tournament so that he could go there and murk him.
Well, it was a couple of things. I think at the time, because Tissuemon was an international student, he was having potential passport issues, and the tournament org, the TO in Italy, was supposed to pay for his flight, and for some reason something was going on there, and Tissuemon wasn't sure whether he'd actually make it to the tournament. And by this time, I'd already booked. And you already booked your thing. I'd already booked, and the only reason why I want to go is Tissuemon. I mean, no offense to the Italians, but I need to kill this guy. This guy just needs to die. So when Tissuemon's telling me, yeah, you know what, I'm not going, I was like, impossible. Impossible.
I remember some other thing. He's like, I think it was like when we went out after the tournament, and Tissuemon was just laughing, and he was going, every Hwoarang player I play, I've beaten them all in Japan. I've never lost to a Hwoarang player, and I could just see it.
Yeah. No respect on Hwoarang.
Yeah, put some respect on man's name, bro.
Yeah, Tissuemon was like, no, Hwoarang's a bad character. I've never lost to Hwoarangs. Hwoarang's not good. Change your character. Like, he was just so dismissive of anyone who's a Hwoarang player. And I remember just thinking, no, I've got to show this guy. He needs to know. This guy needs to know.
So you went to Italy, right? And even though your main plan was actually just to get Tissuemon and dead him, you actually ended up losing quite early and having to run the gauntlet, right? Who did you have to beat? Who did you have to beat?
So it was strange. I mean,
was it a Ling player?
It's always a Ling player.
What?
No, so it was well strange because Tissuemon wasn't even confirmed. So I remember going to the tournament, flying out, and Tissuemon wasn't even confirmed. I'd paid for him, but he had there's either visa issues or something, because I'd paid for him now. And it wasn't even confirmed that Tissuemon was coming. So I remember going to the tournament, and Veggie from, is it Birmingham or Manchester? He was there as well.
Birmingham, yeah.
And I remember I wasn't interested. So me and him got drunk on the night before the tournament. And we were just playing casual games. Not interested anymore. Not interested. I'm just here for Tissuemon, and he's not here anymore. So whatever. And I remember, I've got to apologize. I played Sandro in a drunk state, and I was drunk, so playing around. I think I cheesed him off because I was winning. I was winning while I was drunk. But it became a comedy. It was like a comedy moment, and I think he felt a certain way about it. So my bad, Sandro. I love you. But yeah, I'd just given up hope or wanting to just be a part of this tournament. I was like, whatever happens, no interest. And then in the morning, Sandro messages me saying I'm off to go and pick up Tissuemon from the airport. Now I am hungover, thinking, what? He's here? I got to do my makeup. Like, I'm not ready. it was bad. It's bare mad. I'm unprepared. I've destroyed myself the night before with alcohol, and now tournament. And the person that I wasn't expecting to arrive is now on his way. So I had to sober up quick. And I wasn't too. I think I knew most of the Italian players, and I knew who were the good players. But I lost really early to a guy who was unknown at the time called Steve88.
Shout out to Steve.
He turned out to be a ting, boy.
Steve88 turned out to be a head.
Yeah.
And that was Tekken DR, where Howrang can't really touch Steve.
Yeah,
like,
Steve is sick on that one as well.
Yeah, and Howrang can't really do anything to that guy. And really, really early on, so I don't think it was pools. I don't remember if it was pools, but double elimination. And really early on in double elimination, I lost to Steve88 and I got put in the losers bracket.
Damn.
And I watched Tissuemon versus Steve88, and like Steve88 was harassing him, but Tissuemon won. And I remember Tissuemon laughing, saying, "Oh, you've lost already," and it was just these little things.
These little digs, innit? These little trade digs, bro. Trade digs.
It's just these little things.
Oh, what, you in losers? Yeah, you in losers?
Yeah, it's just these little things. And Tissuemon's got such a comical face, so he's like, "Oh, you're losers, you lost." Like these little jabs like that. Maybe they're not meant as jabs. Yeah, but maybe they're not meant as jabs. But in my head, I'm just seeing this guy laughing at me, cackling. Yeah,
you know they're meant as jabs. He was finding you hilarious.
Yeah, he was just thinking this is a Howrang player wants to beat me. So it was interesting. So I got knocked into losers really, really early on, and then I had to run the gauntlet. It was everyone, all the Italian stronghold and their parents was straight in front of me, between me and Tissuemon. It was the worst gauntlet. I had to go through, not in order, I had to go through Wonder Boy, I had to go through Harry Potter, Bode, Sandro, and I think a few others, like just all in a line,
That's already a crazy list, man.
Yeah, that it was horrible. And these were the days of the Italian tournaments where they favoured, we're going to find out who's better. This isn't about first to twos. Like, these are first to threes, first to five. Like, they were chunky matches. So I had to run the gauntlet, and eventually I got to Tissuemon. So grand finals now. Me versus. So I think the losers final was me versus Sandra, and I think that was quite close.
All the way to grand finals, man. This is crazy. You need to write a book just about this story. It's insane.
This needs to be a movie, man.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. All right, go on.
Yeah, no, it was quite deep. And then we got to grand finals now, and there's another strange moment. Tissuemon was learning English in UK, so his English wasn't the greatest. And he's got his Japanese accent, and we're teaching him all types of bad English, UK London slang. So his English is this mix of stuff he's learnt from class plus stuff he's learnt from us roadmans.
Yeah.
But he's got his thick accent. Tissuemon's got his thick accent. So I'm sitting down next to him, and we're preparing for the first set in the
grand final loser bracket.
In the grand final. And I'm getting all my buttons ready, and Tissuemon turns to me. Everything goes dark. Tissuemon turns to me, and in an English accent, the perfect English accent, Tissuemon says, "This is what you dreamt of, isn't it?" In the perfect English accent. And I stopped and I was like, does this guy speak English? Has he been hustling us all this time? You have to hit the perfect English accent. This has been your dream, innit? I was like, what? And then the lights come on and everyone starts talking again. I was like, did no one else hear this? This guy speaks perfect English.
This guy speaks
So was grand finals first to 5?
Yeah, grand finals was first to 5. Yeah, they don't play. Like when I think the tournament was organized by Sandra, and he's an old school player. And like I said, they favor finding out who's the best. It's like, we're going to give you enough matches where we can see who's the best. We're not trying to end this thing quickly.
So he murked you at Summer Showdown in the grand finals. So this is your run back, right? You've been waiting for this. You've been preparing for months. You've paid money. How did you prepare? Because he mashed you up at Summer Showdown. Like, no offense, of course, you beat all of us. But what did you do in preparation for this grand finals in Italy?
I think I knew what Tissuemon did. I learnt what his game plan was. As you said, Tissuemon was one of the first people that we had played who had so many verticals at the max. So many things he had, and he could utilize them all. And he was very good at keeping you on the floor, or making you. And then if you stayed on the floor, he had trips. He had tricks to overcome that. And he was very good at, if you tried to get up, he had more tricks for that. If you tried to tech roll, he had tricks for that. So I knew where I knew what he's aiming for. So it was just about, I need to make sure I'm as tight as I can be. I need to make sure I punish Marduk maximum, because Marduk had there were specific combos Howrang could do, which was max damage that you could only get on characters Marduk's size. So I'd made sure I'd rehearsed all of that. I made sure it was max damage punish for everything. So yeah, it was just tightening up my game plan.
Jump back on tackle.
I remember jump back on tackle, just frame skyrocket. That was just such a sick moderation that you had made into your repertoire. That was next level at the time.
Yeah, because I remember the tackle was a problem. Like, the tackle and then the guess, it was too much, and he could feint. So it was never in your favor. But we'd learned that if you jump back when he tackles, he can't do anything because he'll fall right in front of you. It's different now, because I think you get hit out of the air now if you try that tactic. Whereas back then, you could literally jump. He falls in front of you, and you're free to do. You got a lot of frame advantage. And I learned that you could do just frame skyrocket. So that became my tactic. So whenever he tried to tackle, I'd jump back and then punish it with just frame skyrocket. So I was used to that, but the Italians had never seen that, so they were amazed that was a way around it. So as I'm playing, I mean, you're in the zone, but you hear what's going on, and they were all like gasping, like, "Oh, what's going on?" I mean, I'm jumping ahead. So the first match, Tissuemon destroyed me again.
Really?
No, Tissuemon destroyed me. The first match, and my brain went immediately back to the showdown. Yeah, it went back to that. I was thinking Ez.
Snorlax.
I'm thinking, Ez, you paid for this guy to come here. You've run the worst gauntlet ever. You can't let this happen. So, and I look up once again. You look over to Tissuemon, and he's just chilling. Like it's whatever for him. And then I started getting tighter. My defense started getting better. My punishment started getting better. And in the end, I just managed to take that first set to knock him into losers, and it was 5-4. It was very tight. But these matches are somewhere. But if you watch, as the matches progressed, all of my tricks and all the things that I'd learned started coming out. The jump, I think initially I was doing the jump back and then just while standing 3 punish or while standing 4-4. He liked to do Marduk's down and 4, and I punished that with while standing 4-4. But as the matches progressed, it was now while standing 3. Like, you get to see, as my confidence started sinking in, the things I'd practiced started coming out. Then I started jumping back, just frame skyrocket, and all these little things. Like, he'd do 2-1, I'd duck the 1 and punish. He'd do down forward 3-1, I'd duck the 1 and punish. Like, I was really sharp, and Ryan, when you're just in the zone, all of that shuts out, and you're just in the zone, and you're really focused on what's going on. So I was in that zone, but he was still strong, so it went down to 5-4, and I could see in his matches he started to panic. Because there was in the second set there was one point where I managed to stand in front of him, and I mean, this is a thing in Tekken where you can stand in front of someone and just dash multiple times right in their face, and they don't flinch. They're sort of like a bit of like rabbits in headlights. And he was like that. And at that point in time when he didn't do anything, I noticed, not he's scared, but I was like, it's different now.
Yeah.
It's different.
Tables are turned.
Yeah. You got the respect.
I've got the respect. I've got the respect. And he's worried that he could lose. And eventually I took it. I took the second set 5-3.
Wow. And
I remember that's when I first met Phantom, the Phantom. And some other players, and they'd heard of me, but they had never seen Tekken. I don't want to say at that level, but they'd never seen anything like that, because it's bad, because my gameplay was very Marduk specific. That's what I practiced, because it was him that I wanted. Right. But in doing that, I was very sharp. I mean, we sort of knew the other characters, but I was very sharp across the board. But they'd never seen someone, and Tissuemon had come there before, and Tissuemon had dominated before. So they were very impressed. And I remember Tissuemon leaving, and I remember Tissuemon being very, very upset, because he had never lost to a Howrang player. He had never lost like that.
He cried, didn't he? He said he was.
Yeah, no, he broke down. Tissuemon was really upset.
That is crazy, man.
It got to him. It really got to him, and we had this very personal moment outside where I went with him. I went outside, and he told me to sit down, just me and him. And he was like, "What was that?" He was like, "That was too strong. I've never seen anything like that."
Really?
And, yeah, no, it was really encouraging to hear him say that he felt broken. He was like, "I couldn't it was too strong. I couldn't touch you." And it was a nice moment for me and Tissuemon to have, just for him to now have the respect and the acknowledgement. Yeah, what you've done, like you've passed the bar. You've proven to me that like in the right hands, Howran could be dangerous.
Did you say don't sleep on me next time, or what did you say?
No, to be fair, I could have had like my brain probably exploded of how many bars I could have dropped to destroy him. But no, at that time it was a very respectful, very mutual respect. That
sounds very man to man, very personal.
Deep and meaningful, isn't it?
So I was walking. I was in a place called Chalk Farm, quite close to where Martin used to live, right? You know, Chalk Farm, right? And I was walking down the hill, and Dino calls me, and Dino didn't call me that often that time. So I know that either a new Tekken's out that I haven't heard of, or someone's dead. Like one of the two. It can't be anything else. And then he just starts talking about the tournament, and he's like, yeah, like because at some point I think I was getting updates on Zaibatsu or something, and I think that I remember that Ezzy was the last thing I had seen was that Ezzy was locked into losers bracket like super early, and I was like, oh man, because I wanted to read that, even if he lost, I wanted to read that he at least got the rematch, right? This has been built up for weeks now, and I've been there through the entire thing, right? Started at my house, so I wanted to know what happened, but then it's like he's in losers, and then I had to go about my daily business, so I didn't get to like follow up after that. But then I get this call. And I know he's going to tell me about the tournament because he's been following it, right? And I just, as soon as I answered the phone, the tone of his voice wasn't like elated or anything. I just thought, he's lost or something, And he goes, Ryan, as he won. He won the whole tournament. He beat Tissuemon in the finals. Like he just said, he ticked every box I wanted ticked in his in the way he explained it. Like, oh my god, he won the tournament. And even before I could ask, but did he beat? He beat Tissuemon in the grand final. I was like, what? I was super excited. It was the best thing I heard that entire month. I think it was the best. It was like I won a tournament. It was just so sick. And when you really hear something, and you're just proud of someone's effort, someone's work, because I saw how this broke Ezzy and how much it meant to him. Who pays for someone else's flight so that they're going to be there so you can kick their ass? Like that was the level of dedication that it came to, and so it really meant a lot to all of us, I believe. I'm sure you all share that sentiment that when Ezzy won that, it was very dear to all of us, really, really.
Yeah, I've sorry, Dino, go on, Dino.
So I can't remember who it was who told me about it, but it was I think it was Inti. I wasn't there, but I think it was maybe Inti went with Chris or something. But he was telling it to me, and it was just it was like he was describing a war crime. Like he wasn't even. He was just banged him up. Just there was parts where he was just dashing in his face for 6 seconds straight, just jumping back and doing just frame skyrocket on tackle. Really? But yeah, that's the thing. There was I knew that was I knew that was in Ezzy. Because if you ever played Ezzy when he's actually properly on, it's incredibly demoralizing. Because this guy is just dashing up in your face. You're like, what are you doing?
It's a bit robotic, isn't it?
And then you'll be like, all right, I'm going to punch him then. He just sidestep launches you, and you're like, I'm going to get some life back. I'm going to low him. And he just low parries you.
I've been playing Ezzy, right? So imagine, look, I'm going to give you the example, yeah? So Ezzy's sitting next to me, right? And Ezzy's playing next to me, right? I'm looking at Ezzy, right? And I'm doing all my stuff. Nothing's working. Bro, after the round, I'm looking behind Ezzy. I'm looking for cables coming out his back. This ain't right. There's something wrong here. How is everything just being blocked, parried, sidestep? Doesn't make sense. Ezzy has his robot moment, definitely.
Yeah, and to be fair, that was one of them.
Oh shit! So okay.
Sorry, Mike, just quickly. Yeah, no, that was one of them where I managed to get into the zone, and everything I'd practiced, I managed to execute in the tournament at the time. So, and I think it was really good for me because although I hated being knocked into losers really early, it worked out because it meant I got to play Tissuemon twice. So I got to play him to bring him into losers, bring him down to my level, and then beat him on experience.
No, just to quickly, like I said, I've played Ezzy for a long time, and I know Ezzy's thing in it. Like that Dino said, right? There's just times when you're playing Ezzy, right, and then he's not really doing anything. He's just in your face. He's just dashing. And you think, all right, so he's dashing. Obviously, common sense dictates I can hit him. Like, all of a sudden, he just sidesteps and does down forward 2, and then you just get so fucking annoyed, right? I remember, like I was trying to tell you guys last time, when I was playing him on Tekken 4, this was years ago, I was at his yard, and I would go to Ezzy's yard, and we would have, and I'm not lying, an entire day of Tekken sessions. An entire day of Tekken 4 sessions, right? So I'm playing Ezzy, I'm playing Law, Ezzy's playing Heihachi, right? And it's like 2 rounds each, and I'm banging him up on the last round. I'm banging him up, and I'm laughing, and like, so he's got no life left. I just have to hit him once, and then I can't remember. He just did like OTG, got like OTG 1, and he started doing the just frame hell sweep and stupid shit. So like, he's coming back in it, and then he starts dashing in my like face, like. Then I try and jab him with Law 1-1-2 in it, like the fastest thing that Law can have in it. And he sidesteps and he gets me with a God Fist, yeah. And he does a combo. And now the desperation, the beads of desperation, sweat just starts dripping down my forehead, yeah. And I get up and I run up to him and I try and down for him. And he low parries and he does down forward 1-2, like he does down forward. But what I really wanted to say about that tournament was nothing really gets to Ezzy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously, nobody likes to lose, but you hardly ever see Ezzy angry. But for Ezzy to pay for Tissuemon to go to Italy, then it was personal. It was mega personal. I don't think I've ever seen Ezzy have a personal beef on Tekken. Like, I've had one. I've had personal beefs on Tekken with Saki. Like, with Saki, I've had personal thingies with Saki. Like, where every loss meant the hangman's noose was like closer and closer, where you wanted to kill yourself if you lost to fucking Saki. But for Ezzy, I've never really seen Ezzy get really personal, but for Ezzy to pay for another person to go to the tournament, then that this is it, all in, all the cards are in. Secondly, Ezzy, last first thing, right? Do you remember in Casino on DR when you were playing Inti, right? And then for some reason Inti was getting on your nerves, like he kept on heckling you. And you got proper angry, and you were like, all right, it's safe. I'm going to let you hit me, like take my bar down to where all you need to do is hit me one more time, and I'm going to come back, and you're going to have a full health, and I'm going to beat you. And you actually did it 3 times in a row. Do you remember that one?
I remember something similar. I can't remember if it was 3 times in a row, but I do remember that. But to be fair, that's just psychological warfare more than anything else. It's
but that was deep though. Like, but how can you okay, listen, say you can hit me, like all you need to do is hit me one last time. It can be a downfall, it could be a grab, it could be a down forward 1, it could be a jab, it could be a running move, it could be a running slide, anything. You just have to hit me one more time. And you did it. I was there 3 times in a row, and my head blew up. I ran around the whole arcade screaming, "Ah!" like around the whole casino. It was too much.
That screaming is one of your pastimes, number one. But yeah, no, that's psychological warfare, because I think there's a lot of pressure when someone puts you in that position. It's if it was just a normal match, Inti would have done better. Putting someone in that sort of pressure chamber sort of makes things a bit real. So as much as that's an interesting feat, it is pressure, and I think pressure is one of the things that robs people. When you go to tournaments, pressure is the thing, because you can play, and this is what everyone learns during tournaments. The people that you play during casuals, you play them, you react, and all of that. But once you know it's tournament, or once you know it means something or it costs something, all of a sudden your fingers freeze up or your brain gets a bit slow, and that's just the pressure overwhelming you. And you have to overcome tournament pressure in order to progress. Ryan, you've talked a million times about this. People have asked you, how do I get better in tournament? What can I do? I don't make the place I'm expecting, and all of that. And it's just, it's the pressure can end up robbing you. And with Inti, I think that's what it was. Just putting him in that. Those are games outside the game, like mind games on top of the Tekken game.
That's why it's important to set goals as well, because when you set goals, you deploy a piece of your capacity to that task. So you're an extra bit of your brain that would be worried about nerves and butterflies is now focused on a straight. There's a bit of tunnel vision there for that portion of the brain to focus on. There's an angle to think about, and that really helps with nerves, because you only have a limited amount of brain resource to think and focus on something. So if you give it enough things to distract it with, then doesn't have any space to focus on being nervous and worried and afraid. And then it's like, oh, you're playing on stream, and then before you know it, the set's over, and you didn't even think about the nerves. You thought about what combo you need to do when the juggle, when your juggle starter lands, and so on. So I think having preparation, mental preparation before the tournament is massive.
Definitely.
And just one final point on Tissue, because at that time, Tissue had never lost any tournaments in Europe. And it was one of the things he used to go and brag to his friends about. And when me and him were sitting down outside the tournament, he said, it was like, no one's ever beaten me outside of Europe. And I tell my friends that. And I was like, what are you going to tell your friends now? He was like, I'm going to continue telling them I've never lost.
like the first undisputed movie, bro.
Exactly.
I like the honesty, though. I'm still saying
I've never lost.
He's like, nope.
Nope. Man. He's such a cool guy. He wasn't just a strong Tekken player. He's actually one of the nicest, funniest, smartest players I've ever met, outside of the game as well. He was just such a chill dude. I mean, like I said, this guy lived with me for ages, and it was just always a pleasure to have him around. It was always a joy to chill with him. So he's the kind of guy, even if you don't play games, you could just have fun with him. It's really
definitely. He was a safe guy, man. Proper cool dude.
Shout out to Tissuemon.
Yeah, man.
To jump back in time a bit, because this was sort of towards the end of, because Tissuemon basically went back to Japan after that, right?
He went to Canada.
Pretty much after that.
He got he went to Canada. He moved to Canada for a bit, and then I think he was back and forth from places to Japan, just to visit home and stuff. But he was studying, then working a bit, and so on, and then eventually ended up in.
Because before that we had UT, I think it was.
Yeah. Nin and Nin came down, right?
When Nin and Nin came down, and this was the first time Koreans had made it to Europe.
We weren't ready.
And so we decided we were all going down there, in force, us and Tissuemon. I remember before Tissuemon went there early to play them, and he was just saying this was back when he was untouchable, before Ezzy had beaten him. He was just like, can't beat these guys. It's just it's not their
not there, man.
It's not their move. It's not their not the mix-ups or anything. It's just the movement. It's too good. The movement's too good. I can't beat. But when we got there, he was we all got together, and he was like, let's do this for casino, for the the arcade we'd all been playing at. But he's just a great guy. And so we all tried really hard in that tournament, but we could not touch Nin or Knee, not really. Like Nin was a
Holman
no, that was 10.
That was 10.
That was UT. UT 10 or whatever it was.
You know what? Yeah, sorry, go on, Dino, finish.
Yeah, so I was playing like, I think I played Knee after the tournament. I think, who did I lose to? I might have even lost to Frenchie. But I think I definitely lost to Tissuemon, like quite late on in the tournament. Other than that, like as usual, like we must have knocked each other out at some points in these tournaments. Like I remember at least.
Yeah, we did. Definitely.
Yeah, because I was doing well with him in casuals with Heihachi. It was sort of similar to Ezzy's story, not nowhere near as deep though. But casuals, Heihachi was doing things, isn't it? Make it like jump back out of thingy and did a forward 2. I mean, I just noticed forward 2 just kind of working on him. I mean, looking for house sweep. But yeah, so I went Heihachi in a tournament and then he won 3-1. I tried to jump back out of the tackle, but I was a bit late. So I got caught by the tackle and then he guessed right. I remember.
Yeah, I remember like playing Knee in the tournament. He was like, very strong, and I was like, that's not good enough. I played Nin, and he just robbed me because like this was back that kind of game. He just did Steve Sonic Fang, and Raven can't punish it on block. He just did it over and over again.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, I think against the Koreans, I think Ezzy probably did the best out of all of us. But this was before. This was like Ezzy was like playing Law. He played Nin, and he did decently.
He did. He would punish Steve's Sonic Fang with forward 4-3, wouldn't he? That pat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember casuals. We did this casuals thing, and Ezzy picked Kazuya against.
Yeah.
Remember that? Do you remember that when you?
It was Knee.
Was it against Knee?
Yeah, because I remember
you picked Kazuya against Knee.
Yeah, so I was sleeping because one of the things about European tournaments at that time is they used to go on until like 3, 4, 5 a.m. at night. So I think the tournament was either at the break before the top 8, but it was really, really late. So I was asleep and I wanted to play them in casuals. And as you can imagine, this is like the first time they've come to Europe. So the line to play them is absolutely massive. And I remember coming down and you'd played, you yourself, Ryan, you'd played Knee with Kazuya. And you were like, the guy's too, he's very strong. It's very hard to get in. You need to think about this, that, the other. I remember going onto the the character select screen, and I moved over to Kazuya, and you said, "You're gonna pick Kazuya. This guy is the Mishima killer. You're gonna pick Kazuya. Are you sure that's what you want to do? You've got the one chance that you're gonna pick Kazuya."
I remember that. I was like, "You're gonna waste your chance, man. What are you doing?"
And I was actually doing all right.
You're doing some things.
I was doing some things. Don't get me wrong. You still dominated. Those guys back then were fully untouchable.
I won against Nin though, that 1st to 5. I think you were there actually. We did that 1st to 5, and he was winning 4-2. It's also on YouTube, but the quality is trash. But yeah, he was winning 4-2, and I came back 5-4. And it all started with I was really close to him, and I did. Wavedash motion, like where you kind of cancel it with the backdash, so you're not moving forward. And then I just did a forward 4 because normally it was like a hell sweep bait, but I just thought let me just do forward 4 instead, and it got him low. And after that, he just didn't seem as comfortable. It was really strange, but yeah, managed to win that 5-4, really close. I think it was like last round, but it was a really good confidence boost for me because I wasn't feeling that good at that time. And because. Obviously, if you think you're in a certain place and then you meet some super top players and they kind of show you've got so much further to go, it's like a heavy blow, right? So yeah, getting that W was really good. And I think he had this thing about not losing to Mishimas with Steve. So yeah, getting that with Kazuya was a really big punch.
I don't know if any of you saw the matches with me versus Nin, but I actually beat Nin with Law that day. I actually beat, because I remember the queue being massive. That queue was massive, man. Like loads of players. And then when I finally got, it was like Nin on one machine, and then was it Knee on the other. It was,
Probably.
right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
With Tissuemon on the other as well.
Yeah, and I remember beating Nin, and then Nin was just like, he said this thing like, "Huh?" It was like, "Huh? What?" It's like, "Huh?" like, it was like, yeah.
Casuals, you mean, or tournament casuals?
No, casuals.
Okay.
I didn't get to play him in tournament. And then I was gonna say, Holman, I played casuals with Holman because remember at that time I was also dabbling with Dragunov as well. And when I played Holman, the way he banged me up, he was actually teaching me Dragunov. And he did this thing. He used to do this thing where, you know, Dragunov's forward 2, both punches, right? Like the forward overhead in grab, right? But what he would do forward 2, both punches, hold back, and then down back 3. So he would fake, so he would stop, and it would get you counter hit every time. And I jacked it. I'm not gonna lie, I jacked that. I said to him, I am taking that. Yes, I'm taking that. I'm taking that. Yes.
Stolen tech.
It looks. Just try it out. Just try it out. Yeah. Forward 2. Both punches, hold back, then down back 3. If you see how slick it looks slick, bro. Spinning rims, bro, all over the gaff.
But so the time when you beat Nin, was that UT 8 or 10? Because there was a time when that was Nin and the whole man. Because I remember like the second time we played the Koreans, we all did better.
That's a good question. I can't actually remember.
And I remember you had a 6 set with Holman where he was playing Devil Jin, and you did laser cannon and you just punch parried it with forward 2.
It says 30th of September 2007. So UT10 held at UT10 when I beat Nin with the 5-4. It was 5-3. Oh, okay. It was UT10. Yeah. So,
man.
Yeah. Happy quality, but yeah, the matches are there. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we may have won a few sets here and there, but we definitely were not better. I think it's it's important to clarify that. You know, I think that we had enough strategy with our own main characters to do well against any one player. But if we could carry those strategies against the entire cast of that level, I don't think that would have been possible. Just because, you know, in specific matchups, we knew enough to get win. You know,
and that was daunting.
Yeah.
The more you play, the thing is, like, the more you play Tekken, the harder it is to learn stuff. This gets a lot of like young, talented players, right? This is what stops them from improving. There's a lot of people, especially if you're gifted, like people will, their progression, everyone's progression curve is the same pretty much. It goes like it's just a sort of S, right? It's just like it's effort versus like skill or results, right? And over time, it's gonna get harder and harder for, like, you have to put in more effort to get less results out, like to squeeze more out of your own internal biases, your own way you play, your own sort of limiters, right? You're no longer just running up the ladder of succession. And so playing like the Koreans, I was thinking, like, in terms of raw distance, they're not that far away from us. Like, in terms of the pure distance, if my Tekken career is mapped out on an X and Y axis, they're not far away. The effort to cover that distance, like, is huge. Like I said, a lot of people, I think, when they're playing Tekken fighting games, like, especially if they're gifted and good, when they reach that point at which their effort in their results are no longer like 1-to-1 correlated, and they start to be like 1 to 1.5, 1 to 0.5, 1 to 0, you know, it starts to get harder and harder and harder to make. They stop. That's kind of when they're like, okay, I'm done with this game now. I think you see many great, like, people super gifted who give up at that point. So, like, looking at them, I was just like, they're not that far above me. To make that distance, to make that jump up, I would need to spend everything. Everything on this game. Maybe I just would be able to do it.
Yeah, it was crazy because I noticed when I first watched, I think it was Nin, sorry, and it was just his, what I now call awareness, spatial awareness. He used to do, like, in Tekken, if you ever get someone if you ever wall stun someone back turned. Yeah, if you get them in a wall stun, normally you can do a combo. But if you ever get them if they're facing the wall and you wall stun them, you can't really do much damage. People will just go for one hit. But when Nin did it, he would sidestep as the person is falling down and then do a low jab and then start to combo the person across the wall. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And he was ready for that situation. Like, he was so ready for whatever would happen on screen. I mean, Ryan, me and you have laughed about it. There's a virtual fighter match where like a glitch happens, and the glitch is so random that normally what you expect is everyone to stop and look at each other like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah.
But in that particular game, they continued with more pressure, as if like, it's Tuesday.
The guy didn't just continue. He had a setup.
Yeah,
he had a setup for post glitch scenario. Like, it was mad. He was so ready.
Yeah. So me and you have laughed about that, about how ready he could be for that. Like, how was he so ready for that, as if he's seen it happen? And that was one of the first takebacks I saw when I had the Koreans in front of me. It's like these things that were like, we just hit them because this scenario is too weird to do much more than that. Let's just take a big hit and try and continue applying pressure. He found a way to squeeze more damage out of it, and he was just ready for it. And there were so many situations that the Koreans had where they're always turned on. They're always turned on, and they're always at the maximum, just in tune with what's going on. When Dino's talking about the difference or how much effort it was, it's that effort to be ready for more or less every scenario and be able to capitalize on it for the max. Insert whatever your max is, for the max opportunity, for the max damage, for the max combo. But they always seem to be ready for all of them, which comes with so much experience and so much difference in play styles. So that's the only way you can, or that's how I see it as how you gain that knowledge.
I remember I'd gone to Paris like a day later than you guys, because I got like a different, I think I had to work or something, but I was coming a day after. Or later the same day, so I'd missed out on all the casuals, and I met you guys at the hotel in the evening. And I remember talking to you, Ezzy, and I was like, "So what did they do? Did you play the Koreans? Did you play them? How good are they? What's it like?" And you were just you were breaking all this down for me, what you just said, basically, where they'd hit a certain wall splat, sort of an unfamiliar wall splat, but they'd have like a combo, they'd have like an optimal combo ready to put you in another setup, and it wasn't anything specific. It wasn't they're just faster. They know how to sidestep better. It wasn't any one thing. It was this collection of things, and then this very scary scenario of them being ready for scenarios that we aren't ready for, and that was always quite weird. And when I played Nin, it was, you find yourself in feeling uncomfortable very quickly. They're very good at making you realize you don't know this scenario as well as we do. You almost second guess yourself, because I want to do what I normally do here, but is this the wrong choice now that this guy knows more? Like you start to doubt. Maybe I shouldn't do this low here. It's too bait. Is it too bait for someone of this level? And then you don't do it, and then he blocks the mid. So this is Tekken though. It's so crazy the way you can get in your own head, right? The psychology of it all, like, it's insane. And but I mean, to progress, you ultimately have to play better players than yourself. You have to. You have to. You can't just beat your local buddies and get happy. You have to play those people that give you challenge, that push you, that make you annoyed. You have to play them. You have to. And it's how we learned on DI. It's what Tissuemon did to level us up. He just battered us all until we didn't get hit by the things anymore. And I think that's what the Koreans kind of did to him, and also to us as well.
Definitely. But I think when we talk about, like Ryan said, what you said about beating them in random games and in random, like, casual play, doesn't mean that we're better than them. Of course not. But I think that kind of speaks in a way, like, the potential to be as good or even better than them is there.
Yes,
because if
definitely.
you can beat them games, then of course, then that's exposing your own potential. Like, to say, it's actually not as impossible as it seems, I mean, because you know what, a lot of it also comes from like, for lack of better terms, of hype around them. Even before you sit down on the machine, these people have been talked about. They've been discussed. As you said, you came down on a different flight or a different train, and you were asking. And then when Ezzy, obviously, it's gonna have some sort of impact on you already before you even play him.
I did 5 backdashes when the round 1 started. I was shook.
Exactly. Exactly. So when he's saying, listen, even in the little nuances, which is what really makes Tekken high play, it's those little nuances, it's those little fine details of knowing what to do in those times when you have a microsecond to react to like stuff, which is basically what Nin is showing you. Like he's showing you that I'm conditioned. I've played this game so much and been in so many situations where when you're facing the wall and you're falling down, I know exactly what to do. I don't just stand there and then my brain has to come compute like, okay, is he falling to the wall? No, down. He just knows it. It's part of his muscle memory now, and that means and I think that just goes back to the amount of time that they play Tekken for. Like they play it for infinitely longer than us. They have way more players than us. They probably have a lot of players with styles probably similar to ours and a lot more, simply because of the amount of players that there were, especially around that time. You know, when you had different sorts of players. Like, so you can imagine they were conditioned to hell. Like I remember, Ryan, you put up a tweet about Knee where you said like Tekken DR Knee is better than Tekken 7 Knee. Definitely. Of course he is. It's not even close. No, definitely. Guaranteed, man. That's not even close. That's not even close at all. Just like DR Kudans is way better than Tekken 7 Kudans. Yeah, but that's that. So you can imagine how much they were playing.
And also how much harder DR was as the game. Like Tekken 7 Q-Dance was able to win the Tekken World Tour, whereas Tekken 5 Q-Dance, winning the tournaments was a bigger deal, right? So
there you go. Yeah. So I just think it just highlights a lot of things that I don't think it was necessarily our fault. I mean, we did the best that we could under our circumstances as well. And you had places like Casino that would close at like 11 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 10:30 and stuff. But I don't know. I like I've never been to a Korea, so I never went to Joy Box, or is it Green Box?
Green Arcade. Yeah.
Yes. Green Arcade. So I don't know if they closed early or if it was an all-nighter thing. But if it was, you can imagine people going there after work, people going there before, constant playing, like constant intense playing. So that's what makes them beasts.
The Green Arcade just had a lot of cabinets in a long line, and they were all back to back. I remember I went there in the Tekken Tag 2 days of release, and the owner, this woman, they call her Mummy. Everyone calls her Mama. Mummy. I got called her Mummy. Very sweet lady. She gave me a Korean top joystick. She's like, practice. Okay. Got this Korean stick in my hand. I didn't really want to be rude. Like, she doesn't know that I kind of loathe these sticks, but okay. She looked at me and she just one word. Practice. Yeah, practice. Okay. Yeah, the stick. And she was a very, very sweet lady, really nice. She just wanted to welcome me into the arcade. But I just remember, it's very cheap in Korea, very cheap for 1 credit. And back in the Tekken Tag 1 days, it was like 5 pence. If we equate it to British sterling pounds, about 5 pence to play for 1 credit, right? And back then, when most of us were students or just getting into earning, money, like the cost of arcades was important, right? You don't want to be like getting rinsed out and spending all your money. So if you're paying 5 pence per credit, though, probably put in a few more hours when you practice, right? And that's exactly. Some of the differences. You can just keep going, and it doesn't hurt the bank balance. But
oh my god, ATM would have actually died. He would have actually died if he'd gone to Korea.
Exactly. There would have been a skeleton with dreadlocks just sat there in it. A skeleton with dreads just sat there. Yeah, skeleton with dreadlocks. Reaching into his pocket. Yeah, man. Fucking hell. Bloody hell, man.
The thing is with Tekken, going back, just adding on to Martin's point, is it's so visual as well. So you can intimidate someone that you're not even playing. I mean, I remember UT10 when Holman came down, and I don't know if you guys will remember the scenario, but this was so Holman had picked, other characters in casual. I think he'd picked Devil Jin casuals, and everyone was talking about his Devil Jin. Holman was famous for his Raven, but now he's using Mishima's using Devil Jin. Oh my god! And he was rinsing everyone in casuals. It wasn't like he was losing, right? But then when he got to, I don't know if it was top 8 or the actual like serious part of the tournament started, like top 64 or something. He had to, the first match was Holman versus someone good from Europe, right? And I remember, I'd finished my casuals and with Borami, the Ling from Korea, and I went over. The first thing that I saw was Holman block a Wild Rising 3 with Heihachi, and he was like playing Heihachi. And I was like, oh, because the reason I came over is because there was some hype that Holman was now picking up Heihachi in the tournament, and he was like winning. So I come over and I'm like, okay, I've seen the good Haihachis. Let me just see what you guys do. I come over, right? The first thing I see with Heihachi is him block a Wild Rising 3 and punish with twin pistons from crouching. He punishes with Heihachi's twin pistons. I don't know, sidestep cancel instant twin pistons, but that is crazy hard. That's like hard. You can't have that kind of thing on lock. That's got to be like you do that 1 in 5 or something. Like, it's ridiculous. And this guy just does it casually in tournaments. So when I say how Tekken is visually intimidating, when you watch something like that, you do kind of get this. Oh man, I'm not going to beat this guy. And then you were saying, Martin, like where you sit down and you're already influenced by the nuances. You're kind of thinking now, I don't know what's going to happen. And you see it as well. You see it when people sit down to play a known player, right? You see that the face, they're already smiling. They've given up already. The match they haven't even done their buttons yet, and they've already given up. They're already in at the back of the queue. I'm going to wait for these 20 guys before I'm up again. They're not even thinking about the match, not focusing. I've won matches in tournament just because people are like, I'm playing this guy. I definitely should have lost these matches. I'm thinking about certain matches in tournaments where this guy had me on the ropes, but he doesn't realize I wasn't going to win that game. If he'd just stayed a bit more focused, I would have lost. But because he got into, oh my God, it's Ryan Hart. Oh my God, it's Justin Wong. Oh my God, it's Daigo. You're going to lose if you start thinking like that. Just you're 1-0 up, you're 2 rounds up, concentrate. You can win this, And I think a lot of the newer players, you need to use this to develop themselves. That's why I'm giving away you that big secret, guys. But yeah, a lot of the top players you play against, whoever you play nowadays, whoever's top these days, when you play them, just be yourself, play your own game. Don't get too wrapped up in who this person is. They're not anybody. There's some random person that you need to be in the tournament. Forget the name.
Exactly.
Their bar will go down if you hit them like anyone else's.
Exactly. That's all that matters.
Exactly. Can I just take one minute to apologize publicly to Starscream and Ryan? And I'll tell you why, guys. You guys remember this story well, innit? So during the times of, I know I'm jumping the gun a tiny bit. No. Are we going to talk about Tekken 6?
We're supposed to, so we need to jump into it if we're going to.
Yeah, let's jump into Tekken 6.
Let's go, Tekken 6. Whoa.
All right. So let me just start off by just very quickly, sorry guys, just saying, short story. There was a time when we wanted to qualify, where there were qualifiers for SBO, right? SBO in Japan. But this time, was it the 3-on-3s? It was the 3-on-3s, isn't it? It was the 3-on-3 tournament. So anyway, we had the qualifiers. Where did we have it again? Where we won it. It was me, Starscream, and Ryan, and we teamed up.
In Gamer Base in Reading or Manchester or something.
Yeah, it was in Reading. It was in now, right? I don't know if Ryan knows this story. Ezzy knows why. So anyway, basically, we qualified. But can I just say a quick funny story? So I think it was Dino, Inti, and Chris that were a team, and they were the only dangerous team, and so we beat them in it. And I picked Lei. I didn't even pick Law. I actually picked Lei, and Christina got proper angry and it's just, oh, you're shit. You're fucking shit, man. You're shit. Look at you. You just mash buttons. And then I said, all right, then I'll play you first to 20 and banged Christina up 20-0 and done. Minor. So anyway, so we qualified. And what was our team name again?
Blacks on Blondes.
Blacks on Blondes, blatant Bob. Our team's name was Bob. B.O.B. Bob. So anyway, now Ryan, to top it off, Ryan came back and he was like, listen, man, I've talked to, is it Nin? Did you talk to Nin or somebody there? And you said, during our time in Japan, we can go over to Korea and take part in, was it Tekken Crash? Or like we could go to Green Arcade and stuff.
Yes.
But they invited us to go to Korea for some tournament.
You need 3 people for it.
Yeah, for Tekken Crash. So now my head's blowing up in it. Like our heads are blowing up. I mean, I know Ryan's been to Japan many times. I haven't been in it. Ezzy hasn't been. So this is our lifelong dream. Like finally, our time of playing Tekken is paid off. We get to go to the land of the rising sun and start and then show what we've got in it. So at this time, I'm with my ex in like Kent. And at this time, I think I had just finished my a job. So we're having like money issues and, you know, other things. But then I was like, no, but I have to get to Japan. I have to get to Japan. So I went home. I was excited. I was like, hey, baby, look. So I showed her the card. You know, the card that we had.
When we qualified, we won license cards, which allow you to get into the tournament. Yeah.
Blatant. I went home and I showed her the card, you know. And then she was like, oh, yeah, great. And I was like, and we're going to Japan. And then she was like, are they paying for you to go? No, but if I can just like get some money. And then she threw in the worst bars ever. So you can go to Japan, but when it's time to do like to invest into buying a house, then all of a sudden there's a problem. And then we had the worst fucking fight ever. I tried to explain it. I tried to break it down. I was like, you don't understand. This is from a youth from like, I've always wanted to go to Japan and play Tekken. How can you not like see the culture? It's a beautiful culture. I even threw that in. It's a beautiful culture, man. It's sick. And I swear to God, guys, I'm not lying, Ryan. Like, I think I've told Ezzy this story. Ryan, I started doing Steve's 1-2-1-2 on the fridge. Like when we had that fight, and then it dawned on me because she literally said, if you go to Japan, don't come back. You're not going to have a house to come back to. That's how deep. I'm dead serious.
What?
You remember Sarah, innit? Sarah.
I remember Sarah, but I don't remember her giving ultimatums like that.
Bro, yeah, of course, because you were a guest, innit?
I got the chocolate Swiss roll, bro. She must have liked me.
Yeah,
so yeah,
man,
let's treat the guests nicely, you know.
Yeah, man.
I think I even got the scoop of vanilla ice cream on the side.
Yeah, but that was when So when we moved to Kent, innit? Because like this was when we were in Kent, so we were renting and stuff. But we wanted to buy the house, but obviously we weren't making enough money in our jobs to actually put down on the house. But I was like, Sarah, you don't understand, man. I have to go to Japan. And plus, if I don't go, Ryan and Ezzy can't go. Because then it's not like I can step out and then somebody else can step in. I have to go now. Because remember, our names were down. So Cobra Commander playing as Lei. So now I'm character locked on as Lei. Ezzy's character locked on as Horang. And you were character locked on as Kazuya. So I have to go. Nobody else plays Lei, especially like but yeah. So bro, we had this. You don't even understand. We had the most savage fight that you've seen any couple have. Then I went into the kitchen and I started doing Steve's 1, 2, 3, 4 on the fridge, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and I just sat down on the floor and I started crying. I'm dead serious. I'm admitting this now to you guys. I was fucking crying. And I was crying especially because I let my fucking team down. The guilt that came over me that because I can't go now, they can't go. Like I've proper ruined Ezzy's dream. That's it. Dream off. How was in that? And then worse to the point that SBO's gone now. It's gone forever. It's gone. It isn't coming back. That was our one chance as a unit. Prodigal Son, Cobra Commander, and Starscream, 3 of the most prominent players, going to Japan and Korea to fucking, oh man. Like, and then when I couldn't go, and then I just like, how do I tell? How the fuck do I tell him? How do I tell him this? Like, how do I tell him this? I don't know how. How do I even start telling? Listen, guys. Yeah, I can't go because my girlfriend said, you know, that if I go, right, that I can't come back home in it. So like, come on, like, how? I started crying, man. I started crying. So listen, guys, I sincerely apologize, man. Till this day, like I kick myself. I rip off my own foot and I kick myself in the ass, man, for it. So, man, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that. I tried.
The only thing I want to add, is if that happens again, if you get in a mix-up between your friends or your partner and your friends or whatever mix-up, just tell us or tell the person. The worst thing was not knowing anything, and you just disappeared. You dropped off the radar, and I think just letting us know, okay, it would have been a hard pill to swallow, but at least we know what's up. We didn't know if you were dead, kidnapped, up for two by your woman. Like, we didn't know what happened. So I think, like, just say, look, guys, it's bad news, but I think you deserve to know, because we worked hard to qualify, and it wasn't fair that you kind of just disappeared afterwards and then expected us to know what's happening. No one knew, no one had heard from you, and it was a long time before we actually saw you again or heard from you again, and it's been years till today that we've actually had this explanation. So obviously this is
Ezzy knew. Like,
I didn't know. Well, I didn't know. So yeah, but I feel like
reason why I vanished, just a quick, because I wanted to get a job and save up. Like, because I remember we had a bit of time. So if I had worked, I was like, if I work and then I just get like the other couple £100 or like £500 from somebody else who's like willing to loan me the money, then I can go in it. But it just didn't work, man. It just didn't work.
Yeah. I think you know, more minds are better than one, and I think if you'd come to us, we might have even been able to work together to try and get the money. You know, there might have been opportunities where we could get maybe a sponsorship or who knows. But I feel like if you're working alone, you've always got fewer resources. So I think just be more honest and upfront. Come to us, say, look, guys, this is a situation. You know, my woman's tripping, or however you want to explain it. I feel like we could have got a better result. And if I'm just saying for the future, if you get into that scenario, don't disappear. That's the worst thing to do. People will suffer more if you do that. So definitely, man, definitely, man.
Was that Tekken
how we would have fared?
Yeah, Tekken 6.
Yeah, man. It was
we either would have done really well. I don't think we would have won. We were good. We were very good. We were motivated, and confidence is important. So we would have either gotten utterly battered, like one man by the other team. No, I'm serious. I'm telling you, because you know I've been to SBO twice now as a player. You know, I qualified for Tissuemon. You know, Tissuemon lost, and I had to OCV the other team, and we went as a team to SBO. But SBO is the most brutal kind of world championship that you've ever seen in your life. It's one match. It's one match per player as well. So like, it's not like you get much download time as a spectator either. As a partner, you don't get much time to observe what the guys do. So it's one match. You don't know what character it's going to be in a massive melting pot of a cast, right? 50 characters or whatever. You don't know who you're going to face. And if you lose that, you're out. And so, you know, you could be the best player in the world and not get anywhere in an SBO. That is how brutal that tournament is. Or it could be the best day of your life, and you might walk home with a trophy. But you know, to not get the experience is what hurts the most, I think, and that's kind of what it was. Definitely
that one. Win or lose, I would have loved to go with you guys there and just experienced it. You know, definitely.
It's just a soft spot for me because I have the worst SBO history. Like, I qualified for Third Strike, and then the dude said, I've got exams, like, you know, 2 months before, and didn't go. So we actually went. There was a year where I went for Third Strike, just two of us. You know, we were two really good players, and we just went, just the two of us. But our third guy is the guy that used Yun, and we needed him to beat the Chuns. And have a guess who we lost to. So, you know, it was a really bad experience. And again, it's one of these situations where it's not funded. Everything's out your own pocket. You're not sponsored. You're on the flight, paying your own way. You're paying for hotels. You know, it's not a fun experience when you go there and get obliterated in round one, and now you're out. and the entire training, all the months of training, all the sacrifice, the times you didn't do things so you could practice, all that feels like it's just down the toilet, right? The whole thing. So your thing is, the whole thing is just a really soft spot for me because of like the history behind it all. So, yeah, but I appreciate you taking the time to apologize. That means a lot. Thanks.
Likewise, sir.
Oh, Tekken. What are we talking about? Tekken 6? Are we still on Tekken 6?
Yeah.
Oh wait, so because Martin sort of
Tekken 6, yeah.
Martin took us in a bit of a different direction. So wind it a bit because I remember when Tekken 6 came out. So this is not BR. This is vanilla.
Yeah.
And I remember us having it in Trocadero, and I think Trocadero was very expensive, but they had it on 5 rounds.
Yeah.
£1, but they put it on 5 rounds.
Eventually,
Dino, you're on mute. I can see you saying stuff, but I can't hear you.
It was three rounds at first, but then they changed it to 5 rounds eventually.
I remember 5 rounds. Yeah, I've got a match with Martin playing Dino on 5 rounds. I think Martin took it 5-4.
Before that, we played it at one of those expos, one of those game things where we came down and lied about all the gaming companies we were part of. And I remember that was the first time we played it, and Tissuemon came down as well. Like he'd been in Japan or whatever. He'd also come down to the UK just for a visit, and
I moved to Germany.
He was just showing, and he was just showing us stuff in Tekken 6. This was the first time we'd seen Tekken 6.0, and Tissuemon came to show it to us and show us the stuff that was in it. He came up to us and he was just like, I was talking to me. He was like, this game, like in his Tissuemon accent, which I will leave to the rest of you to. But you know what it sounds like. Like you said, 80% Japanese, 20% Roadman. Like this game. So shit. Everyone in Japan hates this game. So shit. And like he was just showing us stupid things in the game and just laughing. Like Raven's Core Soccer Forward 2 is -13. It was like Jin's back 2-1, where Jin's original back 2-1, where you could delay it the whole time and it was always a natural combo and it was more plus on hit and all this other kind of stuff. He's just like, this game's rubbish. Look, the movement's shit. And we were all like, oh, well, normally we're quite excited to play new Tekkens, but you seem to be quite correct, Tissuemon, sir. Look at how long the wall combos take. Like, they do take a long time. You're right.
Yeah, sticky walls.
Yeah.
Sticky walls, man. Spider-Man.
They just showed us all this absolute bollocks in it and made us up, and then it came out and we went to play it in the arcades, and yeah, it had really good customizations, like the best together with like BR the update later, it had the best customizations, but that was all we ever played of it.
Yeah.
Because didn't really have any tournaments for it. Just played it in Troc when it was super expensive. We would bang up ATM. Yeah. Lay was much better now. It didn't help him at all. Even though the game was now even more expensive, he would still rinse it. But yeah, and we played it, and it was trash. Apart from the customs. And was this when you joined, Arya?
Yeah, this is around when I joined. And I started off maining Miguel. I have a really fond memory. And 6.0 Miguel was just like, at the time, I didn't realize how dumb he was. But like, I remember doing something like Savage down back 4 on Ezzy, and he blocks it, and he tries to while standing 4 me. And I managed to block it in time because, I don't know, it was like probably like can't have been safe. But maybe you were like a frame out something. You're like, that can't be safe. That can't be safe. Yeah, it didn't stagger on block or anything. And yeah, that game was good times. I
remember this feeling of being like glued together. It was the first time I felt stuck to the opponent. Yeah, it was the first ever Tekken where I felt like my movement has been rendered useless.
Yeah, so I came from Tekken 4 where the backwards and forwards movement was really reduced, but the sidestep was the sidewalk was significant, so you could get away that way. Tekken 5 they reintroduced the Tekken we're more familiar with, and then Tekken 6 it felt like you couldn't get away. I remember Kazuya feeling so overpowering. He was in. I remember Adamski using him, and I couldn't. I felt like I couldn't sidestep Godfist. I couldn't backdash out of the way. Everything just felt like you're right there all the time. And I remember feeling
closed cubicle.
Yeah, I remember feeling, what have they done to Tekken? They want you to be in this brawl. They want you to brawl. You know, they're forcing this on you, and then that just opens up characters like Steve and these guys are really good brawlers. That just it's just their domain.
Tekken 6 Bob.
Yeah.
Tekken 6
Bob.
Bob.
God, 6.0 Bob. Who's that guy who rinsed him?
Go
ahead, Dino.
Yeah, you go.
Was it Takayama? Played Bob. Like, yeah, in DR, I'd started to do the touring the character select screen thing. Started to play like Steve and King and Jack. So I had a whole bunch of characters like going into 6, but in retrospect, I didn't really enjoy it that much. I didn't like. There's something about like touring the character select, like, because it leaves you unsure of what to do in tournament. And like you're like, oh, do I go this way or do I go this way? Like it helps to take that kind of thing away. Also, it's just not satisfying because you never have those moments where you have less of those moments where you do something that's only that character that only you were ready for. But I digress. Stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, I'd start to try play characters in 6.0, and I started playing Jack, and I'd been playing Jack, so I've been playing Jack in DR, and like he had some problems in that game. Like he didn't have a really good mid. You had to risk down forward 2 if you wanted a really good mid. I was just like, did they make the? I was like, suddenly saw you could just do like forward 1 into a combo, and I was like, why did they make the hitbox of this move twice as big? What? Why? And then like I'd also like in DR, I'd done full crouch down back 1 with Jack a bunch. Because it has really good frame data, but it was really hard to whiff punish, and in that game it was really hard to connect. So you had to really get up in someone's face to do it, and it's like, you know, high crushes, and in 6.0 it was like -1 on block, +9 on hit, and I just did that move, and I was like, I have twice as much range now. You don't even need to use down back 1 in this game. Like. There were all these like things of like Jack could convert off things he couldn't do before. Like suddenly, like the character was just so they'd rounded him out so much that he was so much like he wasn't just like before. You could still beat people with him because he was really easy, but now he was really easy and he was also kind of good.
Yeah,
very good. Too fucking good.
Like to the extent that I played him a bunch in early 6.0 and then just dropped him because I was like,
"It's been fun.
I don't like this character. This is rubbish." Yeah. And I
remember getting really frustrated playing your Jack in 6. I couldn't touch your Jack. I remember that in 6.0. I remember going around trying Jin, trying King, trying Howrang, and no matter which character I picked, I couldn't get away from Jack. You're right. It became the full crouch down back 1 rather than just the down back 1. There was just enough things that he had that were just always a problem that I couldn't do. I felt because of course it couldn't be Dino. It can't be him. So it was the character. And I remember
the character.
I remember getting really frustrated that Jack just seemed to climb tiers. Tekken 6.0. I just remember Jack was a problem. I couldn't touch Jack.
Yeah,
because it was just you just did 2, and if they did anything back that you just do 2 again. If they did anything that beat 2, you just did full crouch down back 1 under it. If they ducked at any point, you just did ding, and if they sidestepped, you did both punches, which was a safe mid, and that was it. Yeah. And that was it. That was just just like this is not fun at all. So like I switched over to Steve. And it was more fun. Also, like because like Ryan was gone, Ezzy wasn't. Ryan was gone. Like Martin wasn't around as much. Like Ezzy was the only person to play, and Orang versus Steve just still wasn't fun because Orang like still couldn't punish Steve's duck too and stuff like that. So it wasn't an entertain. Like even when if you're on top of the tier, like if you've got a big differential between the characters, it just isn't satisfying to win like that. So I was like, you know what? I've never been able to play Brian. And everyone had dropped him because he was completely different to DR Brian. They'd nerfed all the things that people liked about DR Brian. It's like, and I've never been able to make this character work. I always just have some ugly, horrible playstyle with him. I can't defend with him. I'm going to make fucking Brian work. And so I just decided to stick with Brian. It was actually turned out to be quite good. Like, all the things they'd taken away, they'd replaced with stuff that was equally as good.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's when your battle with the character select.
That ended because I was just like, this character, like, he's fun to play against everyone. Like, even if they're not very good, they are good. Like, and he was always fun and always just fine to play. And I was just like, he's more fun than any character I've played. And I always feel like there's a way to get better with him. Like, there's I can always like try and progress a bit more. Just like sticking with this guy then.
Yeah.
Until I broke my.
No, sorry. Go on, finish.
Until I broke my elbow anyway.
Oh.
Okay, good. Now, good. You remember that tournament? Where me and you were in the finals, Cripple Fight.
Okay, wait a minute. This was after BR came out. So BR, the Bloodline Rebellion came out. I don't know if they changed the movement or whatever, but it didn't feel nearly as bad. Maybe we were just getting used to it. The movement felt better. Character balancing was way less terrible than 6.0. The character still looks sick. I think the customization was still like even better now. It was still really good. Like it was despite how terrible 6.0 felt, BR felt. I don't want to say it was like everyone was like, "Oh my god, this is the best Tekken I've ever played," but was good by this point. Like it was decent. So that came out the arcade, and then it moved on to console, and we started going back to tournaments again. Because again, at this point, we are the only arcade in Europe. We are the only people who played 6.0.
I was in Japan by this point.
Yeah. And BR comes out, still got the cards, good times, console launch. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. No, but remember that tournament. Now, this one was pretty funny because this ended up in... Do you remember the episode of South Park where Timmy and Jimmy have a cripple fight? Timmy is Timmy! And Jimmy is the one with the stutter with the crutches, right? So, basically, I remember that day of that tournament, right? And I woke up like 5 a.m. and I couldn't breathe. Like, I was serious. I thought I was having a heart attack. But what happened was... Yeah, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. I was in Camden. I woke up like 5 a.m. and I had this relentless sharp pain in my chest and I couldn't breathe. So, and then I tried to get up and then I couldn't move. And then I was like, oh shit, my like back is fucked. So I went to A&E in Warren Street, and luckily my cousin worked at the reception, so she got me up.
Oh shit! We must have been there almost at the same time.
Serious?
Yeah.
Serious. Anyway,
yeah. No, I was in UCL.
I was there.
I was in UCLH.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So I got there, and then I had my heart tested and all this stuff, and they said, "Oh, like you've just really trapped some nerves in your back and stuff." So I limped my way to the tournament. I remember my back was proper effed, and so we're playing, and it ended up as me and Dino in the finals. Now Dino didn't know this, right? But I swear, and this is why sometimes common sense is a bad thing. It's just better to just ask people what the hell this character is doing, right? I thought that Jack's down back one was a high crush. I thought it beat jabs and stuff like high moves out. That's why when you see the match, I'm just eating down back ones, constantly eating them because I'm afraid that if I throw a jab, which is my main lead going in to attack a character, I'm just gonna eat a down back and one. If I had known that down back one didn't have the properties of a crush, I would have given Dino a better fight. But like it was just like, and then I think I must have asked him like after like, is Jack's down back one a crush? And then he was like, no. This is like, no, it cannot be this character. No, but Jack was a ridiculous character, man. That forward one had a meaty hitbox, man. That hitbox was juicy. Was very juicy, man.
Is this is the tournament that was organized by Simeon?
Yes.
For the console release for BR.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember this one where I think I picked Eddie versus.
No.
Cobra.
No. Don't try it. You picked Horang. You picked your bread and butter, your butter and jam, and you put jam on it. You smothered all that jam on it. You smothered jam on the toast. Yeah, it was proper sweaty toast, and there was butter, and it just flowed on, and there was tick in it, and you lost. Then you tried to pick Eddie. And you got blown up. Good.
I actually watched that. I watched the Eddie match. Horrible match. Horrible match.
Yeah, so
that was funny, yeah.
So yeah, the story from my end was so the previous night I was coming back from visiting a friend's place, and I think I might have been drunk. But I just tripped over like packing tape someone had put out on the road. Like it was like wedged into the pavement or something. It just caught my hand, and I just stuck my arm out, and then like the next day, I was like, I can't actually bend my right arm anymore. And so I had to go to A&E, like probably around the same time as Martin, to be honest. I don't know why we didn't see each other, but then it turned out that I'd broken my elbow, and they had to they gave me a sling. I remember like Inti rang me. He was like, "Yeah, so you're coming down today?" And I was like, "I broke my arm." And I was like, "But I think I'm gonna try coming down anyway." So I'd been playing on stick, and it was just like, this isn't gonna work. Like, actual like dinosaur thing is not actually gonna work for stick. So I was like, I'm gonna have to play pad. Like Brian is not happening on this. I'm gonna have to play pad, and I'm gonna have to play Jack. And then I just robbed everyone with Jack. And and that character was really easy to win. That character was really easy. It was BR Jack for like whatever stupid reason was just like even better than 6.0 Jack. They were like, you know what this character needed? He needed to be able to convert off more things. So they gave him back 3-2, and I was just like, windmill punches should be safe and give a launch in this game, and they should do 35 damage before the combo. And you're like, hey, like I had all these great tactics. Like I would just sit miles away, whiffing unwhiff punishable full crouch down back one, and then sometimes I'd just go into full crouch from miles away and just go windmill punches, and it was completely safe. And then sometimes it would just instantly win me the round, and I was just like, this feels very shameful, but also I've eaten quite a lot of painkillers, so.
Oh my god, man. That was an interesting day. Yeah, and that was the day I actually spoke to Harada, because Harada was there. Yeah, he actually came down himself with Michael Murray, and there was Markman there as well.
You know that famous photo of Harada?
Me and Grey
That was
Fox.
a casino, right?
Yeah, me and Grey
I
Fox.
heard about Harada being there. You left early. I never got, like, by the time the tournament was done, he was gone, innit?
This was the time when Michael Murray was just the Japanese translator. Like was the English, was the translator. And we went up to him, me and Grey Fox went up to him, and the first thing I said to him was, "Why did you make Bob Harada?" why did you make Bob?
A legit question.
No. Honestly, I just went on Rago. Like, I know a lot of people would come up, oh yeah, Harada, no, yeah, you're so good, and I want to suck your cock. No, I said no. I said, why Bob, bro? And then before he could even answer, Michael fucking Murray come, why? Well, why not? Why not? And I just looked at him and I just turned away. And we actually had a proper convo, like me, Gray Fox, and him. And then it was kind of like Michael Murray just kind of took him away. You know, James Brown, right? If you've ever seen James Brown and his live shows, right? When he would finish, somebody would just drape the coat over him or the cape, and they would just kind of usher him off the stage. That's kind of what he did to him. I was like, yeah, just don't worry about these commoners. But yeah, man, yeah, he was there, and then Harada came to Casino.
These commoners. The riff. Don't worry about the riffraff.
Riffraff, yeah, man. But anyway, no. But he also came to Casino, didn't he? Harada. He came to Casino.
I think he was probably pretty shocked. Yeah.
They play.
They
play here.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was the one.
Like you know the carpet had bubblegum stains where the bubblegum has been in the carpet so long that it's completely black. It's a black spot on the floor. Like that's how dirty the place was.
It's a symbiotic relationship.
Cigarette ash everywhere.
Gum.
Yeah.
So let's have a time check. How's everyone feeling? Ryan, are you fading?
I'm good. I'm actually good today.
I'm good.
I'm really good.
I've got my second win. Yeah.
So I'm thinking there's like three things in Tekken 6. 3 6 in Tekken 6 that we have to hit.
Okay.
Which I would say are Sim. Like us being the first people to encounter Pakistani Tekken outside of Pakistan.
Oh yeah.
Beating the Americans. The UT was it 12? The UT 12 where we met Japan, Korea, America, yeah. And Team UK at Damagermany. Those are the three things I would like.
Well, there's one more.
Hit in Tekken 6.
There's one more we have to hit. We have to hit myself and Ryan in Germany playing Knee 1st to 10.
Oh, and I broke his stick.
And you broke his stick.
Oh, we have to talk about that.
That story has to
Oh my god.
Go for it.
Oh man.
You want me to start with that story? We can start with that
story. Go for it.
All right, so Sabri is one of our close friends who lives in Germany. He's now sort of graduated from player to tournament organizer, although he still plays. And Sabri is the host of Damagermany tournament. And one tournament, I can't remember if it was just Knee by himself. I think it was just Knee by himself.
I was Nin as well. It was Nin, I think.
But Nin wasn't there yet.
Okay, Nin wasn't there yet. So a few days before the tournament, I think, Ryan, you might have been living there. I came down like a day or two early on the tournament to get a chance to play these the Koreans before we get to play them in the venue. Because once you play them in the venue, there's a million people in the queue and you don't get that many games. So I wanted to really play these Koreans. So Sabri invited us down to his house. So in the house, it's myself, Ryan, Sabri, Knee, and I can't remember if there was anyone else.
It might have been one other player.
I think there might have been one other person. Anyway, so we're going to take turns to do 1st to 10 with the great Knee, the legendary Knee. So Ryan goes first. And it's a small room, your typical setup, one TV, one setup, and we're sort of watching this 1st to 10 between Ryan and Knee. And everyone's got their sticks plugged in, plugged into the PlayStation as usual. So Knee's quite dominant. Like Knee's dominating, and I'm sitting in the background and I'm taking mental notes. I'm making sure I'm paying attention to see if he's got any patterns, looking for holes. Like, I'm paying full attention. And Ryan, I can't remember what the score was. I can't remember what the.
He beat me, but I think he beat me. It was 10-4, 10-5, something like that.
Yeah,
it was quite a solid win. It wasn't like 10-8 or 10-7. It was a solid, He won like 10-5. I think it was 10-5 actually. Yeah.
And he was with Brian. This is when he used to pick Brian as
Brian
Kazuya.
Yeah.
So I remember watching because I wanted to make sure whatever happens to Ryan, I need to think of a way either around it or consume what I'm seeing. Anyway, as Ryan gets up, so it's now my turn to play, and as Ryan gets up, I think Ryan accidentally kicks the cord from Knee's stick, and Knee's stick, custom stick, I don't know what stick that was, custom stick, flies off of Knee's lap and lands on the floor quite hard. So Ryan apologizes, sorry, because it was an accident. I mean, you could see it was an accident. So he gives Knee back the stick, and I plug in my stick, and I'm in the zone as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, all right, I'm focused. I'm gonna make sure this guy knows who I am. He's gonna know who I am today. So we set up the first game, and I remember playing him, and I murked him the first game. I'm feeling myself. I'm thinking, you know what? I knew I was this good. I knew. I'm ready for this. And I'm saying this in my head, deadpan face. In my head, I'm like, I know I'm good. I know. Anyway, so get to the second game now, and I think we start playing, and I beat him. I'm beating him again. And at this point, Knee doesn't speak much English. He doesn't speak much English. And he's looking at his stick, and he's moving his stick around. And Sabri notices, and he starts like asking, "Is everything okay?" And Knee points to his stick, and he's like, "Something's wrong." And he sort of gestures that when it fell down, something's broken.
And then when Ezzy backs up to let him test it, nothing works. This guy can't block, he can't move, he can't dash. Like it's literally rubbish. Just a standing dummy.
It's so rubbish. Like he's trying to test it, and we can see it's really badly broken. And I remember seeing Ryan's face, and Ryan feels. I mean, you can explain yourself, but Ryan feels quite gutted because this guy's travelled. Goodness knows how many miles to try to come to this tournament, and his own stick is now been broken before the tournament. So that's really, I mean, you all know what your relationship's like with your stick. It's sort of, you need your stick. It's not the same using someone else's stick.
So with a Korean stick, we don't really have a replacement. It's not like a regular stick, we didn't really have something else he could use. And obviously we knew that there were other Korean players there, but like you said, it's your own stick, it's your own pad, like it's very personal. It's worn in the way you feel comfortable to play, right? So I was really upset then because, like you said, this guy's traveled a million miles to be here, and now he hasn't even got a stick, and that really would be the end of Knee in the tournament. Like it's not like he could just pick up a pad and win or whatever, right? So I grab his stick and I get all the tools out. He had Sabri had this little toolkit, I don't think we were. I can't remember if we were still doing solder. I don't think we were doing solder. I open up his stick and I look at all the switches, and I kind of found the problem, and I fixed Knee's stick, right? I actually managed to open up, identified the problem, and I was like, okay, and I fixed Knee's stick, and I give it back to him, and he sort of takes it from me in slow motion, not knowing what to expect, and get it all plugged in and set up, and we put this guy in training mode, in practice mode. You remember this moment? We put Knee in practice mode so that he could test his stick out. And he looked like a little kid in a candy store. As soon as he saw that everything was back to normal, he was skipping around doing taunt jet uppers. He was so excited. I've never seen him that happy just to play on a working stick. He was so happy. He was happier that day than when he won the tournament. I swear. He was so excited. He just loves Tekken. He just wanted to play some Tekken. And I think that was the worst thing. I don't even think it was about the tournament with him. I think for him, it was, can't play anymore. I think that was what the long face was about. But man, he was skipping around in that practice mode, and then it was time for the first to 10. Go ahead.
No, but before that.
Okay, go.
So, because I remember while you were fixing the stick, me and Sabri were catching up, and we were having this conversation. So you were sort of off to the side doing your thing, and you sort of walked on, and you were like, "Yeah, there's it's fixed." And then he goes on to practice mode, and he starts doing his thing, and he starts doing taunt jet upper. The computer tech rolls, he goes back, taunt jet upper, and I remember everyone at the same time simultaneously looking at me like, You're finished.
You are done.
You're dead.
You are dead.
And it was hilarious because everyone at the same time looked at me like, those wins were not legit. Like this is the me that you need to fight. So yeah, I was like, nah, it don't matter. Like I'm still gonna I'm still gonna perform it. It don't matter.
So easy.
It was suffice to say, it went very differently.
What was the score?
Martin, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. I can't hear anything. You're breaking up.
It was one of those depressing scores, Martin. You know those depressing. You know those ones. It was one of those depressing scores.
Yeah.
He played sick, but I don't know, man. After that, I think Knee was making up for lost time.
Oh no! Just that sequence of events was hilarious. Just the breaking of the stick, the sadness, the happiness when the happiness when his stick was working, and then just everyone looking at me like it's like you've come in for an undisclosed boxing match and you don't know who you're fighting, but you think you're ready.
Yeah.
And then they bring out the Juggernaut or something to fight you. Everyone like looks at you like you're gonna fight that. He was not there for play. He was there like he was not there to play, man.
My gosh.
Yeah, such a strong player, man. And he's very passionate. You know, he came to Damagermany and he was like, I really enjoy this more than the Tekken Pro Tour because this is about Tekken. It's not just about winning quick sets. It's long sets. You know, it's more meaningful. You know, the finals is like best of 7 or, you know, best of 9. And he really enjoyed the essence of just playing good games on Tekken. And he's always been like that. He's not about, I need to make this money. Or, I mean, he was streaming Green Arcade stuff infinitely from before that was even a thing, like, you know, getting on the stream, and he was doing that from the arcade, not even console, you know. So he's just so passionate, man. Really, really.
He's kind of like the Korean chef, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess so. Brian as well, right? What is it with these Brian players? Why are they so passionate, man?
I can't remember where in the timeline that was, if it was near the beginning. But you know, that story needed to be captured because there was comedy. It's got everything. It's got heartbreak. It's got happy times. It's got comedy. It's got fights. That little moment.
That moment when we looked at you like, you're in trouble now.
Like, you're finished. Like, you're dead. So yeah, I mean, going back to the things that Dino had mentioned. You talked about UT. Was it UT12? And I might be jumping about it in terms of.
I think it was 12. Yeah,
12.
Where
I remember Lars being annoying.
I think UT12 was before. I think that might have been before Damagermany, but I'm not sure because I think Knee hadn't come back yet at Damagermany. I remember like throughout the whole of 6.0, Knee was in the army, and throughout a lot of BR. And like because in Korea, like Sunchip was meant to be the best Brian.
Oh yeah.
And then in UT12, so who was it that came over? So there were Koreans. There was Malgu and Sunchip.
Yeah.
Laura and Brian. There was Nobi from Japan. There was Brunizu, best lay player outside of Peru ever. Like he was sick. The Venezuelans were there.
Yeah, so, you had El Negro.
Jackson 5.
El Negro.
A Zafina player.
Who was the Zafina player called? He played Bronson in some first to 10.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah, but I
remember the Venezuelans were getting involved, man. They were getting into the mix.
Yeah, so how many of them was it? So it was El Negro, the Zafina player. Who else did you mention, Dino?
Foucault La Muerte. And there was a fourth. I swear they always and Alexis Hip Hop. So they came down.
Yeah. You had, of course, you had the Americans. So we had
really well.
So that was
we had
NYC Fab,
NYC
JFJ.
Just
James.
Filthy Rich was with them.
Filthy Rich, yeah.
Filthy Rich, yes, Filthy Rich.
And Rip,
Bronson,
so that's the 5. That's the
Bronson.
5.
Bronson.
Yeah. There was someone else. There was another group. and the Howrang player Daniel Phoenix was there as well.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, he is good.
Daniel Phoenix. So it was, at least for myself, one of the most eclectic, let me not say eclectic, one of the most mixed bag tournaments, country-wise, international.
Mm-hmm.
You had so many countries there represented. In Europe now, because normally it's like the big American tournaments that have that, or the big Korean or the big Japanese tournaments. But now in Europe, I think that was the first one that had the biggest mix of countries and such high talent.
Yeah, it was, and yeah, it was just really good. Like, we got to meet the Americans. Like, some of us hadn't met them before. That was great. Although I lost to Americans in tournament, and that's just not acceptable. Like, lost to Fab and Rip. These 3-letter people.
Shout out to
I think afterwards, after the tournament, like, Rip came to the UK for a while. I remember actually really struggling with Rip in casuals. Like, Rip used to be like much better at Tekken than he used to be. And than he is now, I mean. But and there was a girl that I was supposed to be seeing at the time, and it was supposed to be I was going to play Rip, and I was going to go and meet her, and it was, I was doing the thing of maybe ignoring texts and phone calls as they were coming in. I was just no, this is not going to end like this. This is not going to end this way. And it's one of those things, in retrospect, extremely shameful. So at the time afterwards, you're like, how could you have made that decision? That's not it's a stupid decision. You can always play Tekken, but at the time, you're just like, no, I'm playing another one. I'm not going. I'm gonna win before I'm gonna win the last one before I go. Shut up!
Never left.
Yeah, I did win eventually. She was all right with it. It was fine.
Yeah, right. She was not all right. She was not all right with it.
Okay, she didn't complain too much. Fine. But yeah, so this was also the time when we taught the Americans how you describe a perfect.
7 yellow letters.
7 yellow letters.
Yeah, the letters are yellow.
I mean,
on Tekken Tag, on
the
Tekken 5, on Tekken
That was
6.
were yellow.
Yellow, yeah.
Yeah. So, so I think Filthy Rich started using that when he went back to America, and he would be like, 7 golden letters. Shoutouts to Starscream.
Yeah, because one of the things that I think it's a British thing. Whenever we go to tournaments, we're not loud. British people, we're very chilled. And I think that's part of both British, reserved. I think that's part of British culture and how we see it as respect. If you're playing, we don't. It's really annoying someone shouting in your ear because it's off-putting. So us as a British collective, we're quite quiet when people are playing tournaments, even after the win. Yeah, it's very silent, fist shaking of the fist. The Americans, on the other hand, oh my goodness, the Americans. There was 5 of them, but they're making enough noise for the entire venue. And it's not even Americans playing. They just like to get involved and make infinite noise. And same with some other countries in Europe. And I can't remember
Italy, man.
Bronson was saying this though, because and this would be true of if we traveled with European people as well, is that the USA had always been different regions just fighting each other the whole time. It had just been, ATL and Texas and NorCal and SoCal and so on. And Bronson was he said afterwards, that was the first time where they went somewhere, and it was because it was one of the first times that they went somewhere. Like, you know, they were traveling outside, and there was a bunch of them. So like it was Bronson from NorCal. I think Fab is from Fab's from New York,
NYC.
obviously. Like Rip was from SoCal. Filthy was from SoCal. Like they were all like from different places, and they just decided like day was the day to like be Americans together.
Ultra Megazord American.
Hence the incredibly loud USA chants.
Yeah, R.I.P. Bronson Trend, America.
Fuck yeah.
That's all you're hearing. Anyway, so the reason why I mentioned that is because I can't remember who was playing, but I was like, nah, man, I'm gonna make noise. I'm tired of this crowd. I'm gonna make infinite noise. And it was something that we said in the UK, like when someone gets perfected, 7 golden, 7 yellow, 7 yellow. And I remember someone got perfected, and Filthy Rich was next to me, and I think it was one of the Americans that got perfected, and I must have shouted out, 7 yellow letters. Filthy turned to me and he was like, I like that. I'm gonna use that. And I was like, if you want, kill him. So we just went back to do what we're doing, and then Filthy picked it up because at that point in time, Filthy, I think he was the community manager at Namco, I think he was. And he was doing a lot of the commentary and all that jazz. So he started picking up, but he added his own flavor to it. The yellow letters became golden. So he was like, 7 golden.
Because they literally are golden now.
Now they are. Now they are. But at the time, they were very much yellow. So that's where that came from.
Yeah.
The origin story. Should have copyrighted that line.
What else happened to that tournament? Yeah. It's just the way it is. Every other like in-game lingo like just goes around the world. I think like the Koreans won in the end. I think that like Rip did really well. He beat Furamizu.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, like
did he?
Yeah.
Lay versus Law is a bit in that game, like as it is in every game.
Well, in every game apart from maybe Tekken Tag 2 and Tekken Tag 1 and Tekken 3.
Yeah.
But yeah,
maybe the proper early ones.
Yeah.
But
definitely. I didn't know that he beat Full with Mizuno.
He had a good tournament, man. Had a good
yeah. It's when Rip was shining then.
Yeah, I think I lost to JFJ and NYC Fab, but yeah. So else, the next thing was the arrival of Asim in the UK, because I can't remember where he showed up. Like, I think it must have been Ozzy Liono who introduced him, but I just remember someone saying like some guys really good from Pakistan has come down, and it was like at the time, I think either like it was it was basically just me and Ezzy, and there wasn't really anyone else who could touch us at the time. So all right, let's see what this guy can do. And I just played him, and he picked like either Miguel or Eddie. He just battered me. Like, it was really weird, because when I played against Tissuemon or the Koreans, they felt good, like as in like when you're playing them, they feel like you can look at the way they move and the stuff they're doing, and it's like very intimidating. Like it's you can sort of see the way that they play but it's like really feels like high level and technical, right, in the way that you're playing them, and like wow, I couldn't do that. Like when I played Asim, it was nothing, like didn't feel impressive, any of the stuff that he was doing. He was just doing like down forward 1 with Miguel and down forward 2 with Eddie, and like nothing impressive, but I just wasn't winning. Wasn't winning at all. And it's like, I can't beat him with Brian. Should I try different characters? I couldn't beat him with anyone else. He had really good character knowledge, because mostly like if you struggle with someone, you can like find another character. But I was like, it was so weird. It was so completely unlike the Japanese or Koreans that I'd played, where they were just like you were immediately like, oh, this guy's like, his combos weren't that good, his movement didn't seem to be that good. He just didn't make mistakes. And I would just get into tournaments and I would find him in the finals and he would just batter me. And yeah, like and we didn't realize, because we were just like, okay, there's regions you got to look out for. There's like, there's Korea and there's Japan, and then there's America and Venezuela, and there's us. Like, Pakistan, are they good? And he was just like, yeah, and like he would say like people playing the arcade there all the time. He was really good at certain matchups that other people were just rubbish at. Like there was Emperor who was like a Jack player from Sweden. It was sort of like basically like me if I'd continued playing Jack. He was just like a fairly optimized good Jack with decent reflexes, and Jack had been pretty popular in Tekken 6 apparently in Pakistan. And Asim just ran him over. Like like Chris would play him with Julia, and he'd just be like, "Yeah, I play a really good Julia called Arslan." And like, because Asim hadn't also Asim's he hadn't just been like a player in Pakistan. He'd been a champion. Like he'd been one of their best players. Like in retrospect, wasn't really surprising, but at the time I was just like, this guy isn't doing anything good. Just doing down 4-1 with all right timing.
Similar to Saki and how he could overpower you, where it's a bit, maybe in our heads we had this idea of what we call good Tekken, and you think you can spot it, but these guys had an unconventional, untraditional way of playing that sort of snuck up on you and was enough to just take your life bar down every single time. Because I remember feeling something similar with Asim, and me and even Ryan spoke about it. We were like, we'd sit down, and we'd try to work out, what's he doing that's because that's the kind of players we are, and we've all had these conversations where you try and sit down and try and work out, let's try and identify what it is that they're doing, where you start getting into the maths of what the player does that's making him win, and you have that conflict in your head of, but when good players played, it tends to be this kind of stuff, but he's not necessarily doing that kind of stuff. But he was winning. Now I remember, because I think at that time there was a time I stepped back, because I remember we had these local tournaments or local events called Tekken Force. And I remember, I can't remember if they were weekly or every fortnight. And I remember yourself, Dino, seemed to always end up playing Asim. And I didn't play Asim that much, but I'd keep tab on the events. And I always remember thinking, why isn't Dino doing better? Why is he not? Because he's not doing it. It wasn't so obvious what he was doing that was beating you. And I just remember Asim just winning so many tournaments, just clearing house. And I remember thinking at the time, this is Dino's now personal battle with someone who's international. I remember thinking that.
Yeah.
I think like the weird thing is, like, Ryan hadn't been playing that much, or neither had Martin, but like Ryan and Martin, like when Ryan and Martin would play Asim would struggle like way more against them than he would against like me or Eddie.
I don't know.
It's
Asim,
the playstyle.
Yeah, because Asim does what should be done, if that makes sense. He doesn't.
Exactly.
He's not going to sugarcoat anything for you. He's going to come at you direct, and it's very. He has a very deliberate pace with Jack, with Bob, with Miguel. One thing you can rely on Asim for is having a very, very deliberate pace. I think he's changed a little bit more now over the course of time through experience. You look at his Tekken 7 matches, it's a very different approach to the Tekken 6 match. You know what I mean? But I remember when he first came, there was sort of like a hunger to prove himself as well. I want to show these guys that, hey, I am up there. I can beat the best of you. And his approach was it was very good, but I remember knowing that he also doesn't know much about me. You know, there's things I can use here, you know, in my experience palette that maybe he's not as familiar with, you know, so he doesn't know about this shade of purple, you know what I'm saying? So I think that, because we met a couple of times in a few tournaments and a few grand finals, and I think I think I'm up in tournaments against him, which is quite surprising because I didn't really put the time in. I definitely don't know how to use as many characters on Tekken 6 as Asim does. But yeah, sometimes it's just, you know, I mean, again, I've never sat down with him and played like a first to 10 or, you know, so I don't know what would happen there. But in these sort of short tournament sets, I probably have more experience than him. Maybe that's fair to say. Maybe Martin also. And yeah, I just felt that.
Yeah.
Well, how do you feel, Mine? I mean, but that's just me. But how do you feel, Mine?
I mean, I think I'm similar to Ryan, where I watched him play. And like, I think we can all agree on that one point. Initially watching him play, it doesn't look like he's doing much. There's there's nothing that he was doing that I really haven't seen before. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I wasn't really taken aback. Not to say that he was bad. No, he was solid. Like, I saw his Jack, I saw his Eddie, saw his Miguel. I actually played his Miguel in the finals in the 360 gaming, and I was playing Lei. I think Ryan, you were there, and we met. And then I played him, and the score was very close. It's just I didn't know what Miguel was punishable, because that was the first Miguel that I had ever played that was really that like that I really knew. So, but anything else, I just remember playing, like seeing him and playing him, and I just think like Dino said before years ago, and I've always kept this, is that rock, paper, scissors thing. Just because like I may find Starscream difficult, right? A difficult player to kind of pin down, but Asim might beat Starscream, but then I might beat Asim. It's just that rock, paper, scissors thing. I mean, so that's why often, go on.
Oh, no, you finish first. I'll start off.
No, so that's why often when it comes to saying who the best is, like who's the best player, or like who the really best player is, it's sometimes really hard to gauge, because you have these rock, paper, scissors kind of scenarios where, okay, so the supposed best is dead into him, but then he beats that person who beats him. So it's a weird vortex of crap. But I remember, like Ryan said, he doesn't know much about me either. And there's nothing that this guy is doing that I've seen in all my years of Tekken that I can't handle. Do you see what I mean? That I can't handle. Like I've handled it is my belief anyway that I had handled better than him, even though he was solid, but I had handled way more mind-boggling techniques in Tekken than his. I think his was just, he has a really solid fundamental game. He has good punishment, but when it comes to putting the pressure on him and forcing mix-ups, I think it flusters him. This is what I found out anyway from like playing him. I think when you really put the pressure on him, I don't know about now, but back then, when you really put the pressure on him and you really forced the mix-ups rather than waiting for an opening, because Asim is a defensive player. He's not an offensive player. So that gives players like me and Ryan, who are very aggressive players, who open you up, who want to open you up.
That's a really good observation. That's definitely what separates me, you, and Dinosaur and Ezzy, who are probably a bit stronger on the defensive side of things, like just being able to let players come to them. Yeah, that's a good observation.
Exactly. So we try to open people up, and it just so
tin of beans, mate. Tin of beans.
Exactly. That we just had the can opener for Asim, basically.
You know them old school tin openers where you just like
man. So yeah, I think that was it really. There was nothing really. I just think when you enforce a certain kind of game on him, eventually that wall starts to crack. Basically.
Yeah, you force adaptation ultimately, don't you? That's what it is. You force adaptation, which is a different kind of strategy. And a lot of players, it can come down to what happens on the day. Because I think on different days we've all beaten each other, but it's Tuesday now, so this is the result. It's Wednesday. Maybe if you'd played Asim on the next day, it might have been. I think also that as well, because did you play? Was it casuals? Was it tournament? And so I don't like to put too much into these encounters because there's so many factors that go into it. I can say so many times where I lost like really badly in a session, but the other dude doesn't know that I'm on 2 hours sleep and I need my sleep. I'm the kind of person. I'm not the same player if I hadn't slept well, and that, and I think everyone has that, and everyone has their own things. Has the day been stressful? If you just done 12 hours work, you come back from a shift. So not to give Asim any excuses or anything, but I wouldn't say that, just I won that tournament that, I got his number. No, I think Tekken is a very complex entity, isn't it? You need all your faculties in check, right? And I think that if you're not 100%, that can tip the scales. You could beat someone that's better than you if they're not 100%. That's how Tekken works. It's very fast, and because it's so psychological, it's very hard to climb back up to the top of the mountain once you're on the back foot, I feel. So yeah, it would have been interesting to have a scenario where us four and Asim, all on the top of our game, could have had like a proper league or something where you can, you get to play everybody, and you kind of, maybe we could have had a little series that continues over time. But yeah, I've only met Asim in a few exchanges. I mean, I remember I beat him at 360 Gaming. Then he beat me at multiplayer with Miguel. You reset the bracket. I beat him at I-46, Tekken Tag 2. Like, we've had this sort of seesaw tournament life, and it's been great. But I always feel like, would he have won if this would have been different, or would I have won if that had been, And I guess it's also what makes the game great, because there's always this infinite cycle of things. The next time is always exciting. There's always hype for the next time, the next thing. There's always forward progress. I like the move.
Yeah, I mean, to speak to Asim's playstyle. This is talking about Tekken 6, because as you say, he's very different now, and he was very different in Tekken Tag. But I think he came from Tekken 5. I think that's where he was a champion back in Pakistan, and he was very vocal about other players. And I think I've heard it being thrown around that good players don't come from a vacuum. You don't just get someone that's really good and everyone else around him is really rubbish. Steel sharpens steel. So he was always saying that, even at the point of Tekken 6, I think he was saying he's not necessarily even the best in Pakistan, but the players there are quite strong. And I remember Ozzy really pushing him, that Pakistani connection. I remember him really pushing him as, you guys need to take this guy seriously. And I think I ended up appreciating Asim's ability. It's the fundamentals. And I think we were too used to seeing something flamboyant and something overly flashy from the Koreans. That means that's an attribute of strong gameplay. Whereas Asim was just very, very strong fundamentals. He's not dashing about the screen doing whatever, but he's always doing the right thing or the small thing at the right time, and it's always enough for him to get the win. It's always enough. And I don't mean that to say you always feel, or at least for myself, and it wasn't always a matter of, he just took that from me. Sometimes it was, a lot of the time it was quite significant where he'd batter you in a round. When you sat back and thought, what did he do or what did you do wrong? You had to really analyze. I didn't do anything large that meant I should have got punished. And then now I'm guessing for the round. A lot of the time it was, he just managed to get enough down forward ones to frustrate you. So now you've done this and now he's punished that. Or, he's done enough lows, so now you're in this situation, and now he's done that. It was more that kind of I don't want to call it lower base, but it was that kind of Tekken. If that makes sense.
A lot of the time, people are building towards something. I think a lot of the time, people are building towards something when they're playing like a round of Tekken, right? Or they're like setting stuff up with what they're doing. They're like, I'm going to do XYZ and I'm going to draw you in to I'm gonna draw you into ABC, right? And they're trying to set things up to sort of draw you into a big shot. I think that's one of the things about like Korean Tekken is that, and sort of when we think about like it as being like a classical Mishima style, it's basically like setting you up for a big god fist, like a singular big moment that's drawing you into stuff. And there's a sort of directionality of the game that comes along with that. So that you're like, what's this guy setting me up for? And I think it's like Asim. I feel like, and also the same is true of like I think Arslan, who has I think a similar style to Asim. Like he's much better now, but he's like, I mean Asim, he went from. Asim has obviously gone from like a huge, really, really busy tournament like arcade scene to just like not being able to practice at all. That's fairly understandable, but the thing is, all Asim did was he just won an exchange. And he's won the exchange, and it's there, and it hasn't pulled towards anything, and then he just takes the next exchange, and he just tries to win that exchange, and he tries to win that exchange, and he doesn't matter what, he doesn't care how much he's winning the exchange by, just cares that he's winning it, and then you're like, it's over. Like occasionally you'd be like, it wasn't building up to anything. All he was doing, he was taking his down forward one, his punishment, and he never like. He just stuck to that absolutely like very in like with a very like strong mind that he would just be like, no, I'm just going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, and then he's won.
You're waiting for part 2 the whole time and never comes.
Yeah.
I like what you said. I like how we can identify this is the Pakistani style of Tekken. This is what I love about Tekken. You can see certain moves you can see certain unique habits or attributes in how someone approaches the game. Like, I think all of us have similarities in how we play because we play in the same area. We're from the same hub of Tekken. Like, even now, if we play Tekken now, there are things we still do now that we learned back when we were sparring together because that's just part of our DNA of Tekken. That's how we approach the game. When I went to America, I noticed this is how the Americans play. This is how the Venezuelans play. This is what they do in Japan. And it fascinates me and it baffles me as well because there is a finite number of options in Tekken, but the fact that everyone is so able to still create their very own unique style that no one else can copy. There are how many thousands of players around the world that have tried to copy a certain type of style? It's never possible. You are always not that style. Even if you can do certain things from that style, you can never quite fully emanate anyone or any style. But it's so cool. I really like the uniqueness that the game has in that.
Definitely, that's where the character of the player comes in. Like, that's what I mean when you implement your personal. For a lot,
there was a British. We had like a British Mishima style. I know that might sound weird because obviously like the movement comes from Korea originally, but there was like there were things that me, Iron Mike, and Ben Mishima used to do. It was just the Tekken Tag Mishima way. Like we used to just those are things that we do, and of course you had like of course JRX and Ezzy also used Mishimas for a piece as well, and they were just UK tactics. Can't describe it any other way. I think the Italians showed this with a lot more clarity. This is the Italian way.
Italian play style.
We play Tekken like this, and they all did it. It was like you didn't know. Like when I played Red King and Yatajin, it was like I was playing the same guy because although they were very different, there were these key moments where I know that the other guy would have also done that in that exact same situation in that exact same way, and so. Yeah, very interesting. Anyway, I don't want to backtrack too much, but yeah, just when Dino said about the similarities between Asim and Arslan, remind.
Regional Tekken, where you play together, so you learn each other's tactics. But I don't think that's a bad thing. It's good, exactly as you said. I think that's what gives Tekken its identity. And then you dig deeper than that, and within that region, you have the individuality of the characters or of the players that use the same character. I mean, Martin, me and you talked about this recently about when a player finds the synergy with, and I don't mean to backtrack, but when a player finds a synergy with the character. One of the best ways that this is highlighted is talking about Tekken 7 when people say Akuma is the strongest character in the game. But Arslan Ash himself will tell you that that character is the strongest, but he can't use that character because the character doesn't match his play style. So he can't necessarily implement that character in the way that's comfortable. Knee as well. Knee is one of, arguably one of the best, if not one of the best Tekken player. But he doesn't appear to be as comfortable with Akuma, where he can be as dominant like your Aways Honeys or so forth, because the synergy of his playstyle with the character doesn't necessarily match. And then you have on the opposite side, you've got someone like Rangshu. And Rangshu will pick up Panda, that everyone says is one of the worst characters in the game. And yet he'll go and take that and win TWT. Because although the character's not necessarily the best, he's found the synergy with that character and he can, like, they fly together. So that's another thing that I just thought is interesting about Tekken.
I wonder how these regional playstyles develop. Like, is there an original community leader and then someone copies them and they copy them? And
no, it's not like that. It's not like that. You give and take from each other. You give and take from each other. So you play someone, they'll do something sick on you, and you'll be like, you know what? I can take that. I can use that. There's times where you take subconscious photographs in your memory, and you have a time where they beat you by doing down 1 while standing 4 and you lost, right? And then in your next game, you could subconsciously just replicate what you lost to because that was effective. We're creatures. We're creatures of habit. We learn from experience. So if you learn, naturally, it's smart to do the technique that beat you. That's a smart brain working. This is clearly effective. I lost to it. Let me try and use this, and you'll get the win from that. And that becomes part of your repertoire. And you all collectively, as a community, start doing these round openers, certain round enders. There's times where you've seen, you can low parry here. Okay, I'm gonna. And that might get you the win, And I just think you grow. You're a creature of your own surroundings. You know what I mean? And you kind of learn from. You soak up. You sponge in everything that's around you, and you kind of feed that back to your colleagues, your associates. So you sort of teach each other. I do think there are sometimes leaders who stand out a bit more, but ultimately it's just this intertwining of strategies.
And the development of the style is also comes around the counters to what is strong in your particular region. Like there's an MMA analogy. Like there's a camp called American Kickboxing Academy in MMA, and they in the same way that people in Tekken only will have their name be. Their name will be like Jin the Best, and they'll play Law, or like Devil Kazuya, and they'll play Nina. Like this gym is called American Kickboxing Academy, and they obviously train wrestlers, right? And so everyone in their gym would be like, and that's where Khabib trains in part, Khabib Nurmagomedov, and he would, and so a lot of them are just like, basically mixing up between takedowns and like big right hands or similar, right? Takedowns, level change punches, sort of like Wavedash, high-low mix-up. You dive for their legs or you punch them up top, right? Apart from one guy who came from there, and these guys mostly like small, squat wrestler types, right? And one guy who came from there who was really tall, called Luke Rockhold, and his game plan was step back, counter right hook, or submit people on the floor. His style, you could tell, it had been developed by sparring with wrestlers who tried to take him down the whole time, or mix up right hands, because he would step back, right hook them when they tried to hit him with a right hand, and he would submit them when he took them when he got to the floor. He developed an entire counter style within the meta of his region. So that's a lot. You see that as well. So Martin, for example, had to develop his own anti-Mishima style with Lei and Law, because our arcade in Tekken Tag 1 was entirely Mishima players.
Yep, definitely. It was overrun. There was Gordon, there was AC, there was Ryan, there was Iron Mike, there was Ezzy dabbled in them, Saki dabbled in them. When Ben Machine would come down, there was him. There was even Stove. So like it was
Simeon, the chosen one. The list is endless.
Yeah, Rodney as well. There were a whole. It was very Mishima dominated. Let's just put it that way. But that actually helped me because, to be fair, there's not a lot of Mishimas now, from my personal experience, that I would really be shook of. So when I see a Mishima, like for instance, when I moved to Denmark, right, and I was playing Tekken there was one particular Mishima. No, there were two. There was Mr. Moist. And there was Knee and Nin, Mark, right? And obviously Mark was the best player there. And his Mishimas, Ryan, was savage. I don't know if you've ever played him, but if you ever go to Denmark and you have a chance to play Knee and Nin, he's savage. So, but even with as savage as his Mishimas were, because I had prior experience playing AC, Iron Mike, Gordon, everybody, all these Mishimas, I was ready for them. I was ready for him. Do you see what I mean? So, yeah, all the tactics that I had learnt from London and UK and all that stuff came into play there. And also coming back to the UK after playing, especially during Tekken Tag 2 days, that was when I was actually pretty sharp, to be honest.
Crazy how you don't know how much you learn until you're in the scenario. Like there's things you don't realize you're good at, or there's things you don't realize you know. Like there's situations you don't actually realize you have answers to. And then just one day, it's sort of like what Ezzy said earlier about how he was just in this moment with Tissuemon and things just started clicking together. Like suddenly in this one moment, like, he, well, not exactly mum spaghetti, but like all these things that he'd practiced, but suddenly it was time to unleash, and he was ready to do it. And I think that when you play with each other in the community and then go outside that community, you realize how much you actually know. Like you see all these different things that for you are just bread and butter, but because they don't have experience against this step back hook punch style, they're all getting blown up, and you're just like, oh, I'm actually good at a few things, and it's really, this is why I always say, like, it's really good if you can get out of your own community and travel a little bit, just like learn.
Definitely.
Because not only do you get to see what you're good at and bad at, but you also learn new things from the new community. Well,
exactly. And you also get to see where you really are in the grander scheme of things, because your community is only, think of it of like one galaxy or one universe. Then when you step out of that, when you step into the Swedish scene or the Danish scene or the Italian scene or the French scene, that is the grander scheme of things. You're expanding. Your Tekken universe has now expanded, so you get to see just how effective your gaming style is and your gameplay is in the grander scheme of things. So that's very telling.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess we just had one last, one major thing for to hit from our end, which was, what was that?
Yeah.
I'm just this.
That big old Tekken 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Heihachi trophy.
Tekken 6 was the iteration where I finally won this coveted trophy from the Horang ending on Tekken 3, where does he throw it in the river? This insane man.
Yeah.
Like he wins the King of Iron Fist tournament, gets this bad boy, and he like lunges it in the river like an insane person. But anyway, so this was a big one for me because I managed to win this at the same arcade I back-won Ezzy with Feng to death in the T5 tournament, the T5 Nationals, the year before that. And then 10 years before that, I won the Tekken 3 World Championship in the same venue. So that venue is like holy grail for me, and I was very proud of winning this one. Right, Ryan said his bit, now you can carry on.
Sick.
Like Heihachi on Heihachi.
The last Heihachi section.
Go for it, guys. Sorry, I just had to get that out of the way.
the last. I mean, so basically, we'd all carry on playing Tekken in other. We've all played Tekken in some way or another till the present day. But we thought we'd probably stop at Tekken 6 because it's the one where we were all sort of playing. It was the last one where we were all sort of playing together in any real way. Like Ryan has mostly been in Germany. He has got his just got his family to look after. He's not playing as much. Like Martin, the same. Like I'm still playing a bit, but it wasn't the same. Like it's not the. So I think one of my fondest memories in competitive Tekken was when we went to Damagermany again for Sabri towards I think it was towards the end of T6. And there was a combination singles and team tournament, and they said to give the Koreans to give the European people a chance. The Koreans weren't going to enter the singles, but they were going to enter the team tournament.
That's deep, man. That's deep.
Yeah.
Give you a chance.
It was JDCR and Nin.
You guys need to sell it better than that. It wasn't to give.
That's deep, bro.
Sabri said everyone loves the Koreans coming over and having a tournament, but it's sort of a guaranteed win for them. But we've never had a tournament where we decide who's the best in Europe. We haven't had that. So he wants a tournament to decide who the best in Europe is, but he also wants the whole idea of the Koreans to come over so he can bring the maximum amount of people into the tournament. Yeah. So he created the two tournaments,
that was it.
Single and the team tournament.
Yeah.
So I went over there. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't really care about the singles tournament that much. I just wanted to win the team tournament.
Yeah.
Not just because the Koreans were there, but because I wanted to prove our scene was
the best scene, the
best. Even old and by this point, people weren't playing as much as they had been.
People weren't playing
especially Ryan. Ryan was mostly Street Fighter 4 by this point. But so the team was me, Ryan, and Starscream. We were going to be Team UK, and people it's a very stylish team, and we were I was like, that sounds like it means bad, because I was the only person playing a good character on that team. I was playing Brian. He was the only good character. He was playing Horang, trash, and Ryan was playing Kazuya, who was mediocre.
Yeah.
I mean, no, they were both probably about the same, right? But and I was playing Brian, but Brian was really good. But Brian was also half. No one bothered playing Brian when you could play. Like Bob or Lars or Law. But so
what do you mean Law?
Yes, I mean Law. Everyone shut up, Martin. Oh yeah, he's so difficult, isn't he? He's so difficult.
Hold on,
Americans have won with this character, Martin. Americans.
Look, Dino.
The American won Evo with this character or something.
No matter what you
did Rip get second? I can't remember.
Rip he's never really won a tournament with Law, bro. He's never really won that. Leave Law alone. What did Law ever do? Law's the same character that he's always been. At least he hasn't got an unblockable taunt. Come on, man. Grow up.
Ezzy, as the best Law player in the UK, would you describe Law as a difficult character?
Law is one of the easiest characters in the game, so I think a lot of time Law carries the player.
He gave me a headache, man. This is a fucking winder. And he said it so sincerely as well. Yeah, well, Anyway, go on. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so we got, but we were entering this tournament, and we got knocked into losers really early. I was really upset. I think by an Elisa player.
Oh, breath.
Because we just didn't have Ryan didn't have the character knowledge. Ezzy was a bit rusty, and I just didn't perform. And so we would have to go through the whole another one of these things. We would have to go through the whole tournament in losers bracket, going through literally everyone. But the sick thing was that we went through this tournament, and there were parts where literally everyone saved the day in one way or another. So there were the other teams, like the other strong regions, had all sent multiple teams. Like there were 2 team Italys, right? There was was famous Team Italy, which was Harry Potter's team. I can't remember who else was on it. It was like Harry Potter, I think maybe Devil Nin. There were like 3 Team Italys. Like there was Harry Potter's team, and then there was another famous team, and then there was the Black Ops Italian team. Things that people that no one had heard of.
Wow.
We kept playing characters that no one had heard of. It was like
killers.
It was
like killers.
Yeah. So we went through the tournament, and there's like, so we had to play like famous Italy team, and I think it was Harry Potter's team, and I think I OCV'd them. And then we had to play like team like Amsterdam, and like me and Ezzy had always struggled a bit with Malekith and his Asker, and we just needed Ryan to just save the day. He did, and Malekith would go on to win the tournament, the singles tournament, the next day. I'm pretty sure.
Didn't play me though.
Didn't play me, though.
Didn't play me, bro.
And we had to play Team Germany, which was when like Sabri was still playing, and this was Sabri, I think a German Heihachi player called Seb.
Yeah, Jeb and Sephi Black.
A young Miguel player called Sephi Black.
Yeah.
Sephi started in 6, no? Did Sephi start in 6?
Yeah, he started in 6.
He started in 6, yeah. He started, yeah.
Miguel was alright, you know.
Yeah, back in 1 counter hit, man.
Miguel was alright.
Like that particular match, I can't remember how it went. Like Ryan was beating Seb and like losing to Seth. Like Ryan and Ezzy were losing to Sethi or something. But the way that the tournament went is that you had like 2 lives, so you had 6 games between the team of 3, and I think we were down like something like, basically it came down to like it was me, and I had to win like 4 straight matches against Team Germany, and so I had to beat Sephi Black, Hey, Sabri, and then Sephi again. I think it was something like that. It was like Sabri, and I had to beat Sabri twice, I think. I'm still not that good against Nina. I was so focused on just winning this goddamn match. It's one of the ugliest matches I've ever played. I was just like, don't take any risks, don't do anything stupid, don't walk into a launcher. I did more down back 3s with Brian than I've ever done in my life. I was just like, the match against Sethi was really weirdly different, because at one point I think I just taunt dashed him straight into the wall like multiple times. I just went and then just finished the taunt and did back 4. But like against Sabri, I was just like, just take every tiny bit of damage. But like, so I managed to win that, and then afterwards, like, he was just like, "All right, Dino, get in." Gave me a hug for the first time ever. But yeah. but after that, yeah, so we were like, okay, we've taken out like Team Italy, Team Amsterdam, like probably like a Team France or something. Like
Team Germany.
Yeah. And we were like, okay, there can't be that many people, but you're like, what's going on towards the top of the tournament though? Because there was some Italian team like just like rappelling out of the ceiling, coming down dressed all in black with like masks on, and like they were playing with Roger, Raven, and Armor King, and like they were banging everyone up. Like the last match we would have to like losers finals. I think they lost to the Koreans, but like losers finals we had to play these guys. It was Xeon, Max Quicksilver was playing Roger. Again, like people didn't know who he was back then. And who was the Raven player?
Was it not Danilo? Was it not the Phantom?
It wasn't the Phantom. It was someone else. I'm sure.
Okay.
And anyway, like for that one, it was time for Ezzy to save the day again. We were just like, what's going on with Roger? And Ezzy just turned on it, like, as far as I can remember, like Ezzy just turned on embarrassment mode. Like he would just dash up into people's faces and just do like I'm gonna do nothing, and then I'm gonna do 6 lows in a row, and then you're gonna try a low back, and I'm gonna low parry it. Like Ezzy pretty much took out Team Italian Black Ops, and then we had to go into the finals against the Koreans, and it was
so the Koreans was Wogus, Nin, and JDCR.
Yeah.
Look at that team. Look at that team.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture. You can show the picture on the stream if you want, Arya.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I
In the
will.
chat.
One sec. Turn the overlay on.
they just
The first one's the best quality.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Go
sick.
ahead.
Sick. That's a good picture.
Go carry on, Phil.
they just put JDCR up the first, because JDCR was the best at Tekken 6, I think. Yeah, like Knee couldn't, as far as I could tell, Knee just couldn't really handle him in that game. And we all just really wanted to beat, like, we just wanted to beat this team. And the thing is that the difficulty of the team went down like a lot, because they'd put JDCR first, and then Nin second, and Nin wasn't nearly as good as JDCR at this point. And then Wogus first, and Wogus was basically just a European player.
The stand-in, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was just but just like, all we need to do is get past these guys. They were proper like, how do we get through? Like, I remember like just like dash up in his face, Ezzy, and he just didn't react to it. He wasn't like JDCR just wasn't. And I think they won the first set, and then the first 3, and then like I was basically last. Like, and then they won the next 2 games as well. It was getting closer. I had to play JDCR, and I was gonna have to, if I won, I would have to double OCV them, which probably wasn't happening. Beat JDCR, and like apparently like the guys, this was on stream, like the guys were like shaking me, and I was just absolutely rock, like just staring forward, just like, because then I had to play Nin, and the problem with Nin and JDCR is that they are complete opposite players. Like, it's one of the problem with team tournaments. Like, Nin is insanely aggressive and takes tons of risks, and he just tries to like overwhelm you. As JDCR is obviously, he's JDCR. He's very, particularly this is JDCR in a game with movement. He was much more patient and conservative than he is in Tekken 7, because he could be. Was a game with better movement than Tekken 7. But so I beat JDCR one game, and I played Nin, and I think it was reasonably close, but I still lost it. I'm still really upset about losing that match. I'm still really annoyed that I didn't beat Nin. I should be able to beat him. He's not as good as JDCR.
I remember having a close match with Nin. I can't remember if in one of the sets I won or lost, but I remember having this close game with Nin. I wish it was on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know who has the matches, but I want to talk it up a bit, because as you said, they ordered Team Korea with JDCR first, Nin second, and Mogus third, and they were consistent with that throughout the entire tournament. And JDCR was just cleaning house. No one touched JDCR throughout the entire tournament. He was just running all the way through winners. Nin and Wogus never got to play. They were just there to hold his luggage. They didn't have to play at all.
Oh, really? I thought they put
just to roll up his...
No. At some point, it was JDCR throughout the whole thing, and that's why when Dino finally beat JDC, I was like a
That
chink
was
in the
massive.
and that's why all of Europe erupted, because they were like, "Oh, hang on, what does that mean?" And I remember the moment that Dino's talking about, where everyone's shaking him, and Dino's just in the zone, like you're shaking him, and he's just like, he's
throwing shoulders.
So yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, because but I was like, still, like, even though we didn't win, like, it was one of those things where we, like, because I think we've always been known as, like, if not the strongest, like, then I think in terms of consistency, I think we've been the strongest scene in Europe. Like, in terms of, like, if you talk about pure raw consistency over every Tekken, it's the UK, it's us. And for that game, it was really important that, like, everyone, like, is that we were able to, like, not only did we take out all of Europe, but we showed that, like, that they could bleed at the top as well. And, you know, that even JDCR, even in those kind of matchups, and we did it as, like, with our own styles, our own characters. Like, it was the characters that we would and are known for. Like I said, there are easier and better character choices, but it was me with Brian, it was Ryan with Kazuya, it was Ezzy with Hwarang, like, and yeah, it's always like that tournament's always going to be like one of my most treasured Tekken memories. Like,
it was a really nice memory, definitely, especially the three of us getting to team up finally for an event and actually do work. It's not like we teamed up and got murked. We actually teamed up and showed everybody. And it was difficult times as well, because we hadn't, you know, sort of been training together or anything like that. It was a very the teaming up was a very rushed job, you know, and so managed to get it all together last minute and showed up. And so I think for us as a result, it was actually a win, really. I mean, considering all the circumstances, I think that was definitely a win.
And it's really, I think for me, it was really good because me and Dino do this till tomorrow. Dino, I hate you. Me and Dino will travel to international places, and me and Dino always find a setup to play each other because of our hate of each other. So there's no camaraderie there. It's like we'll be in a total another country with all this foreign talent, and me and Dino will still find a way. It's like, no, you have to dead to my Hwarang. No, you're going to lose to my Brian, always. So the camaraderie is never there. But this was a perfect time that all of that got put to the side, and then UK got put first.
Yeah,
I think every country that participated in that team tournament felt the same. It's about, we need to do this for us now. We need to do this for our country. So, and I think that's what gave the team tournament more, I don't want to call it prestige, but gave it more oomph than the singles tournament.
More hype, for sure.
More hype. The camaraderie there was something that you don't get to see so much nowadays, unless you have the finals and then you have your team behind you. But that was really the camaraderie shining through. So that for me is what shines out as a memory from that.
Yeah. The euphoria when, like, you've lost, but then your teammate comes through. There's nothing like it, man. There's nothing like that. Those moments stay with you forever.
And it's
you see all the stuff that they do on you, and when you're watching and you're just like, and someone's doing like the opponent is doing something, and you're just like, gonna die now. And then it just
so many times I'll lose to something that Dino does, and I hate it and I'll insult it. But when you see Dino do it to someone else, you're like, Dino, you're sick. Dino, you're sick.
Exactly. It's genius, absolute genius.
Yeah.
I would recommend, like, anyone gets the chance to do team tournaments, anything like that. Like, if, you know, when the pandemic dies down, if you're in America and Bronson starts up Strong Style, or if any, like, team tournaments come back, like, go to a team tournament. They're a different experience. They're great. I love them.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'd love to take part in one sometime. Yeah. All right. Did we cover everything?
I think that might be it.
I think so. Right up to Tekken Tag 2 anyway.
I mean, Tekken 5, the interesting thing was when I went to Evo, the Tekken 5 DR, right? Just briefly, was there was a qualifier.
Oh, shit.
We missed an entire Evo.
Oh god, we missed the time when Ryan
there was
won
an Evo qualifier.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. You keep skipping me. I see what you're doing, man. We were friends. So basically there was an Evo qualifier. I think it was the first ever EU qualifier in the UK, right? So they were going to send a player to Evo for CVS2, Third Strike, Tekken 5DR, and I think maybe one other game, Super Turbo or something. And the twins who were running it, they sort of took me to the side before it because I was in the runnings for Third Strike and for Tekken. I had a strong chance at winning both. So they said, okay, look, you have to choose one. You're not allowed to enter both qualifiers. You have to choose one of the qualifiers. And I was like, what? I'm trying to double my chances. What are you talking about? They're like, no, you got to pick Tekken. Is it going to be Tekken or is it going to be... Obviously, once you get to Evo, you can enter anything you want, right? But for the ticket, for the plane ticket, they made me promise I would only enter one. And said, you're not allowed to enter the other. So, what tournament? Okay, this got to get me to Evo. So I chose Tekken 5. I could have went with Third Strike. I had just as much of a chance, maybe even a bit more of a chance actually, on Tekken on Third Strike. But I don't know. I wanted to win Tekken. So I entered this qualifier. It was a Battle of Destiny tournament, and I actually lost. I think I lost in winners final or winners semi. I lost to Matt from Poland.
Oh yeah, man.
And you know those guys are good, Matt and Devil. They've always been pretty good ever since they came in from the Tekken 5 days when I met them.
Yeah.
At every Tekken, they've both been very good players, right? And so I'm in losers bracket. I'm, damn it, okay, I've got to win now. And I think in losers, I think I was eliminated by Devil. Like both the brothers got me. And man, this wasn't the plan. And I was extra salty knowing that on the other side of the room, I could have been in that tournament doing bits. So it's just like, now I'm out of this one thing that I chose. And it really felt like I'd been shortchanged. You know, like I'm a good player. I've earned the skill on both games. I've sacrificed time to be good at both games. You know, why do I have to now get the short straw and not be in something that I've earned the right? You know, and it was I didn't put this much of a verbal fight up before when they were talking to me, but I think it was only once I was eliminated where I really felt, you know, like yanked a little bit. I just thought, no, this is Libby. Like, why? I should be over there, like doing combos. So it was, you know, I'm watching the grand final, long face, you know, just like whatever, like slumped in my chair. And they're like, yeah, Ryan, you got one more match. You got to get up. Like, what do you mean? I'm out. No, you got to play. We got to know who came third. You got to play for third place. And I'm playing for third place, right? And I couldn't give a rat's ass if I win. I'm all like dashing up. I'm visibly showing the crowd that I don't care. Like I honestly, I wasn't even trying to troll the guy. There was no interest. There was no interest. There was no prize for third place. You know, there was no money or anything. That it was just, hello, pat on the back, you came third. And that's not what I was there for. I didn't sign up for that. So I think it was random agile. While I was in the match, losing, it was best of 3. I'd lost one game. And in the second game, I was trolling, like just wave dashing up to him until he hits me, you know, and stuff like that. I can't remember if it was that blatant, but I remember just like, you know, just doing house sweep, like, you know, nonsense stuff, right? And someone, I think it was random, he said, Ryan, just win it. And I don't know why, but it bothered me. I just thought, okay, whatever, let's just win it. And so I ended up winning the match, right? I brought it back from the brink of defeat and winning. And it turned out that a week later, Matt and Devil couldn't go to Evo. So I didn't know at the time, but that match where I was trolling and just dashing up and doing whatnot was actually an Evo qualifier. But I didn't know at the time. If I'd have thrown that match as I was planning to, I would never have made it to Evo because I wasn't sponsored. That was before, like, you know, these big things. And I wasn't on the schedule to go to Evo. I only got to go to that Evo because Matt and Devil, I think they had school and they couldn't get visas, or there was a complication somehow. And those two, you know, even though they came first and second, couldn't actually get the flight to go to American part of Evo. So it dropped down to me as the third place, and I went to Evo and actually won the entire tournament. That's actually that story.
I didn't know the origin.
That's a sick story.
Yeah, I won Evo on Tekken, and in the same Evo, I came top 8 in Street Fighter. It had never been done in history. There had never been a European player to make top 8 at Street Fighter at Evo. That was the first time ever in the history. Third strike. So yeah, so that Evo was very big for the history. There's a lot of really big things that happened there.
That's awesome.
That's quite a sick story. I think I remember I think it was visa issues that they had.
Yeah.
Matt and Devil. But yeah, that added fact that you won Evo based on that. Woo, you could have sold that ticket, mate. You like, and there's too many times during Tekken matches where you sort of give up internally, and that's sort of what you were doing. And you heard that random James Brown. You heard James Brown's voice, who was one that said, "Just win it," and that was enough to sort of put you back on track. And it's like, all right, let's just be serious enough. And as Providence would have it, that meant that you ended up going to Evo. So that's quite sick.
I had no idea. I just thought, I'm coming third now, and I get my little certificate, a little bit of paper, take it a medal, whatever, But yeah, it was hard. It was really hard to mentally just put myself back in the competitor's chair and play. Like, seriously, I couldn't do it. It's weird. It's weird how once you set your mind on something and that doesn't come to fruition, that like nothing else matters, like temporarily at least. So strange. But yeah, I just couldn't. I didn't care less. Couldn't care less. I hated watching the grand finals. I'll be honest. I didn't care who won. Matt or Devils, not whatever. But yeah, but then when they said you're on the plane, my mind just changed. It was immediately like, because I was living in Germany at the time. I think I'd flown in for Balodesh for the qualifier, so my training options at that time were a bit more limited. I didn't have as many players to play against Germany, but I just started training like seriously. My level wasn't, even if you watch Evo that I won, my level wasn't the normal Ryan Hart level for Tekken 5 DI. It was like a 30% Naruto clone, where it's me, it looks like me, it's the same character that I use, but it's not me at full power. I was very limited, and I managed to win. But anyone that knows anything about how I play DR, you can see that, and you can see that I wasn't breaking any throws, I wasn't doing the optimal combos, my movement was a bit sloppy, there was missed execution. Like, that's just not me. You know what I mean? And so, but I never admitted that. I never said that in post-game interviews. I've never said this in any post-game interviews because I didn't want to insult the players that I'd beaten, because it's kind of rude. Yeah, I won, but I wasn't at my. I don't like that stuff. So because I won, I just said, I was really happy to win, obviously, as well. I never mentioned that, but now it's like, 12 years later, I think it's okay to say. But yeah, and I know that you guys know me, so you can watch that. But yeah, if you watch that set and compare that to some of my other Tekken 5 performances, oh wow, this is a different guy. But yeah, I think a combination of things, difference in style. I'm coming with a UK/European approach to how I play Tekken. They didn't really have a wealth of Mishima players. Let's be honest. In the US, they didn't, especially in the DR days, there wasn't really that Kazuya guy who was winning everything, or that Devil Jin, or that, it wasn't like that. So I feel like that gave me an edge as well, because I don't know if they were familiar with how to approach me. So a few things.
It's worth saying, in almost every Tekken game, there's a lot of people who will be like, oh yeah, Mishima's the best in this game, whether it's or really good in this game, whether it's like DR or like DR, Tag 2 and Tag 1 are the main ones, right? People are like, oh yeah, Mishima's the best characters in this game. In Noble, not many people can actually use them. There are entire regions where people just are not very very good with them.
Just avoid them, don't they? Yeah.
I remember, because I remember seeing some of those matches, and I was like, well, it was true, because I was thinking like, Ryan doesn't look sharp, but could tell his you didn't look sharp, but you were playing very fearless. I think that was that was kind of the difference, is that you were playing you were just playing like you were gonna guess right every you were like, no, I'm here to win. You're playing very forcefully, I think.
Because I had this I had this thing on my mind that I'm the guy who shouldn't be here, that I need to make this count. I'm doing this for all the guys who couldn't be here. I'm doing this for the community I've left behind. I got to do well here. I can't just go and be one of the guys who lost in pools. You know, it felt, you know, and there's people who are fronting money for me to be there. Like it's a sponsored trip, right? So, you know, I don't know if I thought I would win at that point, but it was like I need to make this count though. It can't just be I need to at least get to whatever, you know. And I think that was very much cemented in my mind that I need to do well here and try and win. So yeah, I think that was definitely one. But then the next year they didn't even have Tekken. They devoted. There was a Tekken 6 period where 2009.
Oh yeah,
they didn't even have Tekken that year.
Exo
Well, they had the exhibition.
Oh, whatever it was. Yeah.
Yeah, like the exhibition where you could, I think you could enter and you could lose, and then you could re-enter. It's just like Namco brought the game down for the day, and you could like it was a tournament, but it wasn't an official Evo thing. It was a tournament where you could enter. And if you lost, you could re-enter yourself because it was just for people to learn how to play the game. It wasn't like a, you know, so it was like a fun thing.
This is arcade. When it was on the arcade, I think I remember they brought the arcade down, no? Because
the console wasn't out yet. Yeah, 2009.
Man, that's a wealth of Tekken knowledge, boy.
And then 2010 is when Nin robbed everyone, and Rip did really sick. Grand finals.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. I watched the grand finals with Rip and Nin, and it just looks so hard. How do you beat Nin? Like, it just looked. I don't think anyone could have beaten Nin on that day. And Rip was playing sick, and we've seen how sick Rip is, like from his performances at U12 and stuff. But like that day, that Nin that day just looked OP.
It was when he kept on doing flicker stance, didn't he? He just kept on going into flicker stance and just kind of pegging him down, didn't he? Yeah.
Now, every now and again, you get some players that I don't know. They sort of make you step back and watch. Like we went to Damagermany, that same one where we had the first to 10 with Knee, and Nin came back. Nin came eventually, and it was Nin and Knee in the finals. And I remember watching them play for a long time prior to the tournament, and I remember just thinking, yeah, Knee just looks like they're both sick, but Knee looks like he's better. And Knee won that tournament, but it looked like
sandbagging.
It looked like he was sandbagging, and it totally changed my opinion. And I was thinking, at no point did Nin look like he was under any type of stress. He was struggling. It looked like it almost looked like a showcase for Nin. They were playing, and it looked more like Nin was playing, and Knee was playing seriously. Or more seriously, and I was really taken aback by Nin because I think most characters there's always a sort of go-to person for that character. You know, Nin is the Steve, and he'll always be remembered as one of the most dominant Steves. Same for Brian and Knee, though he doesn't use them anymore. Yourself with Kazuya, and you have those sort of prominent characters, and Nin just always. He stood out, especially in that tournament for me, as this guy. When he wants, he can be totally OP, totally OP.
Yeah. Was it what tournament was that? Was that Damagermany?
It was Damagermany.
It was Damagermany because that was the first one where like Knee had come. It was like Knee had just come back from, but he'd only been back from the army for like a couple of months. And yeah, I remember watching it because Nin battered him in like winners finals, and then he just went down and beat whoever it was, like Adnan the first, in like losers finals, and then when they played in grand finals, it just looked like Nin was giving it to him. Like he was just like doing down back twos. And like I was just like, nah, he know who's better.
Yeah,
but like, it was one.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, that's pretty much it. Like it just looked like it didn't look like a real match.
I remember. I think I was talking about this with Ezzy at the time, but like I remember this really fast movement in Knee's space, and the second Knee did anything, he just blocked it. Like, but it was this super like it looked like uncontrolled movement. It was so quick. But somehow he still had the control and reaction time to block the jab, or to block the orbit, or block the 4, or like whatever. Everything would get blocked, and it would be like he was moving forward the whole time. How How is he blocking in between these sequences? And that was scary to watch. Very, very impressive. Really. He picked Bob on me. He can't pick me.
I remember that.
I remember that. Because me and Ryan were training Kazuya versus Steve like counters, right? And Nin had obviously remembered Ryan banging him up before, and he played.
No, I think he banged.
He didn't.
I think he banged him up on that same occasion. I think at one point in time they were doing casuals when Nin was on one setup and Nin was on the other, and they were just racking up wins. I think at that time Nin wasn't losing, so he was getting 30-something wins, and Nin was sort of having fun. So it was first to 3 or first to something, but he was letting people take one round here, one game here and there. So he didn't have the high wins because he was sort of playing about, letting people get a bit more comfortable. And Ryan battered him. Ryan beat him in that, and he knew. And that's why the entire tournament he didn't pick any. He only picked Steve. But for Ryan, that one match he picked Bob. And then after that, he went back to Steve.
Yeah.
No, I remember. Yeah, no,
I mean,
he knew what was going to happen.
It's smart gameplay. That's what you should do, right? That happens. I mean, that's just the way it is. But I was salty though. I was like, man, if he picked Steve, there was hope. There was a chance. Because with Bob, I had no chance. But I got murked. It's just not a character I've worked against. It's my own fault, obviously. But I remember at the time feeling, man, pick your things, though, innit? This isn't your guy. Pick your guy, innit?
Said Ryan, how is Feng?
Yeah, well, that was different. That was different.
That was different, innit? His was different.
What? It's the same moves. I mean, down back 4 does a low attack. You know?
It's the same.
It's the same things.
But no, I remember something about Devil as well. There's something about that tournament and Devil that I can't.
Well, which one? Damagermany and Devil?
Yeah, Damagermany and Polish Devil. There's something there as well. I can't remember. There was something that he did. I can't remember if it was a match versus. I can't remember. But there's something that Devil did that was significant in that tournament as well.
So you guys were around during the early Tekken Tag 2 days, right? I wasn't. I was in Germany. I had been in Germany for a long time doing other things, traveling and stuff. I heard Devil was like the best in Europe at Tekken Tag 2. Did that happen? Was that a thing?
I'm not sure if he was the best, but he did get notoriety for being a Mishima player that doesn't use Godfist.
Right.
For being a Kazuya player that does 0 Godfists. And if you watch back any of his matches, like, yeah, you might see 1 or 2 in there, but normally Godfist is either a punishing tool or a pressure tool. That's how most people tend to use Mishimas. But he doesn't do that at all. So I remember them conversations about Devil and his Kazuya, but I don't think it was tied to him being the best. I don't remember that.
Because as far as I can remember, there was only like 1 tournament he went to. It was
2 tournaments.
like a
so
big
there was the
Italian one.
So then that's 3 because he was at one of the Lions Dens. He was in. I went to a Tekken tournament. I went to I mean, not that we're going to get into Tekken Tag 2, but I went to a Tekken Tag 2 tournament in France where I had to play Nin. And these matches are online. I had to play Nin for 2nd place or 4th place, something like this. But Devil was there.
I remember that.
Yeah, and that match was really frustrating. I should link that because it went right down to the wire. But yeah, Devil was there, and in the Italian tournament that you're talking about, so he was around for Tekken Tag 2.
Yeah, I think it was only that Italian tournament, and I remember him like.
I talked to Spag.
So I remembered like seeing people saying like, "God, Devil's a really good Mishima player," and I watched his matchup against like Harry Potter. His Kazuya doesn't do anything.
Yes, it's
just. I mean, his Kazuya like this. He's just there to give Bob rage and to fill combos. Like his Bob just wins that matchup on his own. Like I've never seen a more like one-sided win by like one character on a team. Like Kazuya is a combo filler in that entire match. He lands like 1 hell sweep, but he still wins. But it's just Bob.
Wasn't there a Tekken where you could have 1 character versus 2?
Tekken
Tag 2. You could do that in Tag 2. Yeah.
Oh, is that Tag 2? Yeah. Remember that.
We don't want to get into tag 2.
I'll just pick Bob. Double Bob.
Double Bobs. Bob. Double capos. But yeah, like wow. Jeez. I think if we combine part 1, part 2, part 3, there's like 10 hours of Tekken history here.
And that's the shredded down version.
That's the condensed, skimmed milk.
We almost missed Ryan's Evo win.
I know, that
we had to add it in at the last minute.
Like, too much to cover.
Oh, by the way.
Yeah. And what's this Evo?
Yeah.
May have heard of these tournaments.
Yeah, there's too much history, and I think one of the things I take away from this is because these are our stories, and we've been around for so long and we've seen so much in Tekken, and I like us having these discussions because we see the waves change across the Tekkens. We see the people jump in and jump out, and we see you end up gathering a wealth of knowledge. Based on the differences in the Tekkens and differences of the players that come in. Every Tekken sort of has either a moment or a tournament or a new player that comes in. I mean, Tekken 7, at least right now, it's like sort of the age of Arslan. We had the age of JDCR where JDCR was just dominating. And it's just interesting to see all of these different events and milestones in the eras of Tekken.
Different eras is a great way to put it. Like chapters in a long, ongoing book. And
there's a lot of talent, man. A lot of talent in the UK. UK are like the best in Europe right now, right? Tekken 7. What is there a country that's better than the UK? Can Super Akuma bang up everyone? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you guys know? Can Super Akuma bang up everyone in the UK?
I don't know. Didn't Chicken Maru take it to him?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 7-6. That was some things. Yeah, Chicken Maru has stepped his game up, man. He looked really good in that set. Yeah, but there's a lot of, like obviously like Eddie, E minor. Just saw Immortal Soul doing some bits as well. Like, I mean, I think UK's got a lot of very cool young talent coming up right now, and I love seeing it.
And I mean, one of the things that we managed to do is we managed to come together to travel. And I mean, COVID is sort of taking over the universe right now, but I'm really hoping, and I think you mentioned this, Ryan, people are learning how to train. Everyone's sort of in their mountains or the hyperbolic time chamber because of this COVID, like learning their new skills. And I'm really interested to see what happens once these things open up. I'm hoping the UK travels and we get to see what people have been doing and learning during this time.
For sure.
Yeah, that would be nice. It's hard to imagine that happening, like having an offline scene again, like it once was. But yeah, it would be great because that's the essence and the magic that's brought us to fighting games in such a strong way, right? So yeah, it would be great. I mean, online can be fun. I'm not into this completely like insulting and just hating online. I'm not into that entirely. I don't think that's productive in any way. But yes, it is different to offline. Of course, there are some big differences. But yeah, either way, whether online or offline, I do hope that the community continues to thrive and grow. People just really find more ways to enjoy the game. Cool.
Yeah, we'll find a way. But
yeah.
Guys, thank you so much for your time on this massive series. For me, like I've heard, hearing a lot of these stories for the first time, this has been really awesome. So I'm sure
no worries, man.
The viewers as well, like chat. Thanks for tuning in. Dino, Ryan, Starscream, Cobra Commander. Thanks so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Anytime, man.
Oh, pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what time it is on your side of the planet, but
it's 9 a.m.
Wow.
You need sleep. Yeah, I actually have work.
I asked the wrong question.
Good morning, Arya.
Oh, good morning. I guess for you guys, it's about midnight now. Just the perfect time for you to get tucked into bed for a nice, healthy, good night of sleep.
I still remember walking past the machine and watching Cobra Commander do 3 perfects on Lix Tetrax Marder. It was the most despicable sight I've ever seen. 3 perfects. How do you get 3 perfects on Marduk? He's so evasive. How do you not get hit by a down 4 at least? Like
I know.
That was
because I was used to Tissuemon and like he was
oh yeah, he leveled us
remember-
up, man.
and I think
leveled us
Dino
up.
remembers this one in was it in DR or was it in Tekken 5? I think it was that same tournament where Dino he reminded me of this one where I played dead. Like I remember when Lei played dead with down 1+2, he used to lie on his stomach and he looked at you, didn't he? So he played dead, and for some reason I played dead and I rolled forward into the up forward 1 and 2 grab and he died. Fucking sick. Who does that? What is that? How can you play dead, roll forward? Like, because obviously, like they're gonna think, what the fuck are you doing? Like what are you doing? Like I rolled forward into the grab. It was so smooth, like Jackie Chan. Yo, freeze, freeze, man.
I got one for mine. So since I started playing Tekken, you have been the most passionate player that I've ever met about martial law or forest law, whichever one you. Well, let's go with martial law. Right? You seriously, you really kind of embody this character in any Tekken that you play, yeah. But then for me though, on like when was it Tekken? I think Tekken 6, Tekken Tag, and then now Tekken 7. Law is like things, but I don't know. But we haven't talked about it in length. But I get the impression you're not that into
Tekken 7,
the newer Tekkens. But Law's sick though. So since he's your guy, what's happened with you there? Where have you lost the connection?
What it is?
I think Martin and I agree on this.
I think,
like the essence of the character has changed quite a lot. Like.
Let him answer the thing.
Go. Your thing, Martin.
Okay. In my own words, basically, like Arya was saying, the essence of the characters changed. Now, obviously, this is ultimately down to interpretation of how you perceive how the character should be played. But Law, to me, has always been an aggressive pitbull character. Always been. He's always been a lockdown character. You're not pressing any buttons. If you try and press buttons, you're catching a magic 4, a down 2 and 3, a hop kick, or a parry. Blatant. You're not pressing any buttons. Law has always been death by 1,000 cuts, right? Where you have to break the player down, right? But as you said, Ryan, this is not like this is. I've never made the argument that Law in Tekken 6 and Tekken 7 is not a good character. I think he's wicked. In fact, I think he's possibly, especially in BR, maybe in BR, Tekken 6 BR, Tekken 6, yeah, possibly the best that he's ever been, apart from maybe Tekken 7 and Tekken 4, right? But the essence of the character is gone. And what I mean by that is, especially in Tekken 7, they've turned Law into this weird, apart from double Law, who plays him like aggressive. They've turned him into this weird, turtly, forward and both punches, the odd magic 4 here and there, dragon slide, and 3+4/4. Like the character's very boring. Like if you try and I've always found with Tekken 7, especially Tekken 7, and I've always said this, I can't really jam. Like I've always been someone who's been able to jam and still play serious, like, and still go to tournaments and do things. But with Law, Tekken, like he's this weird, turtly, rigid. He's very rigid for like somebody who's supposed to be a character like Bruce Lee and stuff, who's supposed to be this ever fluid, flowing kind of person. He's a very rigid character. There's not really much to him. He's strong, but there's not much to him. Like once you find out what his good stuff is, like, you know, his forward and both punches, 3+4/4, the odd magic 4 when it fucking works, and the dragon slide mix-ups, there's not really much to him. Apart from if you're really going Super Saiyan level mode where you master while standing 4 DSS and instant running 3 or instant slide, there's not much to Law. There's not much to learn. That's why I was saying to Ezzy, right? And I said to Ezzy, if they did a complete overhaul on Law, you know how they did with Jin from Tekken 3 to Tekken 4?
Right.
I would welcome that tomorrow. because that would excite me because it's something to learn. He's a new character. You have to learn him again. Now, I think Law, because I just think they can't be bothered with Law where, okay, we're going to give him these things that look like Bruce Lee, but he's still the same rigid, linear character. He's a very linear... I don't know. He's a very boring character for me.
You want to get in and ambush people, right?
Press buttons.
Yeah,
they just haven't given him.
Yeah,
just haven't given him anything fun.
Exactly.
I mean, it'd be hard to. When was the last Tekken where they gave something fun to Law?
Yeah,
I would argue that I mean, maybe it was like Tekken 4.
Exactly, Tekken 4.
What is he actually like? 4. Because you can have changes for characters which are fun, like Ryan's quarter circle back 2, or like his mat kick changes, or like Horang's down forward 3 in this game. You know, his power crush thing. That's fun. His punch parry is fun.
Yeah, exactly.
They have not given Law anything fun for a minute.
Exactly.
Like he's just if you like playing Law that way.
Exactly. Now, if you look at Forest Law, just quickly, you know Tekken Tag 2. If you look at Forest Law,
I like his 4-4-3 cancels, and I was really bummed they didn't give that to Marshall in Tekken 7. Like, imagine if that was still in.
Forget forward 3 cancels. Do you remember his down forward 3 cancel? The really quick one. Try down forward 3. Back.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Down forward 3 back. Like that's why give me Forest Law now any day over, like, because even though those things may seem like, well, but are they going to work in tournaments and stuff? But you can always make things work. You can, at the end of the day, you can really always. I mean, remember Tekken Tag 1, Ryan, right? Who used Law's manual parry? No one did. I was the only one who started implementing Law's manual parry, didn't I? Nobody else used it because it didn't lead to anything. It didn't.
I think you're looking at where you can be creative. Moves where you can be creative. You can really set a different standard for the character. Yeah, and I mean, you know, Kazuya. I mean, the Devil Kazuya stance is a great thing for him to be. You know, to play around with, right? It's almost like young Zeku, old Zeku, isn't it? Where you got this other character, basically, not with quite as much diversity, of course.
Martin.
Dino.
Yeah. Like I think also like Kazuya just has a lot of like fun, useful moves which don't take away from his identity. Yeah. Whereas Law just doesn't have that. They're just like, oh, have this launcher. Yeah. It's forward 4-3. Here's forward 4-3. We've reanimated it, and it's like, wow, thrilling. But yeah, Martin, I've had some requests. Victor, Sales Wolf Michaelis would like you to apologize because you said that you triple perfected him at your place and then he ran away.
I did.
But he says he would never run away. Didn't run away. He disagrees, and he wants you to apologize.
Tell him I'll do it again.
So wait, sorry.
His apology.
What happened? Sorry. What is he saying? Martin should apologize for saying he ran away, or for saying he triple perfected him?
No, I think it's for running away.
Okay, Martin. Like, come on now, the guy's got a reputation.
Fam.
If he didn't run,
Fam. Look. A triple perfect.
Victor is a man of integrity.
He picked up his rucksack. I remember that old dusty rucksack, that he used to have. And he said, all right, Martin, good games. He spotted me and he left into the darkness, into the dark woods of terror, man. He left. Victor, are you all right, though? And I'll do it again with Feng.
I don't also he's disputing the triple perfect or the chance of it happening again. He's disputing the
running away.
Triple perfect caused him to run away like it was a counter hit down forward 2 on Iron Mike. Oh man, Arya, you're busting out the wine now. We really have you to it.
9 a.m. This conversation's never going to end, so I'm going to have a drink.
Okay, Martin, I apologize. I apologize to everyone who's waiting this. Martin, I have another request. You're also to apologize to Laith Gilgamesh Al-Jawad for calling him cannon fodder and he wants you to instead call him the last of the real G's.
Legit. Sounds legit.
Sounds legit to me, right?
Look, I'll apologize to Victor when he shaves his back. And as for Lace, I'll apologize to Lace when he admits that he looks exactly like Ted from How I Met Your Mother. Blatant. How I Met Your Mother. Watch that thing and
Does
watch
Ted from How I Met Your Mother have any blood?
I don't know. I think
he looks like he
Jewish,
might do.
isn't he? But doesn't he look more Jewish?
Ted Mosby looks
I think
Jewish.
he might be. Yeah. So therefore, Leif looks Jewish. There you go.
He's on the.
So look, just to make this a bit nicer, there was this tournament, where I had to play. So this is the tournament that Dinosaur won with a broken arm. This is the same tournament.
Do we have a photo of that? I really want to show that.
I was in that tournament. And like Dino said, I was more playing Street Fighter 4 at the time, but I was in this tournament. You know, it's Tekken 6. I'm with the guys. Let's have some fun, right? But I was trying to take it seriously. So I hadn't played quite as much Tekken 6. But, you know, the guys were there and we were having a good laugh. And the next match was Ryan Hart versus Harry Potter over station number 3. So I sit down to play Harry Potter, and Harry Potter wins the first game. And I'm starting to get a little bit warmed up, and the second game is much closer, right? And I think we're 2 rounds each. No. 2 rounds to two. I had 2 rounds. Harry Potter had 1 round, I think. And Harry Potter does Heihachi's down forward 1-2 on me, and I punish it with while standing 4-4. And then Dinosaur comes over and he goes, "You know what, Ryan? You can twin pistons. It's a punish." And I went, "Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well the next time that happens, guess what I'm gonna do? The next round for the tournament. If this works, I'm going to beat Harry Potter, right?" I did twin pistons, and he blocked it, and he did a next down forward 1-2, wall splat, dead it.
You're kidding me.
Dead it. Out the tournament. I was out the tournament. If man kept quiet...
I'm so sorry, Ryan.
If man kept quiet, I could have done my peaceful while rising 4-4 and gone about my daily business. Man said next things. I went for that. I put it all on the line. I got wall splatted. Harry Potter looked at me and smiled and like that. No guarantee. Did his bean and I died. He did the down forward 1-2 wall splat, had frames to look at me and go, no guaranteed, and finish the bean.
How come though? It doesn't make any sense.
Harry Potter does that. He did that to me like when I tried. He did Heihachi's back forward 2-2 on block near the wall. And I tried to punish it and it didn't work, and he wall spat and he was like, "It's a setup."
So he said that to me. He looked at Dinosaur and said, "You're rubbish, you rubbish."
He does say that a lot.
I had something similar in where was this? Birmingham. I forgot the name of the tournament in Birmingham. The big one. Where I was speaking to Bubsy. This is Tekken 7. And I was meant to play Anais from Italy using Eddie, and I'm using Hal.
Yeah.
And he was talking about Eddie's rage drive, and he was like, "Yeah, if Eddie, if he does the rage drive, just hold back, because the slippery kicks misses. So don't worry about it." And I think he even says it on commentary, because then out comes the rage drive, and I'm holding back. I'm like, "All right, this is what this guy said. I hold back, and the slippery kicks just hits me." And I just shake my head, and he says it on commentary. He's like, "I'm sorry, I told Starscream that wouldn't work." And alas, so, careful where you get your information from.
Yeah, man, that's weird though with the Heihachi one, because Law gets while standing 1-2 on him.
Law's while standing 1-2 has incredible range.
Yeah, true.
Has really good range. Twin Pistons has shitty range. But they changed Heihachi's down forward 1-2 in the last season of Tekken 7, literally just for that.
Just so Kazuya.
It's the only matchup which changes.
Yeah.
Just like make this recover closer on block, just so Kazuya can get his lazy launch on it.
I mean, you know, we've got a situation where you block down forward 1-2, and you have to have the stick in neutral if you want to be close enough to get the twin pistons. If you're holding back to block, when you release for the twin pistons whiffs and you get blown up. So little nuances like that. What kind of insane? You know how hard it is to be in your full flow and then actually just stop, let go of the stick to block this thing in neutral. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So that's annoying. But yeah, you can punish it if you're ready.
There's still things like that in Tekken. It doesn't. Negus have that. If you do down back 4 and counter hit. Negan, sorry. If you hit down back 4 and counter hit, it turns you to the side, and you have to neutral block the 1, 2, 4. Wasn't that a thing at one point, or was it always guaranteed?
I miss stuff like that.
I don't know, but I have a good one though. You know, Ling versus Lei. I mean, Xiao Yu versus Lei. If Xiao Yu hits Lei with a 4-4-3 on a counter hit, and Lei, you know how you just turn to the side, like you're facing away from the screen. You're just looking to the horizon, right? If you do Lei's 1+2/1, it evades her completely. So if you get hit by it, then you do 1+2/1. He goes away from her, like he spins away from her, so nothing hits. Nothing hits him at all.
What is that's his back turned 1+2/1? You're saying?
So yeah, you know, just his normal 1+2/1. That those spinning punches. Those. Yeah. If you do that when she hits him and he's facing away, questioning life, 1+2/1, and then he spins away from her. So cool.
Interesting.
Cool.
Little tidbits are important, man. It could save you the match.
Yeah, that can save you the match, innit? Because that move is teeth. Yeah. 4-4-3. Yeah, man. Anyway, yeah.
Should we wrap it up? I can see Arya's got.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Actually, there are
the wine bottle out, bro. You know,
Arya's coming out the other side into just being a drunken hobo. He's like,
I've come full circle.
People have broken me. I'm just gonna fucking drink my life away.
I just imagine
never shut up.
Imagine on the street corner of Japan, like, you know, I used to do podcasts.
Once upon a time,
back in the day.
There are two topics I want to bring up. Actually, the first one is like Ryan. Before we started this, you wanted to ask a question about Tag 3 or Tekken 8, which I think is pretty interesting.
So what I was asking you lot is, if Harada came down, right, descended from the heavens and said, "Look, what game do you want? Do you want Tekken 8 or do you want Tekken Tag 3? Which game would you want and why?"
Tag 3. More fun. It's tag games are always kind of a refreshing challenge because it's a tag game. You need to learn the dynamics of the characters, how the system works, because Tag 1 plays nothing like Tag 2. Not really. It doesn't play much like Tag.
Yeah, the complete opposite.
It's only because we've had the experience with all the Tekken games that we were able to get a grasp of Tag 2 pretty quickly. So I think Tag 3, I mean, what can they do with Tekken 8? Number one, I'm sorry to say it, and I'm going to fucking say it anyway. Michael Murray's fucking heading it now. That game's going to shit. It's going to the dogs. Might as well get Tekken Tag 3 in there, man, quick, before it completely dies. Yes, I said it. Michael Murray's ruining Tekken. I said it. Who's next? Who's up? Who's on the mic next?
If Tekken 8 happens, what would you want? What would you want to see different about Tekken 7?
I think Martin wants Law to have a more exaggerated neutral stance.
Yes,
that's what he said. He wants Law to dance more.
Dance more.
He's just standing around.
Dance, I tell you, dance, fool.
What was that idea you had, Phil, of Candy Law?
Outside of connectivity and netcode issues, what would make Tekken 8 a great game?
So, can I answer just before? Because I'd say Tekken Tag 3 as well. Not because I hate Tekken 7. I think the single player games, I'm not sure how you guys feel. I feel we've almost been playing Tekken 5 for many years over. And I think every new Tekken is a delta, a small change on the previous Tekkens. I know the combo system changes, but they tend to be quite small changes, jumping from one Tekken to the next. Whereas the tag system is a big delta or big change on top of that game. You have to learn like if you take Tekken 6 and Tekken Tag 2.
Back in 1 minute.
Yeah, Tekken 6 is not Tekken Tag 2 is not Tekken 6. It's not just Tekken 6 for a tag system. I think the tag system is a big enough dynamic where you now have to manage team energy. You got to know how to tag in safe, how to tag out safe, all of those other nuances, what combos work with certain characters. I think it opens up more space for creativity. And I think it's harder to replicate that in a new game when it's a single player game. The biggest changes we've seen is from Tag 1 to Tekken 4, and then again from Tekken 4 to Tekken 5. But since then, I don't think the changes have been as dramatic. That's just how I feel.
As dramatic, yes, exactly.
So do we like Rage Art and Rage Drive? Do we think there should be a new thing that comes in? Should those two things be removed? Or should we only have one? Should we have just Rage Arts? Or just Rage Drives? What do you guys think of these implementations?
I like Rage Drives and Rage Arts. I think I understand why they put them in there. I understand the whole flashiness to help put it on the front stage at esports events. I get why, and I understand the comeback mechanics that all these games have now implemented. When Rage was first introduced, I wasn't a fan. I didn't like the fact that you reward people for losing. I never liked that. But it does make for a very interesting spectator sport. It does.
Is there a good way that you could build Rage meter then? If it wasn't given to you as a comeback mechanic, what is another way that you could earn Rage bar?
I think it works as a comeback mechanic because otherwise, because I think it does what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it now that the person's almost lost. Here's their power up. Now you've got this last final thing to overcome. So I understand them implementing that, and I think it works. I think what they tried to do works.
Is Tekken 7 a better game because of that, or is it a worse game because of that?
But depends what you mean by better or worse. Popularity?
For the way you enjoy to play Tekken.
Better game, or is it worse gaming?
For the way you enjoy to play Tekken, for the way you like to express yourself, do you think that mechanic makes the game more enjoyable for you to play, or does it make it less enjoyable?
For me, it makes it less enjoyable. But that's just because I've been tagged by stuff that I really hated. You know, but there's skill in what people do. I mean, we talked about Asim. Asim's really good at timing a counter hit rage art. He's very good at that, and that's a sick comeback mechanic, which requires skill. He's not mashing it out. He gets the white. Yeah, he gets the white version where it looks where the timing's perfect. I've seen Qdans do it in between Jack's down forward 1-2 stuff. I've seen Saint do it at perfect timing as well. So they understand the skill in there. But for me personally, I'm not sure if what was that?
Martin lost in the toilet. Martin fell down the loo.
Mine just Martin, are you alright? Your stomach alright?
Shouldn't have had to Vindaloo, mate.
That's so random. It's thrown me off. Tekken, isn't it?
Tekken. What did I miss? I just got back to the toilet.
He's lost. He's been swallowed up by the toilet.
Alright.
Dino, any opinions on that?
Master's been claimed by the toilet goblins.
What are my opinions on what? So the two things, Tekken 8 versus Tag 3, I would say Tag 3, because then I can play Ban and Akuma at the same time.
Yeah, think of the combination.
Yeah. You can play unique combinations in those games. And also,
oh my god, Jin,
like
Pachi, and Akuma.
where you could do
Jin, Pachi, and Akuma on one team. Oh my god.
As long as Jin Pachi should never come back.
No man, he's back, bro. Tekken Tag.
Akuma should come back. Akuma's a real Tekken character. He should come back.
Leroy Smith and Park characters, and
they're quite hard to play, but they're also unfair, and that's good. That's what fighting games are about. So I'd play that. I would want that Tekken Tag 3. Rage Arts, Rage Drives. I mean, yeah, I sort of like what Ezzy said. I can understand why they're there. I like Rage Drives. I think they're a useful way of like balancing between just a damage upgrade or like a good move to spend. But I don't really like rage arts. They take too long. Or they're sort of universal response.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do we like power crushes? Is that a good thing?
Oh, power crushes. This isn't X-Men
Yeah,
Children
they're
of
fine.
the fucking
I think power crushes are fine.
No,
They're usually
that Juggernaut.
they're usually the high or punishable if they're mid. So I mean, they're not that useful. They just add. There's another tool.
They're only generally 2 frames faster than jabs anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
As in like the time they take to crush.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's just certain things that just shouldn't be in the game. Like, this is just me personally. Like you know about rage arts and rage drives. Even though, yes, I've kind of gotten used to them and I've gotten used to looking at, but I think Tekken was already flashy enough as it was. I think the moves alone in Tekken and the animations and how some of the moves work were flashy enough in Tekken. But then when you start adding things like as you said, I understand why they would put the comeback and the mechanics that they do, obviously to attract the more casual players and to give them more of a chance against experts or more advanced players like us. But I don't know, just for me personally, but I'm just strictly speaking from a Tekken kind of proper Tekken purist kind of view. Tekken didn't need that. Like the Dino said, it's a very generic response. Oh, I am dying. So now you have to be on. Now you've got to be on the back foot now, waiting around for somebody to kind of or to bait them to throw out that rage art. It's just, and then getting tagged by a rage drive. Like it's just to me, it's just a bit. It's just a bit. It makes it. I think it makes a lot of the matches. You kind of know what's gonna happen. Like, okay, I'm beating you. When it gets to that point where you've got the rage drive or the rage art, you basically have to start waiting around. You kind of have to ease up on your attack. If you're an aggressive player like me, you kind of have to start waiting back. You can't really scare the other person to death by just saying, yes, you're down. The wall is down. Decepticons, attack! Like, no, you have to just kind of dart around and wait. Okay, is he going to do it?
Yeah,
now?
it can be quite good. I mean, I remember not enjoying rounds where you're just getting pinned down by quick strings, safe jabs, and safe things that you can't really punish and are hard to sidestep. And like, so for someone like me, like in that situation, having a rage art that makes them have to second guess, like it's quite good. It's quite nice to have something that makes them think, hang on, maybe I should hold off on this. And then I think that a new set of mind games begin, and that in itself is quite fun. But I know what you mean, though. End of the round's getting predictable. Like, he's going to do the rage drive now. The other guy's going to block it, and what's going to happen. I know what you mean. So next question: would you want Tekken 8 to go back to a traditional rock paper scissors throw escape system, or do you think the current one we have is good?
I think the throw system in general needs a massive rethink. Like, they tried to simplify in Tekken 7, but they just added another layer of convolution to it. Like, right now you have left, right animations, but generic throws you can break either 1 and 2. Oh, but except command grabs. Oh, factor in back turns, and then you have multi grabs, and you have king. It's just.
I mean, well, some characters still actually have like 1, 2, and both, right? So
yeah. Some characters
it's not consistent.
Yeah, it's not consistent at all. They try to simplify it a bit, but they just added another layer of complexity to it. So I don't know. I just think it needs a complete rethink from the ground up. The throw system.
What would be an interesting new format, I think? Because
I think the problem with the throw system as it exists now is that if you did a rock paper scissors throw system as opposed to a seeable one,
like Virtua Fighter,
it would be too much to think about in Tekken. There'll be too much to think about, because let's say tag 1 throws are unseeable, because they are sort of are, only Ezzy can see them. Shut up, Ezzy. Yeah, no one can. Let's say no one can break them on reaction. They're just a guess.
Mm.
It's all right in Tag 1 because every character only has one move. Every character only has straight up hop kick, and that's their only move. So you don't have to think about. But like every character in Tekken 7 has 7,483 good moves. Like the sheer so. And that's one of the big things about any modern Tekken, pretty much since Tekken 6, really, is that a lot of playing against people is just processing the blizzard of different attacks that they have. Like there's just quiz tech, and you're just like, have you seen this? 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 And it's all pretty decent stuff generally. It's not rubbish. It's just everyone has tons and tons. Like you can't add a 3-way unbreakable throw system into that. It shouldn't be unbreakable. Not unbreakable, like but a 3-way guess.
It should be like seeable, like in DR. It shouldn't be like VF3 where throws are 0 frames and it's a complete guess. It shouldn't be that. That would be horrible. But I think it should be if you train it, seeable. It shouldn't be too easy to break like now, but it should be like if you practiced it, you can break it kind of thing. And but then it's too easy. So then you need 3. I think, when you say like if you practice it, when there's only 2, it's way too. Like when it's 1+2 and any other limb, then it's 3. But I think having 3 but seeable if you practice in brackets, I think that is a good system.
Wasn't it
the problem is that I think it gatekeeps people a lot by reaction in that kind of system because we've had
younger experience.
There are already so many barriers. It's like another barrier.
Yeah, and I think that's actually opened up Tekken 7 to a lot more people. Is that the throw break system is so much more lenient. Yeah. Because even in Tag 2, I think the amount of people who could actually break throws on reaction in the UK was like with Ryan. Ryan, you weren't around, but I'd say the amount of people, it was basically me, Menace, Izzy, Sim, and I think Tim. I don't think anyone else could see grabs on reaction in that game. They were very hard to break.
I noticed what started happening is because there were people who could break throws, throwing in general just became a much smaller part of the Tekken meta. So people who didn't know how to break throws weren't learning to, and also weren't forced into training how to. Why did we ever go into practice mode and start teching throws? It's because we had to. We're just getting thrown all over the shop. Playing down for 1+2, like punched up into the sky and then thrown over. If you couldn't break throws at a certain point, it was just too strong a thing. It was too much of a stronghold for your opponent to have over you. So there was a certain point where you had to learn how to break throws, like forward, 3+4 with Law gets him a combo. Like that was big, right? So I think that I think getting forced into needing to learn how to escape was really important. But so I don't know. I'm just saying though, like back to that period, maybe more people would have learned if they felt they had to. Maybe they. Because they weren't around in the DR era where you literally needed to know how.
I think it's just because in Tag 2 it was just too hard. Like Tag 2 throws were just legit hard to break. Because of the input delay. Like I said, it realized like it pushed the amount of people who could break throws on reaction into a really small group, and it gave us, I guess, big advantages. And it kept if you didn't have those fast enough reflexes, you just got you had a huge barrier to overcome. I
wonder what they can
pretty much everyone can break grabs on reaction in this game. If you can't, you're in trouble.
I wonder what they can do to like make the learning more interesting. Like when you get into Tekken. I'm buying Tekken 8 tomorrow. What am I going to do?
I think they need to make the game more transparent about what it is. I always thought they should make the animations on movement just cooler, more expressive to the character, because movement is at the core of Tekken, right? So instead of everyone like moving around like they're crippled, what if what if Law did like flipped his legs around, or like what if the movement had bespoke animations like Street Fighter, for example, Street Fighter 5. It wouldn't add on a gameplay level. It doesn't add much, but it gives new players a reward, like a visual reward for moving. Because right now, if you hop into Tekken, you're like, where do I start? What's good? Well, movement's clearly not good because everyone looks crippled, right? Right. So it's just about the game being more open about what it is on every level. like along with better movement animations, what if like a clearer dialogue between developers and community and patch notes which clarified what they were trying to do? I mean, we've talked about this
really
before.
love to know what they want to do. I'd love to know like love to be a fly on the wall and hear like what they're going.
Yeah, like so they had some guy taking minutes in the meetings.
There's too many inconsistencies that it just doesn't fit anything. Like it's almost like different people took over the project at a certain point, and it just became something else.
Yeah,
but they did. They actually did in from Tekken 3. If we're going backwards,
I feel like no. I feel like on the same game, different. Like I feel like on like some of the patch notes, you know, where like I mean, just look at the Kazuya tracking hell sweep. Oh, actually, no, we don't want to. You know, like it just looks like they go one way and then the next breath it's something else, and it doesn't really make sense. And the worst part is it doesn't build confidence in us as consumers that they know what they're looking for. You know, we kind of come away thinking, what was the goal there then? Well, you know, and there's never sort of any clarity given. There's no explanation. I think it's quite hard to then give advice as a community.
And I think they often listen to too many people. I think that's
I think they try to please too many people. But I just want
they try and please too many people.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think just openness and transparency on what the game firstly is. So that also includes a tutorial mode as well. Just show people how to play the game. Be clear about how important movement is. Create a better dialogue between community and developers. Just you don't have to change the foundations of what Tekken is. Just be more clear about what it is. Openness, transparency is what I want to see mainly on every facet.
Definitely, I agree. As especially with the movement, with the animation and stuff. Definitely, have people have their own unique movements. You know,
look cool. They look cool.
You know, not just the odd thing here and there, but you know, have characters, have proper, like their own identities for real.
Yeah,
not just little tidbit.
Yeah, like I think I've said this a million times on this podcast, but imagine you're a new player to Tekken and you tune into a Tekken stream for the first time and everyone's kind of like glitching in and out. Like you think the game is broken or something, but what if instead they had these smooth, cool, fluid-looking animations and it looked like a kung fu movie, like a kung fu movie brought to life? I mean, that's basically what Tekken. That's the main appeal of Tekken in the first place, if you boil it down to its fundamentals.
Exactly. That's what I don't know about anybody else, but I remember when I saw Tekken, especially Tekken 2. Like Tekken 2 was the kung fu movie that we always wanted. You know, it had like I said, Bruce Lee. When I saw Lei, my head literally blew up. When I saw Lei, and I saw him do the wind pose where he does the forward and 4. To the Heihachi, I was like, this is Jackie Chan. This is Snake and Crane. Like, this is Snake and Crane, Arts of Shaolin, Jackie Chan. Lars wearing the yellow gi. It looks a bit like the game of Death Key. Like Tekken was that game where it was like, finally, a game where you finally get to live the fantasy of all these martial arts, like martial artists, actors, yada, 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 in one game. And you control the outcome, more or less. Was like that idea for me personally was too sick. So why not add on to that? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There are still loads of us who can still recognize and identify with what the original vision of like Tekken was, and I still think that core needs to be there. Move the game forward, but have that core element there that attracted people to it in the first place. Now it's just a weird anime thing.
I think I agree with the because backdash cancel is really important in Tekken.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a glitch because the backdash, there's an animation for backdash, and the cancel is sort of just low blocking and then standing again. And that series of inputs should be identified. I think Namco need to identify that this is an important thing, and then give it an animation, because they've addressed the backdash. Backdash has its own animation, but then the cancel that people do a lot, like in neutral, that's what people are doing, dashing forward, sidestepping, backdashing. So it happens a lot. But as you're saying, it ends up looking janky. This whole backdash, sit, backdash, like it doesn't. Yeah. Right. I don't think it translates well visually for how important it is and how key it is to Tekken.
Yeah, like clearly when it first came about, backdash canceling was a bug, wasn't intentional, but so are combos in Street Fighter 2. But what other developers have done is that they've game development is often the result of a happy accident. So what they've done with combos in Street Fighter 2 is they thought, this is cool. This allows us to apportion different amounts of reward to different attacks, and they're dynamic and they're interesting. So we'll take this glitch and we'll actually turn it into a feature, which is at the core of just about any fighting game now. Bandai Namco have actually never done that with backdash canceling, despite it being the core of Tekken. They've never, it's still again, this is again part of Tekken being less opaque, more transparent about what it is. I feel like so much of the fluff they've added just kind of gets in the way. It almost feels like an insecurity about what Tekken is.
Exactly. Exactly. I agree completely. I agree.
I mean,
but sometimes I get the impression that, as you guys said already, that they're trying to please too much. They've got the, I think people like to call it the bloated character roster, with the 49 or however many characters that we're at now. But I don't know how you rationalize that with the community, halving that cast, because people are invested in the character and in these characters. And the Tekken community, they're very passionate about their characters. Yeah. You know, we saw the trailer with what looked like Kanemitsu, and no one's talked about Kanemitsu's life since Tekken Tag 2. No one cared. But once she comes back, the whole community will grab on her, and if she's removed in a further Tekken, all of a sudden everyone will feel a certain way that she's been axed. And in Tekken's defense, they put a lot of work into each individual character, like 49 unique characters. It's not like we have.
Are they unique though?
A lot of clones.
Most of the new characters, just the whole game plan revolves around a down forward one. I mean,
when I say unique, I mean, okay, so let's say 10 characters. Yeah. Would you say more that you could remove, which are the new ones, which are less unique? That leaves us with 39 personalities and quite unique personalities. Would you say more? Because we could even go to remove another 10 and say 29 unique characters that have that. I mean, we've got sumos, we've got taekwondo, we've got sambo. We were 29 if we're being quite harsh. And cutting 20 characters from the roster that's a big, Control A, Control X, bin all of these things that people have worked on, the team have worked on for all these years, bin them. I think that's quite a big ask of the Namco team as well. I understand what doing that means. It means that you can now concentrate on the 29 and focus your time and energy on that. But it's just a big ask.
Yeah,
But do you think that they remove characters because, as they say, because people aren't playing them, in quotes, or because of the story of Tekken and the direction of the story? Because
neither.
If it's because of the story, no, you don't think so.
I don't think they remove characters because of story. I think the story makes the characters. Makes people buy into the characters, but how many times have they brought characters back from the dead? So I just think the story is something to attract people. And in this age of computer games, I think it's more, it's a better selling feature to drip feed characters and make people pay for them via DLC. We're still waiting for Mokujin. Yeah, we still haven't seen Mokujin, and Mokujin's guaranteed. I'm quite confident Mokujin will come in at some point, probably towards the end of the life of Tekken 7. So if we see him in season 4, then maybe that's a clue that we're sort of wrapping up the roster.
Sorry,
are you going to say something?
Yeah, sorry, go.
No, you were going to say something.
I was. I mean, they clearly haven't given a shit about the story since Tekken 5, where they just resuscitated a bunch of characters who were supposed to be dead. Clearly the gameplay is taking or the size of the roster as a marketing point is taking precedence over the story. But they should, because I feel like the story
game, really.
is, well, for casual audience, which is the main chunk of your buyers, story is actually pretty important. I mean, look at Mortal Kombat. I mean, what, the best-selling fighting game ever is Mortal Kombat 11.
But hold on, Mortal Kombat story is ridiculous.
Mortal Kombat story is by far the best story on any fighting game. Like, I've actually sat down and watched the walkthrough of Mortal Kombat 11, and it is savage.
Yeah, it's cool. But like, they should do that to Tekken. They need to realize that's what is enticing to like definitely a casual audience. The last Tekken game where they had like a writer to do the story was Tekken 4, and it shows. I don't know. Get Stephen King to do Tekken 8 story. He clearly knows what Tekken's about.
Some horror story, right? Some horror story. Tekken.
But let's get a writer. Get a writer to do the story. Take it seriously. It's important for people.
Get the writer for Mortal Kombat to do the Tekken story.
I don't get what people actually want, because you release a new character and then they just ask for another one.
Yeah.
You release Tekken 8, they just ask for Tekken 9. You release Tekken 9, they just ask for Tekken 10. Like, what?
Yeah,
when
exactly.
is like? I don't think people actually stop and just enjoy the game ever.
Yeah.
There's either a complaint, there's either a problem, something needs to be fixed. There's not their character. There's always a problem, and I think people just need to just enjoy the game at some point.
Yeah.
Like, when is it okay now?
Yeah. Because people don't explore the game anymore, and I think part of the reason of that, even though it shouldn't be, is because of what we have now, because of the social media, like YouTube and all these things, where you can see a lot of things see a lot of what the game has to offer. People don't do their own exploring anymore. Like not when we used to play it. Like we used to explore the game and find out things for ourselves. Like for instance, just a little one. Ezzy might remember this one. Remember in Tekken Tag 1, Ezzy, when you would come to my yard and I would show you this combo with Lei, where I would do down back 4, into snake stance, go into panther stance, do forward and 4 into 2, and then do while standing 3. And that was a juggle. Down back 4, into snake stance, change into panther stance. And remember, forward and 4 from panther stance was that big swinging kick from Lei, that forward and 4. And then I would do forward and 4 2, and then while standing 3. Kick. And I found that just by exploring. And I'm not a combo person. Remember, I'm not exactly known for my juggles, am I? So if I can do that, imagine what other people were like doing. People don't explore it anymore. People don't have the patience or the attention span.
But that's lack of passion. If you don't have the patience, that's not passion.
But I think Tekken appeals now to we're in a fast food era where people just want to get on and be competitive straight away. So they want the combos. That's what they've seen in any media that they've seen. It's you throw someone up in the air, you do bare beams and harass their life bar. And I think they'll watch the YouTube videos and find the optimal combos or find the easy combos. I don't think they're trying to necessarily create in the combo space, because that doesn't look like an obvious area to create. And I think the way the combo system and all of that is really pushed now, I think that's the first thing that people see. So you have that thick net of people that get caught by that, and only a few trickle through to go and see what's beneath that and then go and be as creative as they can.
Yeah, I don't like it. After seeing what I've seen from where we've come from, I don't like this arc. I don't like this trajectory.
Of course not. I mean,
like any game is going to be a balance of art and business, but I feel like too many of the decisions recently, the primary motivator has been business. Like we want more characters as a marketing point. We want slow-mos, even though they're cool, so it looks cool on stream. We want rage arts to make hype comebacks.
That's fine. That's fine. But there should be a point where you say, "This is the final character. Right. Now enjoy the game."
Exactly.
Have fun.
They're the game
Go
designers.
off and have fun.
Yeah.
Who should make that? The developers should say that.
There should be a point where Namco say, "Right, this is the last character. We've got now 54 characters in the roster. This is going to be the last one. Now You've got your entire roster now. You can create your juggles. You can spend time delving into the depths of the, combo system. You can be creative. You can enjoy the game. Now, when we finally got everything, we can learn all the matchups and actually take it seriously. Now you release a new game. You've got to give us time to enjoy the game. That doesn't make any sense. Because you're always learning the game. They have patch after patch after patch. They change the frames. Like, you're constantly learning, relearning, and relearning. When do you get to actually use what you've learned? It doesn't make any sense. What is the point then?
It makes sense from a wallet point of view.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the player that is passionate about playing. You spend money to play. You get your wallet out to play. So the passion for playing is what's important.
I just want to address that. Sorry. Can I just address chat? I'm not saying I hate slow-mos. I mentioned slow-mos a second ago. I think they're really, really cool. But it's just the point is saying is like, what is the primary driving thought process behind these decisions in the game? Sorry, Starscream.
I think
do your DLC release stuff, do all that, do your promo money and all that, do all that. But when you've done all that, now let us play.
But there's still juice in the lemon, though.
That's what's wrong. That's where they're messing up. Exactly. If you've created a good product, you should allow people to enjoy it. If you're a chef and you make a 6 steak, you want your customers to eat that 6 steak because you made it. So if you're proud of your product, give us time to enjoy it. Don't bring out another one when we're just getting into it.
Yeah. But I mean, I work in software development, and it no matter, there's no way you can twist it. As important as the customer is, there's an ROI. There's a return on investment. We need, and that's the problem we're talking about.
Isn't that what your whole DLC platform was for, though? Didn't you make your money now?
Okay, but let's talk about what we've just said about the animations in Tekken and what we want as the players. So we want these cool custom animations for backdashing and for sidestepping to give life into the characters.
Guarding animations too. They can be more visually intuitive, I think.
Yeah, but someone has to develop that, and someone has to be paid for that. Yeah, so someone's got to invest in that.
Yeah.
And no matter which way you chop it up, the harsh reality is it goes back to someone's wallet. And this is one of I think it's on the side, but it's never really focused upon when people talk about the problems and the consumer's frustration or the player's frustration, because the underlying problem that Harada doesn't have control of is there's a budget. And there's only so much we can do, and people want their money back. And I know that the players don't want to hear that.
I know. So I know that. Obviously, they have a business plan, they have a creative vision, and all that. I get that, but they should map out how much money they need to get back to make it a decent return on investment. And everything's mapped out. You've got everything organized, and you know what you're looking for. And you have this plan to make the money that you need back. And once you've made that money back, whether that's the money to get the to have a developer implement movement animation or whatever it is, right? Once you've got your money back that you planned yourself in, you're safe, you've made your profit, then let us enjoy the game. Didn't you make the game for us to enjoy? Like, let us enjoy the game now. Let us have some time to enjoy the game. Don't just bring out the next game so we have to start all over again and spend more money learning more stuff that we won't get to use.
How long is that period?
That's not up to me. I think there should be, but I think that there should be enough care from the pub devs to allow the community to enjoy the special product that they've made, not just thinking about, but this is actually also an area where we could do this and that to make money. Because you should plan the money you're making. I think you should plan that in, and if you've planned that in, then you can also plan in some time where we actually just get to appreciate the product. And you don't have to. You can still make money, but you can do it in different areas. You can still give us a quality product to just like enjoy, not to feel that you always have to have a new balance update all the time, always have to have new patch notes. Like, just let us enjoy a product for a longer period of time.
Yeah, but so I'm challenging. What is that period of time? Because right now we're in season 3. Right now we're in season 3, so technically we're enjoying the product right now until season 4 comes out, and that's the revamp. And then that will be rinse repeat for season 4 until people are happy. You've gone on mute.
Tekken is a big game, so it's not productive for us if we need to keep relearning stuff. Chess has been the same game forever, and it's still chess. There's no DLC updates for chess. Chess is just chess, right? So it's been proven that you can have a successful game that doesn't need to be reformatted and rechanged and modified and rehashed and all this nonsense. You don't need to keep. If you need to keep adding characters for your game to be good, your game's not good.
Yeah.
Like if that's the only reason people are hanging onto your game, the game is trash. So
I was going to
Tekken
say
7
that.
is a good game though. Tekken 7 is a good game. Tekken 7 needs to show off more and show off how good it is. It doesn't need a new character for people to like it. It doesn't.
I agree.
It's great. Tekken is amazing. It's the best fighting game out right now. So
I agree.
why not just focus on letting people enjoy that experience and not always thinking about, what needs to be patched, what needs to be like all the time. It's always, the focus is never on just enjoying the game. There's always this and that problem. And I think they need to get a bit better at, having the finished product get a bit closer to people's expectations and not all this necessity for so many upgrades and so many characters. And, and I get the DLC model, but I just think that.
I'm just throwing it out there, guys. Maybe it could be that Namco is maybe under pressure from games like Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat that also bring out these things, all these DLCs and these seasons, to maybe stay relevant and stay in the so-called race. Because if they, like you said, Ryan, I agree that if you have to keep on bringing out update after update, patch after patch, then there is something wrong with your game.
If you look at
there's
what pub devs don't understand is there's a lifespan on dumbing down your game. Dumbing down your game doesn't last forever. It has a very, very limited lifespan. And if you're not careful, you can kill your game before it has a chance to live.
Yeah,
exactly.
And, the last tournament you entered, did they have VF there in the lineup? I'm 90% sure VF was not in the last big tournament you entered. Or the last tournament you entered in your area, because dumbing down VF is what essentially killed the game. Now, the top players, the hardcore players won't really sacrifice VF over another game that they're invested in. They play Tekken now. If they play Street Fighter now, if they play MK, they're probably not going to quit that with its massive community just to play VF. But dumbing down VF was good because it was technical. And that's the danger with dumbing down technical games, which is why Tekken is in a red zone right now. If they keep dumbing it down, it's going to lose its following. Because the interest is from the difficulty. The interest is from the technicality. The interest is from the creative expression, the individuality. So, yes, I understand that you have to cater for a newer audience, but I think there's ways to do that. And if the way they're doing it now is the way they think, they've got another thing coming, because if you're not going to introduce tutorials, you're not going to hold players' hands through the introduction of the game, get them into the system, you're not going to do any of that. And dumbing it down does nothing but just lose your audience. And then you have the things on top of that, like connectivity problems, latency issues, netcode problems. My character's not in there. This isn't that. There's glitches and weird wall bounces now. Like I've seen weird stuff on the game, like rage arts just going through the other opponent, going through the guy, going straight through his body. So it's not a finished product. But Tekken has great heritage, has a great system. It has so much working well for it. They need to play more on those things and not just think only about how can we
business.
I just think they need to respect the players and the player base's intelligence a bit more. It seems like the developers think that the only way they can catch attention or generate interest is by the next flashy thing, like a new character or this or that. Which is actually encouraging that in Season 4 we're getting the focus was more on like netcode improvements. Because that isn't something you can throw in a big marketing slogan. That's just a real quality of life change. They did this to much to their credit. Like a year or two ago, they spent valuable time and resources just bringing down the input delay, especially for the PlayStation 4 version. So but yeah, I just think they need to respect the player's intelligence a bit more.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Tekken 7 is great. I love playing it. I'm probably going to play it tomorrow. I really enjoy the game. I do. I really enjoy the game. I think my character's great, very fun, But this is not only about Tekken. It's also Street Fighter as well. We have this constant barrage of new characters coming. You've got to learn this character now. And, I'm not a pro player anymore. But when I was, that was very annoying. Because every couple of months, now the game's different. The game that I'm living from, the game that I'm practicing on is different. I've got to learn this now. I'm trying to focus on learning my own main. I'm trying to focus on leveling my stats. But I've got to take time out just to make sure I know everything about these new characters that come in. Sometimes they bring in like 3 characters at once. That's just ridiculous. You have to put everything on hold to now work on. It's just not productive as a pro player. And obviously, pro players, they're in the minority, right? They're not the ones who are going to shell out the big bucks like the layman. So I do get that from corporate, perspective. That's not, they don't care about me. Okay. And I'm but I'm still entitled to my opinion. And I do think that, from that perspective, it is a bit, it takes a little bit away from the love that you had originally by playing and the reasons that got you into the fun.
The reasons.
Those things go a little bit. And it's sad to see those things win. But
exactly.
It is what
especially especially even though it's unlikely to happen. But let's just okay, fine. People stopped playing. We are the ones who will keep Tekken afloat. The hardcore people are the people who will always keep the game that you invested your time to make, all those times of coding and doing this and headaches, brainstorming, and all the things that Harada and his team did. Let's just say worst case now. I'm not saying that it would happen. It's unlikely to happen. But let's just say a new fighting game came out that was even more accessible than Tekken and Street Fighter and okay. They would probably, a lot of people would gravitate to that game, leaving Tekken to what it was. And the only people, once again, who will be keeping the game afloat, the legacy of Tekken will be the hardcore gamer, the same pro gamer or the same hardcore purist that they didn't really take into account, especially when making these new decisions. So that's another thing for them to keep in mind,
I have a feeling
I think I would feel differently if this thing was reflected in the community. But like, if I go on Reddit or if I read tweets, like people are just complaining. The new players are complaining. The intermediate players are complaining. Like everyone's unhappy. So what is this model? Who is this model pleasing? Who is this business model working for? Like everyone's complaining. I don't know how to do. The story is trash. I can't learn how to do this combo. There's no support. There's no tutorial. I'm just getting rage quitted online. Like, it's not fun. Like, it's not working. Whatever's meant to be working, it doesn't seem like it's working. So I just think the community just deserves a bit more love on every level, not just the pros, like the new players. The new players that are trying to join our community, are trying to share our passion, are trying to be with us. This is we should be welcoming. We should be looking after these people. Coming into. They could play any game on the planet, but they decided to buy Tekken 7. Why aren't we helping? Why aren't we supporting them?
I have a
and
feeling
making sure that they enjoy the experience.
No, I
new
totally
players, intermediate players, casual people just having fun. Like they need more support.
I have a feeling that when that Riot fighting game comes out, they're really going to corner a lot of these criticisms. And then the genre is really going to be on red alert, especially for Japanese fighting game developers. They're going to have to pull their socks up and modernize like ASAP.
What's Riot?
The guys who make League of Legends. Like MOBAs already tackle these issues. Fighting games as a genre are just like a generation, 2 generations behind. It seems like for every step forward we take another step back. There hasn't been really any meaningful innovation in this genre. It always feels poverty.
Agreed.
And it's like, I wouldn't say the apocalypse is coming, but things are going to have to change really, really soon. And I think the Riot game is going to bring that in. It's going to herald in change for sure.
I think it's good to have really basic fighting games, and it's also good to have really complicated, ones that need a lot of time and dedication. I don't know if we need to really try and enforce that one game does everything. I don't know. I don't think that's the only way.
No.
You know what Gray Fox said? This was years ago. He said the 3 games, and this was when VF3 was in the mix, and there was Tekken 3, and there was Dead or Alive. And he said the 3 games, right? VF3 is the what did he say? The defensive game, kind of. Dead or Alive was the all-out attack game, and then Tekken was in the middle. Tekken was like kind of dead in the middle, where you could play really
very much
defensive or offensive. Yeah. I mean, but and that's what I mean. Like you had, I think what it is as well is that Tekken hasn't really had his feet put to the fire in a long time. Like you said, when VF died, because they tried to dumb it down, because maybe they wanted to compete with the likes of Tekken, and they looked at Tekken, and then they were like, oh, well, it's flashy. Let's try and add some of the elements in Tekken, like the like the bouncy, like the bound thing that they added and all that stuff. I just think that it wasn't for a VF. It wasn't supposed to, it didn't move. It just didn't work for VF, things like that. And this is what I see happening with Tekken. And I still feel strongly that Tekken is looking at other games. It's looking at Street Fighter with things like Rage Drive and Rage Art. While we may not mind it, because us as players can always adapt to whatever Tekken brings. We can always adapt and live with it. Basically, we may not have to personally like it, but the fact is, if we want to stay relevant, we always have to kind of adapt and live with it, right? Live with the changes. But it doesn't mean that it's always good for the game. I think a lot of the things that they put in Tekken are actually quite toxic now, to be honest.
Well, about Virtua Fighter died because it wasn't sexy enough, basically. Like, Tekken has always been the series that kind of, the one that took ideas from other series and refined them and added cool looking characters and techno music and all this kind of stuff. And the attacks have a lot of weight and crunch to them, which is why it's still alive. But like, if you look at meaningful innovations in the space of 3D fighters, they're pretty much all from Virtua Fighter. Like sidesteps, Virtua Fighter 3, wall system, Virtua Fighter 3. And now that Virtua Fighter has, and walls as well. Now that Virtua Fighter is dead, that's kind of worrying, because now it's up to Tekken to be the innovator, and what's it got for us?
VF tried to do something it wasn't meant to do. That's one of the. It was kind of declining anyway, but it definitely, the last nail in the coffin was them trying to conform to other games that were out and be this simple, easy to get into. That VF can't ever be that. It won't ever be a good game trying to do that. That's just not VF.
Exactly. Exactly. That's not VF. VF was always the rigid. You either do this or you dead. Like, you either escape those 3 command throws or you dead. You either sidestep.
It's a very strict set of rules.
Exactly.
Just,
VF was like proper karate. Like, VF was karate. If VF was a martial arts, it would be Shotokan karate, but from Japan. The one where you can only go to Japan to learn it. That's the kind of thing that like VF. Whereas Tekken is kind of more like MMA, where it's kind of a bit more free flowing,
variety.
More like a bit more space to, like, a bit more room to kind of create, a little flim flam here and there. Whereas, but I still think a lot of things that they do with Tekken right now are toxic. Ultimately, are toxic to the game. The only thing that saves Tekken is that it has such a dedicated fan base, a lot of people like us, who always say, okay, it's crap, but in order to not sound like a fucking old man, or in order to sound like somebody who can't adapt, let me get on with it and take it on and live with it and be a good player despite the changes that I don't like. And that's what I've always kind of said, but it doesn't mean that I like every fucking change. I hated Tekken Tag 2 for a long time. I hated it. But there it is, isn't it? It's just one of those things,
Guys, I think this is a really interesting conversation. Probably not the one
for another time.
At the tail end of like a 4-hour like history lesson.
No, definitely.
But I think this is something we should really explore in detail. We've already talked about it a bunch of times, but I think let's just really collect our thoughts, and maybe I can be a bit more articulate when we can all be a bit more articulate and focused when we haven't, just spent
drinking wine.
Yeah, I've been drinking wine and exhausted and sleep deprived, and
your life lay long.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
But guys, so thanks so much for making the time again. This has been super, super fun, as always.
Of course.
Likewise. Phil, Ryan, Ezzy, Martin, always great.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.